Our story begins on a battlefield where countless bodies lay scattered across the ground. Amid those corpses, there was a young man leaning on his sword. Many of his comrades were dead there, bleeding heavily, and all he could do was breathe as the rain fell upon his body. He couldn't believe that so many had died and began to lament it, thinking it was a clear blunder on Ahayute's part, until he was suddenly startled by a voice that revealed it had not expected to find a human so powerful. The swordsman didn't look even a little pleased to see that the man was still alive. Standing beneath him was the one who had spoken, a gigantic figure known as the Great Ahayute. After appearing before the Empire 20 days earlier, he had caused widespread destruction for reasons unknown, and he was the last of the three giants. The swordsman forcefully stomped on Ahayute's nose, making it very clear that because of him, half of the Empire had become a cemetery. He wanted to understand why that giant was still alive. Ahayute calmly told the swordsman not to worry, as he wouldn't be alive much longer. Speaking in the third person, he said he would soon return to his own side. The swordsman thought that was wonderful, because the friends who had died before that giant would be waiting for him. Ahayute didn't understand what the warrior meant by friends, and the swordsman clarified that he was referring to the other two who had come before him, revealing that one had been turned into crackling by a temperamental red dragon. The other had been sealed for eternity by an old man named Lorahan. The swordsman was so enraged at the giant that he treated him like a bag of trash. Ahayute didn't want the swordsman to hide the truth behind shallow words, for the children of the stars shared their senses with one another. They knew their opponents had been annihilated together, which meant that strong people like the swordsman himself no longer existed in that land. The swordsman told the giant to shut up because he was still alive. The giant warned him not to think too highly of himself, as his time was coming. Ahayute even admitted that he would have been happy if the swordsman had realized his own abilities earlier and put more effort into his training. He would have become an even greater obstacle to their desire. Hearing this only made the swordsman angrier, as he felt that everything being said was nothing but endless nonsense. He revealed that he had lived a terrible life, and all he wanted now was for the giant to shut up and die already. The giant thought he was a good human, and that it was fine to be proud. But in the end, the swordsman's world would be swallowed by starlight and vanish. Losing his patience, the swordsman swiftly beheaded him. Ahayute's head began to roll, and the swordsman was left lost in thought. No matter what he did, what had already happened could not be changed. Soon, memories of his comrades began to flood his mind. He remembered a young man with scars on his face, the moment they began to fight, and the moment he saw that same comrade die. The swordsman wondered if his comrades were truly there. Looking at their dead bodies, he thought they were all nothing but fools. He couldn't understand what kind of pride had driven them to fight to the death. They weren't strong just because he was strong. He wished they had accepted their own weakness and retreated, but in the end, they had remained fools until the very end. He couldn't understand it, especially since the giants had been able to withstand the aura of the strongest sword in the Empire. He wanted to know why his sword was the only one that had worked. If that hadn't been the case, there would have been no way for a soldier still in training to be on the front lines, and they wouldn't have died first. The swordsman had no answer to that question, and it didn't sit well with him at all until he heard a voice asking if anyone was there. His eyes widened at that moment. The voice explained that it couldn't move because of its injuries. The swordsman recognized the voice and quickly stood up. He couldn't believe that person was still alive and rushed toward them. It was his great commander, leaning against a rock. She truly was a great commander, and the swordsman saw that she had lost an arm. Her name was Adishan. For someone who had been in command, he wanted to understand how this had happened. The swordsman's name was Ronan. She reminded him that he was just a corporal and nothing special, but the most important thing was that she wanted to know whether Ahayute was dead. Ronan confirmed that he had killed him and said the body wasn't far away. Adishan then understood that he was truly dead, and tears began to fall as she thanked Ronan for it. Seeing how grateful she was, he asked if she could hear a request. He explained that it concerned the cleanup of the trainee soldiers. Normally they were burned or abandoned, but he wanted those soldiers to be treated properly this time. Adishan admitted she wasn't sure, since he was more alive than she was and could do it better himself. Ronan said that he would like to do it, but suddenly he began to cough. Blood appeared in his hand, and he wondered how he was more alive than she was as his voice started to falter. He told Adishan that he might die at any moment. He felt he had spent most of his time wandering around and hadn't been able to do much. It seemed only fair to him that he would die. His commander asked if there was anything he wanted to do if he survived, and Ronan admitted that there were many things he wanted to do. But the only thing he could think about at that moment was what it would have been like if he had gone to the academy, and she couldn't understand what he was getting at. Ronan admitted that what the giant had said to him was deeply irritating, but more important than that was his sister's wish to send him to the academy. Soon, however, he would be returning to his family. Adishan told Ronan that once the storm passed, the search party would arrive, and the corporal warned his commander that he was a lost cause and that she shouldn't insist on saying meaningless things. Suddenly, water fell into a puddle, creating a glow that surprised the two of them. They soon realized that the rain had stopped abruptly. They quickly began to shout as a creature appeared right in front of them. Ronan was terrified by the fact that the creature had 8 wings, and the problem was that it wasn't the only one. There were several of them around. Ronan just wanted to know what the hell those things were and where they had come from. Adishan couldn't believe what she was seeing and began to think that the 3 giants had not been the end. Because of that, she hadn't been able to save that world. With her voice, she couldn't bring herself to think of a third time. With only one chance left, she couldn't see a way forward until Ronan began calling his great commander again and again, bringing her back to herself. He didn't understand why she had temporarily lost her sanity. He wanted her to use her telekinesis to throw him upward because he wouldn't be able to hit those creatures from where he was. Adishan didn't understand what he was trying to do, and he wondered whether she wasn't going to kill those creatures. She couldn't understand how he intended to fight in that situation, and he made it clear to his great commander that he couldn't just sit there while losing his life. Even if he died, he wanted to take at least a few of those creatures with him. Adishan was very surprised that he still hadn't given up in a situation like that, and now she saw Ronan as a great man. Understanding how they had managed to reach that point, she began to believe in something. She called Ronan and placed a hand on his shoulder. He told her to stop talking because he was busy, but she simply pressed her lips against his, turning the boy into a man. He was caught completely off guard. The failure had thought he would never succeed in life. He couldn't understand what was happening, and suddenly she put something into his mouth. He was obviously inexperienced and didn't understand anything, but she simply whispered a few things into his ear that he couldn't make out. He asked her to wait a moment, but she kept saying things he didn't understand, and he began to grow nervous. Then she called him again and told him that if they ever met again, he should tell her not to do anything stupid and to become a tailor. He was utterly incredulous at that moment. She said that she had done many things, but nothing compared to that. She also said it with a smile on her face as one of the creatures began to prepare its move. Then that creature unleashed its energy toward the two of them, and suddenly everything changed. Ronan opened his eyes in shock and began calling out to his great commander. He was in a completely different place. He was simply sitting on the grass, looking around in disbelief. There were children playing in the water, and he couldn't believe he was there. He wasn't in his homeland called Nimbutnal. He had returned to the past, and that was the first day of the regression. In the end, he realized that his great commander's words had been true. He remembered the moment when she had given him her blessing. He wondered what she had put into his mouth, and now he understood clearly that she had given him a temporal return pill. That was how she herself, once a tailor, had managed to rise to the position of great commander, even though the orb allowed an individual to return a total of 4 times. She had already used 3, leaving her with only 1 chance. She was giving that chance to him, along with the power to kill the giants. She believed that Ronan himself was the key to preventing the destruction of that world. Adeshan wanted him to improve his skills, and she was glad that he shared that desire. She wanted him to go to the Philion Academy if he wished to learn, because it was a place filled with incredible people whom she believed would help Ronan. He clearly remembered Adeshan asking him not to let her do anything stupid and to remain a tailor. Soon he began to lament and started shouting beside a tree, practically begging for all of it to be a dream and for him to wake up. Everyone stared at him as he screamed like a goat because he had no idea what he could possibly do alone in the past. Then he realized that since he was in the past, he could see his sister. Filled with excitement, he ran off. As he walked, he saw the entire neighborhood, and he only needed to run a little farther. That was when he noticed what was happening nearby, and he didn't like it at all. He saw them messing with a child, leaving the boy hanging upside down. He wanted to understand why the hell those boys were bullying that other kid. In the end, he had almost forgotten all about it, and in any case, things shouldn't have been able to change since he had gone back to the past. But then he saw something that frightened him even more. That kid wasn't being held up by a rope, but by magic. To Ronan, someone that valuable was hard to find on the battlefield, so it was strange to see one like that in a rural town. Then he realized that, back then, he was certain such people had been around as well. In that place, there was a red-haired boy who was clearly terrified by what those kids were doing. He wanted to know how long they were going to keep it up, because at this rate, something bad was going to happen to that kid. The boy begged them to stop doing that to him, and in a trembling voice, he said that he really didn't have any money. He explained that his mother's medicine that month had been expensive. However, the blonde boy made it clear that he had nothing to do with that kid's problems. He didn't care about the boy's health and soon raised his hand to strike him. He slapped the kid hard across the face, making it clear that if he wanted to be a subordinate, he needed needed to bring in more money. The other boys watched and found it amusing, until the blonde guy called out to the boy who was using magic to keep the kid upside down. He told him that the kid didn't know his proper place and ordered him to lift the boy up to the top of the tree. This made the red-haired boy feel terrible, and with a shaky voice he said he couldn't do something like that because lifting the kid that high would put him in serious danger. The blonde boy couldn't understand why he was so scared because in his view, he wasn't holding the kid himself in any way. Then he ordered the red-haired boy, whose name was Asel, to lift the kid immediately, unless he wanted to end up the same way. Asel wondered how things had ended up like this and questioned whether learning magic had been a mistake. He had only wanted to show that he was good at something too. He began to think that he should tell the blonde guy that he couldn't do it, but the truth was that he was terribly afraid. It was really affecting him, and tears began to fall as Asel was pulled into an inner struggle. Asel asked them to stop, but Ronan appeared behind him and struck him on the head, telling Asel to shut up because at this rate he would end up killing the kid. The blow made Asel lose all his concentration, and the boy fell to the ground. The blonde boy became furious that Asel had done that and demanded to know whether Asel was going to start listening to Ronan instead of him. The poor Asel tried to explain that he hadn't done it on purpose. Ronan told the boy that he didn't need to worry about bad people like them and asked Asel to talk to him. Asel quickly recognized Ronan, and Ronan said he needed to talk to Asel about something. The blonde guy immediately started hurling insults at Ronan to get his attention, while Ronan simply ignored him and asked Asel where he had learned telekinesis. Asel explained that he had learned it from a grimoire he had bought from a traveling merchant. Ronan hadn't expected Asel to be so skilled using something learned from a cheap grimoire. He thought it was incredible, and in any case, he would find out more once he took a closer look, because using that against the giants would make things much easier. Suddenly, the blonde boy grabbed a sword, and Ronan immediately heard the sound, which caught him off guard. The blonde boy was consumed by rage, unable to understand how Ronan dared to ignore him. The blonde boy thought Ronan was acting high and mighty because he had lost to him the other day, but today he was determined to correct his manners. He rushed toward Ronan, who didn't seem very concerned. Ronan saw that it was a very large sword and wondered where the boy had gotten something like that. He also noticed that the blonde boy's stance was quite poor, but believed he was strong, and that would have to be enough for him. But obviously it wouldn't work against Ronan himself. He easily dodged the blonde boy's attack, leaving him astonished. Ronan realized that although his body was younger, nothing had truly changed. The instincts of a disciplined soldier were still within him. He still had a sense for battle. The blonde boy began to laugh, thinking Ronan was very lucky, and warned that he would make sure Ronan would never stand up again for the rest of his life. Ronan thought that he really was lucky that day, but he also felt he had been unlucky his entire life. The blonde young man thought that since things had reached that point, he wanted Ronan to kneel and beg. If he did so, the blonde would spare his life, but he made it very clear that Ronan would not get away with both arms intact. Ronan felt no fear at all, and to make things worse, the blonde revealed that after killing Ronan, he would make sure to take good care of his sister. Ronan wanted to confirm whether the blonde had really said that. The blonde then began to laugh and expressed that he had always thought about Ronan's sister. That was enough for Ronan to attack him at such speed that the movement couldn't be seen. In a single second, the young man lost his ear. He couldn't understand what had happened as he watched his ear flying through the air. The disbelief was so great that he dropped his sword. Soon after, he began screaming loudly and crouched down after losing his ear, while his companions felt awkward in that moment. Ronan then approached the young man and started insulting him. With a completely psychopathic look in his eyes, he wanted to know if the guy really wanted to lose his life. The comrades of the man who had just lost his ear tried to understand how that was possible, because Ronan had cut the man's ear off using a stick covered in blood. Ronan then called out to them, asking if they were enjoying the show. He ordered everyone there to leave and take their companion, who was nothing but a sack of manure, with them, making it clear that if they didn't do so immediately, they would end up the same way as their little friend. He then kicked the blonde man to make sure he got the message. Obviously, Ronan also demanded the money they had stolen, clarifying that it was an extra fee for ruining his mood. The men then said they would return it. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan giving a bag of money to the boy who had previously been bullied at the tree. The boy truly couldn't understand it, and asked whether Ronan was really going to give him all of that, since it was much more than what those men had stolen from him. But Ronan made it clear that it was fine, and that he only needed the sword. He told the boy not to worry about them coming back to bother him, because he was sure those men wouldn't do it again. The boy was very grateful and thanked him. Ronan didn't like wasting time, so he simply told the boy to go home. Asel, on the other hand, was standing there with flushed cheeks like a little girl, and with a trembling voice he wanted to express how sorry he was and that he truly wasn't happy about having done that. Asel knew he shouldn't have gone along with it, even though the blonde man named Hans had threatened him, but he had been very scared and ended up doing nothing about it. Soon after, he began to cry. Blaming himself entirely for what had happened, The boy thought that Asel never changed and was crying as always. He explained that ever since Hans had brought Asel there for the first time, he had looked at Asel and thought about how he was in the same situation. He believed the two of them were in the same boat, so he wanted Asel not to worry so much. And with a smile on his face, he said that Asel was not at fault. He also appreciated Asel's apology, and then he left. Ronan became a bit thoughtful as he looked at the red-haired boy who looked like a girl. In the end, Ronan didn't think Asel was a bad person, so he nudged him and asked if he remembered that there was something they needed to settle. Asel felt awkward and said that he still remembered. Ronan thought that was great and told Asel that they would see each other again in 4 days. Asel didn't understand what he meant. Ronan explained that he had some things to take care of and that they would have to meet later when the moon was visible in the night sky. But as always, Ronan never took things lightly and made it clear to the boy that if he didn't show up, he already knew what would eventually happen to him. He then drew his sword, leaving Asel quite frightened. Ronan started running and revealed that he was going to take care of his business. Asel didn't understand anything at all. Then the scene shifts to a house, where Ronan stood facing it for a while. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and wondered if flowers might be a bit too much. He remembered that she liked flowers, so he had gathered all the flowers he had seen, but his voice began to tremble, and he thought it would be better to throw the flowers away until someone opened the door, having heard someone outside. She asked if it was Ronan, and he was surprised to see that woman. During his time as a soldier, he had thought many times about what he would say when he saw her again. He didn't know whether he should apologize for disappearing without saying anything, or simply say that he missed her. The fact was that Ronan had thought a lot about it, but all of that was only what the soldier Ronan might have said. What he could say in that moment was something completely different. That girl was his sister, and she was excited that he had arrived early. Soon after, he confirmed that he had returned. The scene then shifts to the inside of the house, where a true feast was waiting for him. The girl was genuinely surprised and never thought she would live to see the day when her brother would simply give her flowers. Ronan's older sister was named Errol, and she was very happy. He felt a bit embarrassed, but also glad that she liked them. She asked whether he had eaten enough and if he wanted more soup. She was truly very happy with her brother's sweet gesture, and he felt quite shy as he thanked her, saying he had already eaten enough. However, he had a question and asked Irel how old she was turning that year. She promptly replied that she was turning 22, but wanted to know why he was asking. Ronan explained that he had forgotten, which offended her, and she made it very clear that it wasn't something he should forget. He then thought that if she was 22, there were 10 years left before those strange eight-winged creatures would appear again. Errol placed her hand on his forehead to see if he had a fever, but she didn't think he felt hot or anything like that. Ronan thought his sister was exactly as he remembered. She was still amazing to him, very kind, and she made him wish that moment could last forever. But in 10 years, to protect that world and his sister, he truly needed to prepare. He then told Errol that he had something to say, explaining that he was thinking about enrolling in an academy. She was a bit incredulous at first, until she burst into happiness, asking if he was serious. She asked him to repeat it, afraid she had heard wrong, and Ronan made it clear that it was exactly what he had said. Errol was surprised, since he had never listened to her when she talked about that before. She then began running around the house like a madwoman, saying she had no time to waste. Ronan didn't understand what was going on, but Errol said she had always known that day would come. He was smart, and she was sure he would do well at everything. He felt grateful for the compliments. Suddenly, she grabbed a huge cauldron and made it clear that it was the gift she had for him. He immediately leaned in to see what was inside. The cauldron was full of money, and Errol revealed that she had been secretly saving all that money to surprise her brother. If he ever changed his mind about the academy, she wanted to be able to pay everything at once. Ronan thought his sister was incredible and wondered when she had managed to save all of that. He also explained that even though he appreciated the gift, he wanted her to use it because that amount wouldn't be enough. Errol didn't understand what he meant and said that it was far more than it looked. She didn't even know which academy her brother wanted to attend, and before she could finish speaking, Ronan said that he wanted to go to the Imperial School, also known as the Frieren Academy. After hearing that, she practically collapsed. The Frieren Academy was the best educational institution in the Empire, with the finest teachers on the continent and backed by the vast funds of the imperial family. It was a place that offered the best education one could receive, with prestige great enough to be called a factory of heroes. Its status was extremely high. The great commander Adishan, the master swordsman Shalifin, and even the worst criminal, the Winter Witch, all came from that academy. Those people were also very useful during the war, so useful that Ronan could understand why the great commander had mentioned that academy to him. With such high entry standards and enormous fees, its fame was also a problem for him, but he never imagined his sister's reaction would be like that. He was walking alone through the forest, wanting wanting to show his sister all the results he could achieve. That was when he ran into Asel there, something he hadn't expected at all. He mistakenly called him Mazel, and the boy quickly corrected his name. Asel explained that Ronan himself had said he wouldn't let him live if he didn't show up. Ronan told Asel to forget about that. He also revealed that the night would be long and that there was something he wanted to test with Asel, then dropped his backpack onto the ground. Asel wanted to understand what Ronan was suddenly talking about, but Ronan said it was nothing serious and that he just wanted Asel to use telekinesis, asking him to lift him as high as he could. Asel became a bit scared and didn't understand why this was happening out of nowhere. He didn't want to do something so dangerous, but Ronan said Asel was exaggerating and ordered him to do what he asked. He made it clear that he wouldn't die, so Asel didn't need to be afraid. Asel then prepared his magic and quickly cast it toward Ronan, who was surprised. It was much better than he had expected. Soon he was in the air, thinking that even though there wasn't much height or stability, the feeling was similar to when he had fought Ahayute. What had allowed him to fight that giant on equal footing was telekinesis. Telekinesis was a rare ability even among mages, who were already rare to begin with. That meant Asel would become the most important factor in the battle that was yet to come. Ronan thought that this beginning was going very well. However, Asel soon began to strain himself and warned Ronan that it was becoming difficult to continue. He then asked whether Ronan could come down at that moment, but Ronan wanted Asel to hold on a little longer because he wanted to check one more thing and would come down on his own. Asel grew increasingly confused until suddenly Ronan made a movement with his sword. Asel was surprised and tried to understand what the young man was attempting to do. Then, all of a sudden, Ronan dropped straight to the ground, and Asel realized that Ronan had cut through his mana. Asel tried to understand how that had just happened, and Ronan explained that it was nothing. It was just an acrobatic move he had learned after a great deal of training. Asel said he didn't understand what Ronan meant by an acrobatic move, since it was the first time he had ever seen someone cut mana. Suddenly, he received a punch from Ronan to the head, who told Asel to keep that matter between them, because he himself didn't know what was going on either. Ronan knew that discovering what that ability was would be one of the most important things he needed to do. There had to be a reason why his sword worked on Asel. In any case, he could think about it slowly later, and there was also something else he needed to do. He picked up his backpack and told Asel that he had passed the test, then threw another backpack to him, saying that Asel needed to come with him because there was something he had to do before the moon disappeared. Asel was worried about the fact that they were heading out at such a late hour of the night. Ronan explained that this could be the first page of his own biography, declaring that it would become the greatest history book of the Empire. The scene then shifts to them walking for a long time, and Asel still didn't fully understand the matter of the Philion Academy that Ronan had told him about. He wondered if he had heard wrong, since they were going to an academy where the entire elite of the Empire gathered. Ronan grew impatient because his friend, who looked like a girl, had heard correctly and was still asking. He asked whether Asel didn't want to go. Asel quickly explained that that wasn't the problem. He acknowledged that Ronan had talent in martial arts, so that was fine, but he himself didn't know how to do anything. He was just a cowardly and shy guy. Ronan then asked whether his companion intended to keep living like that, making it clear that Asel was wasting his talent on those people who were nothing but trash. He asked Asel whether he really wanted to keep living that kind of life. At that moment, Asel realized that the mage had two traits that were truly stupid. He was cowardly and shy, and to make matters worse, he was a crybaby who cried over anything. In the end, he was just a loser who was afraid of everything. Asel felt those words like knives stabbing into his chest, but Ronan thought it was fine, because Asel could still change from that moment onward. What had already been done couldn't be changed, and one day Asel might regret it, just as Ronan himself had regretted his past life. He asked whether Asel had changed his mind. Asel was too much of a coward, but he hadn't expected Ronan to be so concerned about someone like him. Ronan made it clear that he wouldn't force him to do anything, since it was Asel's life. Asel could go back if he wanted to. Ronan said he was busy and needed to go, but Asel asked him to wait a little and revealed that he also wanted to change. He said he was willing to go to the Philion Academy with Ronan and wanted Ronan to teach him everything he needed to learn. Ronan immediately smiled and said that it was the first time Asel had acted in a mature way. He declared that for the first obstacle of the new Asel, they would begin right away. With a psychopathic grin, Ronan started walking, thinking that everything was going exactly as planned. The scene then shifts to a place where a bright fire was burning. Asel stared at it without understanding. He and Ronan were behind a bush, watching the scene, and Asel asked whether that was his first obstacle. Ronan made it clear that it was exactly that and explained that it was the best opponent he had found to bring out Asel's ability. There was a lunar goblin there, and to make matters worse, it was the leader of a band, and all of them were resting. Ronan smiled and asked Asel whether he didn't think it was great, but Asel was completely shocked. Ronan, on the other hand, asked whether they could start. The lunar goblin is a type of goblin that commonly appears in the area. Most people can distinguish them from common goblins by their yellowish skin color and disfigured bodies. But in truth, the unique trait of lunar goblins is that they are fanatical about treasure. They like to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, gathering everything they've stolen in one place and holding a festival on a full moon night like that one. Asel's voice soon began to tremble when he realized that this was the reason they were there, and Ronan confirmed it, making it very clear that they were going to steal all the treasure from those lunar goblins. Asel had already heard stories about goblins that gathered treasures and held a festival in a specific location, but he wanted to know how Ronan knew about it. The swordsman simply said that he had his methods. After all, he couldn't talk about his past life to Asel. In the end, he made it clear to Asel that all he needed to do was use his telekinesis to move all the treasure into the bag Ronan had brought while the goblins were sleeping. It was a task Ronan considered very simple, but Asel didn't find it easy at all, since he could make a mistake and wake the creatures. Ronan was sure the goblins would be very angry if that happened. Asel quickly grew frightened and, with a trembling voice, said that it was too dangerous and that they should rethink it. Ronan lost his patience, since his companion was too cowardly. He then explained to Asel that for them to enter Philion they needed two things. The first was money. They needed to obtain the insane fee the Academy charged. The second was real experience. Money was a problem, but real experience was even more important. Philion was full of aristocrats who had received elite training since birth, so if they wanted to beat them, this was the only way. They had to gain experience by risking their own lives, and Ronan thought those creatures were perfect enemies. They would get a good amount of money and plenty of experience, and it would be much easier that way. Ronan asked if Asel had any better idea. Asel admitted that he didn't, and Ronan said that since that was the case, they would start immediately. And so, like a sneaky little thief, Asel used his magical ability, gathering all that treasure and placing it into Ronan's bag. Ronan was greedy and wanted just a bit more, but the bag was already bulging from how full it was, and the poor Asel was straining himself to the limit. Ronan was happy to see the last bag swollen with treasure. They had filled 2 bags completely, and he was glad that everything had worked out, while Asel was amazed. Ronan himself hadn't been so confident, and never imagined Asel would adapt so quickly. The red-haired boy was better than he had expected. With a devilish grin, Ronan believed he had found a good servant. Since the bags were already full, he thought it would be best for them to hurry. Asel asked if he was serious, and Ronan said that they had nothing else to do there, so they should head back before something went wrong. The scene then shifts to the dark forest in the middle of the night, where a bird flew past and several figures ran in panic, furious as they chased after the bird. Suddenly, Ronan and Asel heard a shout ordering them to stop. Ronan wondered what kind of madman would be causing so much chaos at such an hour. The real problem was that one of the lunar goblins had woken up because of all the noise and looked toward the treasure, only to see that the chest was completely empty. They immediately began shouting that there were thieves around, waking all the other goblins, who started arguing about the fact that they had been robbed. Then they looked to the side and spotted Ronan and Asel. Ronan couldn't believe this was happening, and Asel grew extremely worried. Obviously, the situation was very bad. As the lunar goblins began running toward them, Asel panicked, while Ronan thought it had been too good to be true. Asel just wanted to know what they should do, begging Ronan to give up the treasure and start running. But Ronan was greedy and didn't want to lose that great opportunity. After all, it was the only way they would be able to pay for their classes. Suddenly, the lunar goblins got very close, and Asel started screaming like a little girl. Ronan looked at his sword, a long blade made of cheap steel, and with its weight and hardness, he thought it could withstand about 15 strikes. The problem was that there were around 30 lunar goblins there. Some of them leapt forward to attack Ronan, and Asel's panic only grew as he begged him to be careful. Ronan thought only about the 15 strikes and believed that would be enough. He quickly drew his sword and, in a single motion, made 3 of them lose their heads. Asel couldn't believe the grape juice he saw flying around him. Ronan kept in mind that now there were only 14 strikes left. The scene then shifts to him driving his sword into the last lunar goblin. He thought that, in the end, it hadn't been so bad, but the novice mage was devastated, thinking all of it was impossible and trying to understand what he had just witnessed. Ronan had decapitated 3 lunar goblins with a single strike, and the others who came after them were simply annihilated. The most shocking part was that Ronan had vanished for a single second, slicing all of them apart and reappearing in an instant. Asel thought Ronan had put on a true spectacle. Seeing Asel standing there motionless, Ronan asked what he was doing and whether he planned to keep spacing out. Asel then snapped back to reality and quickly apologized. But Ronan didn't want him to apologize. He just told him to gather his things because they were going back home. Soon after, the two young men walked through the forest. Ronan thought it had truly been exhausting and believed he would be able to travel comfortably afterward, but nothing had gone as planned. He also hadn't expected his muscles to ache just from slicing up a few goblins, though he preferred to believe that this was happening because he was still growing. He moved his arm a little, trying to get more comfortable, thinking that when he got back, he would need to do some physical training. Asel asked Ronan what that shout they had heard earlier was about, but the swordsman had no idea. Suddenly, they heard another shout, ordering someone to stop. They were startled, but Ronan wondered why someone would be shouting so loudly in the middle of the night. He thought those guys had better pray hard, because he was going to make them pay for making his and his companions' lives difficult. However, there was a man behind them preparing an arrow to fire in their direction. The arrow was released quickly, and Asel sensed something different and immediately turned around. Ronan cursed under his breath and managed to catch the arrow before it could hit Asel. He wanted to know what the hell was going on, and Asel stood there in shock, seeing an arrow in Ronan's hand. He wondered how an arrow could have appeared so suddenly. Ronan started to think that the forest was cursed or full of lunatics. Then two men appeared, and Ronan couldn't believe it was those two. The two archers were confused as well, unable to understand how there were two humans there. To make matters worse for them, both of those humans were children, which deeply irritated Ronan. Asel didn't understand what was happening. The two archers apologized and called them kids again. Ronan didn't like that at all. One of them explained that they had heard something making noise in the distance and thought it was a monster. But when they saw the bag full of treasure, they started thinking of a way to take possession of the loot the boys had stolen from the lunar goblins. They tried to pretend they were there to help, asking if they were hurt. However, with all the life experience Ronan had from before, he could see that those two couldn't hide their intentions in their eyes. The two men grew confused when Ronan told them to stop the act and answer properly. He released a very dark aura and demanded to know who they were, which shocked them. One of them continued acting friendly and admitted he had forgotten to introduce himself. He apologized, then suddenly pulled out a knife and, with a psychopathic grin, revealed that he was a Caliboro. Ronan immediately recognized the name. In a flash, he grabbed one of the Caliboro by the wrist, asking whether he was one of that trash. The other man grew indignant and rushed toward Ronan. At that moment, Asel finally seemed to man up and quickly tried to help Ronan. He used his telekinesis, unwilling to let his companion face such danger alone. The blonde man couldn't understand what was happening. As he couldn't move, Ronan was surprised by Asel and thought he had done very well. With a swift kick, he disarmed the man, knocking the knife out of his hand, then quickly grabbed the blade himself. The man was shocked by what he had just seen, but before he could ask Ronan who he was completely sliced apart and collapsed to the ground. Asel was horrified by the sight. He asked Ronan if the man was dead. Ronan thought that was obvious and made it clear that he wouldn't let someone who had tried to kill him live. He asked whether Asel hadn't heard what one of them had said. They were Caliboro. Asel grew very frightened. The group known as Caliboro dealt in dark activities such as illegal hunting, kidnapping, and human trafficking. They committed all kinds of crimes and were one of the most malicious groups in the empire. Ronan then finished off the other man as well. He told his companion that if it hadn't been for him, Asel would have ended up losing his organs and being secretly burned alive that very day. Even so, Asel still found all of this deeply troubling. Ronan believed that knowing who those men were and letting them live would have been an incredibly stupid crime. They were doing society a favor. Nearby, there was a sack that suddenly opened. Before Ronan could do anything, the sack began jumping violently. He had no idea what was going on. Thinking it might be an animal, Ronan quickly went to check, and when they opened the sack, a bird flew out, taking them both by surprise. Ronan wondered what that bird was, thinking it looked like a blue chicken. He also couldn't understand why the bird was blue. Asel was amazed, explaining that it was the first time he had ever seen a bluebird. Ronan said it was also his first time, but he noticed that the bird had shackles on its legs. He recognized them as Caliboro restraints. Caliboro shackles disrupted the prisoner's mana and restricted their movements. Ronan thought they only used those in rare cases or when capturing fantastic creatures. In this way, he believed that the bluebird was a fantastical creature, and the bluebird simply began to speak, clearly happy because it had finally connected, and a magical rune appeared. The two of them became extremely frightened, especially Asel, who already wanted to hug Ronan, showing just how strange of a guy he was. Ronan then explained to Asel that it was not what he was thinking. This was communication magic, and seeing how the bird was able to speak with them as soon as it came out of the sack, Ronan believed there was a possibility that the bag was capable of blocking mana. Ronan then wanted to know if he was speaking with the owner of the blue bird, and the individual confirmed it. He introduced himself as Frieren and informed them that he was researching rare beasts at the institution. He also explained that the bird was the guardian of Marpez. No matter how many times he had tried to communicate with it, it had never worked, and he had even considered filing a missing person report. But now he was truly relieved. He apologized and asked who they were, and Ronan informed him that they were merely travelers. Ronan explained that they had ended up fighting some thieves who had kidnapped the bird, and in the end, he thought the memories were far too bloody to explain. Basically, he wanted Varen to understand that they had saved the bird. Varen was surprised to learn that the blue bird had been kidnapped by thieves, and at that point, he told Ronan that he was in his debt. Varen did not know how to repay such a favor. Asel thought he did not need to do anything in return, but he also wanted to know how they could return the bird to Varen, since the blue bird seemed exhausted from being chained. Ronan asked whether, if he removed the shackles, the bird would be able to fly, and Varen believed so. He also explained that dream birds had a strong sense of direction, and that, if it were freed, it might be able to return on its own. Ronan quickly drew his sword and struck toward the bird, causing a huge fright. However, he had simply hit the shackles, which shattered into several pieces almost instantly. Ronan wanted the bird to return to its owner and not leave Varen worried. The blue bird was truly grateful to Ronan for doing that, and suddenly it turned its back to him, leaving Ronan confused. As the bird was now facing away from him with its rear toward him, he wanted to understand what that meant, especially since the bird was even wiggling. Varen explained that the bird wanted him to pull out a feather, as that way they would be able to meet again in the future. It would basically function like a compass to its main body, and so Ronan quickly removed a feather. Varen then told Ronan that if he ever came to the institution, he should visit both him and the bluebird, whose name was Marpez. He made it very clear that he would certainly repay his debt. The bluebird then began to fly, but its speed was absurd, leaving Ronan very surprised. Asel wanted to know what Ronan was holding, and Ronan realized at that moment, after his companion asked, that it was tingling, and suddenly he became startled, trying to understand what exactly was in front of them. A few days later, the scene shifts to a place with several horses and wagons. Some people were loading crates onto the wagons. An old man examined the value of the jewel as well as the craftsmanship, revealing that it was an incredible object, and he offered 20 gold coins for it. That old man was the owner of the Carabel merchants, and his name was Duan Carabel. He never imagined that a customer would appear and present items of such great value, so Duan believed it was a lucky day and quickly saw Ronan as a valuable client. Ronan was happy to have finally found someone who understood, while Asel kept holding onto his arm like a frightened little girl. Ronan remembered very well that all the other merchants were scammers, and he was already fed up with it, but in the end, it was worth it, as he had finally found an honest merchant. Duan felt honored to hear that, and asked if Ronan had anything else he could examine. Ronan quickly took an item out of his pocket and showed it to him, revealing that he did not want to sell it, but was curious to know what it was. Duan became intrigued as he looked at the item. Ronan remembered clearly that the blue bird had left it behind that night. It was literally an egg. At first, Ronan thought the blue bird had pooped in his hand, but that was not the case. He clearly remembered thinking that the bird had simply repaid his kindness with a very foul gift, but that was not it. He believed the blue bird had given him the egg so that he could protect it. In the end, he was so annoyed that he tested it by throwing the egg against a rock. But what happened was that the rock was completely affected by the egg, which managed to create a huge hole where it struck, and it was only in that way that he ended up discovering it was an excellent item. At the moment Ronan did that, both he and Asel were amazed. The scene then shifts to Duan, who could not tell whether it was a bird's egg. Ronan, on the other hand, was aware that it was the product of a fantastical creature, and thus could be a very valuable treasure. Duan carefully examined the color and texture, and Ronan began to get excited. However, Duan started to think it was horse droppings, obviously trying to deceive Ronan, who was left in disbelief. Ronan tried to explain to Duan that it was not what he was thinking, but in the end, the old man merely expressed that he did not know what it was. It was an unusual object to Duan, so he believed Ronan should take it somewhere special to be appraised. In the end, Ronan sighed and swallowed his frustration, since he was curious and had no intention of selling it anyway. Ronan then asked whether the old man Duan sold books about Philion, and Duan asked if he was talking about the academy. Ronan confirmed and explained that they were planning to take the entrance exam for Philion, but they did not know much about it, which Duan thought was great. He informed the two of them that his daughter would also be taking the entrance exam, and Duan thought his daughter could help them. However, he was not sure where she might be until the girl arrived at the place and asked what was going on. She wanted to know who the two two young men talking to her father were. Duan then pointed her out, saying she was his only daughter. She was a blonde girl with green eyes, and she was very beautiful. The girl's name was Maria. Ronan was surprised to see that she was Maria, and her father wanted her to greet the two of them, as they were important people who had just concluded a deal. She was surprised to hear that from her father, as she thought the boys could not possibly be big buyers. Duan became furious at the sharp tongue his daughter had and wanted her to have better manners. He then apologized to the two of them, while Asel tried to calm the old man, though Asel was not sure whether Ronan would be fine with it. However, Ronan walked up to Maria and asked if she really was Maria. Naturally, she did not understand what he meant by that. Ronan then asked if she was Maria with the surname Sen, and she confirmed it, but at the same time wanted to know how he knew that. Ronan found it strange because the girl truly resembled her, yet there was an issue involving the person he knew, and he soon vaguely remembered that person. Ronan then decided to ask her another question, but he was completely insane for doing so, asking such a thing the very moment he had just met her. He wanted to know if she had a stalk down there. He whispered it into her ear, and her eyes went wide. Maria simply could not believe the stupidity she had just heard. To make matters worse, Ronan thought that no matter how much he looked, he believed Maria did not have one, which left the young woman outraged. He then asked whether the old man had another child she did not know about, and Maria quickly slapped him across the face, as that was exactly what he deserved, telling him to shut his mouth because she thought he was insane. Ronan did not understand anything at first, but the slap felt strangely familiar to him, making him think that she really was who he thought she was, the Count Maria Sen. At that moment, a terrible confusion took shape. Maria Sen had once been Ronan's comrade in arms in a place called Armarlin, where Maria was in charge of supplies. With an excellent work ethic and an easygoing personality, he made friends with everyone, and Ronan truly admired Maria. However, whenever they talked about stalks, Maria became quite irritated and had the strange habit of slapping others. Ronan had always been curious about the reason for this and wanted to ask him about it if they ever met again. But that opportunity never came, as Maria had died before that. Ronan never expected to find his answer there. He realized that Count Maria Sen was actually a woman. Seeing him laugh, Maria wanted to know whether the slap she had given him was not enough, and since that was the case, she was willing to hit him again. However, Ronan grew irritated and punched her on the head, telling her to stop, leaving her with a huge bump thanks to the punch. He made it very clear that she should not get full of herself, as he had allowed her to hit him the first time. Ronan explained that he had let her hit him earlier because he had made a mistake, and that only made Maria willing to hit him several more times, since she thought he was completely crazy. She quickly grabbed him by the hair, while he grabbed her face, and she demanded to know what the hell he was going to do, making it clear that Ronan was a dead man. Asel and Duan could only watch the fight, which looked like a quarrel between husband and wife. Soon, the two of them began rolling on the ground, and Asel and the old man decided to stop the fight. After some time, the scene shifts again. Asel was in disbelief, trying to understand what had happened between the two of them, because they had been trying to kill each other just moments ago, and now they were calmly talking while examining the sword until they noticed how surprised Asel was. Ronan was showing her his weapons. There were 3 swords and a magic staff. She wanted to understand why he carried 3 swords, since she thought that would make them harder to transport. Ronan explained that he used his swords in a rather destructive way, so it was all a precaution. He then asked what Maria thought of that sword. She did not think it was a bad sword, but the black iron sword was much better. Black iron was a very hard material, and therefore highly sought after by renowned knights. She showed him a sword and said that, although she did not know how rough he was with his weapons, she believed that sword would not break. The black iron sword had been one of her favorites in her past life. She also thought the magic staff had an excellent magic stone, and she looked at Asel, wanting to know if he was the mage, even calling him a cutie. Asel confirmed it with great enthusiasm. Maria then wanted to know what kind of magic he used, and Asel revealed that it was telekinesis. Maria was shocked to learn his technique and immediately told him he was amazing, saying that if he could use it properly, he might even earn a scholarship at Frieren Academy. Maria then wanted to know what technique Ronan planned to use, but he did not know. She explained that to enter the academy, there was a practical exam in which he needed to impress the professors and demonstrate his techniques. She also said that the theoretical exam was very difficult, but not as hard as the practical one, and that anyone who passed the practical exam had a very high chance of passing overall. He needed to prove himself worthy to enter. Ronan thought that a swordsman only needed good fencing skills. He asked what people usually demonstrated in the exam, and Maria explained that most nobles showed their family's secret techniques, while most martial artists and common applicants showed their mana-based combat techniques. That information surprised him. He asked whether children who used swords at that age could use mana even if they were not mages. Maria was confused because there was no way to be a Frieren student without knowing that using mana was literally mandatory. One had to feel their mana unconsciously and use it in combat. That was truly basic knowledge for them. She saw Ronan staring blankly and wanted to understand why. She then grew frustrated, believing he could not feel his own mana. Ronan asked whether it was similar to aura, which completely shocked her. Her frustration grew, as she could not believe that someone like him wanted to try to enter Philion Academy. She made it very clear that not even the craziest person could say that aura and mana were similar things. Ronan somehow felt she was exaggerating, but Maria did not accept that and immediately stood up, telling him to follow her. She asked him to bring his swords, since she had left hers at the blacksmith. Ronan did not understand why she was so confident, because he was genuinely worried she might damage his swords, but she told him not to worry. Everything would be over before any breakage happened, and if something did break, she promised she would pay triple for it. He still did not look very pleased, but in the end, she just wanted him to stop grumbling and follow her, informing him that she would give him special training. Mana was the root of nature's power and, like air, a natural energy that existed everywhere in the world. However, that did not mean everyone could use mana. To use mana, an individual had to see and feel their own mana, and that was not all. They also had to be able to use mana senses. Reaching that stage depended on training, innate talent, and other factors, but it normally took about a year of training for someone to begin sensing it. Philion applicants had already surpassed that stage, and after learning their own mana techniques, they went to the academy. That was why Maria wanted him to forget about sensing for now. He did not even know the difference between mana and aura, yet he still wanted to go to Philion Academy, which made no sense to her. Ronan held one sword while she held two, though she admitted that from a certain perspective, aura could be considered a type of mana. But the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Ronan asked if it was really that different. Maria explained that there were individuals with great talent who trained for at least 10 years. Yet even with such a surreal amount of effort, they still could not obtain that power, and that was aura. She wanted to know if he understood at least a little, and somehow he did. Ronan remembered encountering such people on the battlefield from time to time. They acted arrogant for being aura users, and all wielded a similar power. He also remembered how annoying those guys were, though he had unexpectedly discovered just how incredible that power was. Still, in the end, a person could die if they were cut. Maria quickly grew tired of all the explanations and wanted to start right away. She believed he would learn much faster by using his body rather than his head. Ronan, however, thought she was not that impressive since she was still very young, but then she moved extremely fast, leaving him completely surprised. He quickly tried to block her attack, finding everything about it astonishing, and swiftly escaped her pressure. She was able to exert tremendous power despite being so young, and she also wielded two swords. Ronan still had not fully seen it, but he wanted to know whether that was a fighting style that used mana. At that moment, Maria only wanted to know what was wrong with that man. She planned to end it in a single blow and show him the power of mana so that he would give up on the test. She thought it would be better that way than for him to be humiliated in the testing grounds. Instead, she was the one being pressured by him, and she could not imagine that someone who could not use mana could be so skilled. She thought it was impossible. Ronan wanted to know what she was thinking, and he quickly pressed her again and prepared an attack, making it clear that she should dodge rather than block. Maria was confused at that moment, but she thought quickly and managed to evade his strike. The dodge was so violent that she had to drive her sword into the ground to stop herself. She knew she had been in great danger just then. She realized that the young man was not normal, and Ronan thought she was not a normal girl either. He told her that setting mana aside, her swordsmanship was excellent, but her swing was a bit rusty. With that, he sheathed his sword and told her she should fix that, as it would greatly improve her skills. Maria wanted to know where he was going. She grew irritated and said that he had not won just because of that. Ronan did not care and only wanted her to keep her word, since she had said she would pay triple, and she had indeed broken his sword. She had not noticed and widened her eyes when she heard that. She asked when she had done that, and he simply told her to prepare the swords. Asel, being his adorable self, tapped her on the shoulder to get her attention and said that she had done a good job. In the end, Asel did not understand much of what was going on, and Ronan told him to hurry up because he was tired. In the end, Maria only wanted to understand who those two really were. The scene then shifts to the next day. Ronan said he was there to collect his money, but he truly wanted to understand what all of that was, as there were many books. Maria explained that they were theory books for Philion's written exam, as well as summaries she had made herself. She made it clear that he needed all of it, since there was only 1 month left until the exam, though she said it with a certain pleasure, thinking he would lose. Ronan wanted to understand why she was going so far, and in the end, he believed she was planning to sabotage him. However, she revealed that he did not need to worry, because she genuinely liked both him and Asel. That was why she was giving them those materials, because she wanted them to pass. She said it was a gift, so everything was free. Since it was free, Ronan decided to take it. Maria also said she would have liked to teach him personally, but due to her duties, she had to leave at that moment. She asked the two of them to study hard, because she would collect her due from them someday. Ronan made it clear that the same applied to her. Soon after, she was already atop the wagon saying goodbye and telling them they would meet again in the capital on the day of the exam. At that moment, Ronan grew thoughtful. He believed he needed to train that weak body and also needed to study. Studying was something he was not very good at, but he did not think it felt bad either. After returning home, Ronan's life went on as usual, but something had begun to change. He ate with Errol, who was quite surprised and said it was good to see him eating so much. Things had changed to the point that his stomach was almost bursting after every meal. He burned off all those calories by hunting monsters around the village, increasing his stamina and adaptability. He trained by fighting them, and once he had taken down all the monsters, he felt a great sense of relief and thought he could end it there for the day. He kept doing this until there were no monsters left around the village. Above all that, he studied, something unimaginable for a soldier like him. He grew irritated while studying and had to memorize northern dining etiquette. Even without knowing how everything would turn out, Ronan gave it his all. After the month passed, the climax of the story finally arrived. He was in Valon, the central city. At its heart stood the Empire's finest educational institution, better known as the White Tower. Asel stood there with his mouth open, staring at Frieren Academy. He thought it was a very beautiful place, but Ronan scolded him for standing in the middle of the street, telling him to stop acting like a country bumpkin and get inside, or they would be late for the exam. Asel looked at Ronan differently and wanted to know what had happened to him. Asel explained that he was a bit surprised. After just 1 month, Ronan had grown bigger. Ronan immediately snapped at the poor guy, telling him to stop talking nonsense and hurry to the exam. As Ronan began walking, he thought that since he was in that place, he might encounter the so-called Sword Saint, a man named Schlieffen, one of the descendants of the Grancia, a prestigious family of swordsmen. He was said to be a genius, regarded as the strongest in the Empire. Ronan believed that Schlieffen was probably around the same age as him, and that he would meet that guy during the exam. In any case, Ronan did not care much about it. Asel then asked whether Ronan still had that thing, and Ronan did not understand what Asel was getting at. Asel reminded Ronan about the bluebird's feather, the one from the bird they had saved back then, which was supposed to lead him to its owner. Ronan had already forgotten about that, but he revealed that he had placed the feather in his backpack before leaving. He vaguely remembered the old man saying that he lived in the capital. Ronan planned to visit him after the test. However, the bluebird's feather suddenly pointed toward the highest floor. The scene then shifts to the top floor, where Frieren was lamenting how difficult things were. He was not used to being a professor and wondered whether he should return to being a researcher. He sought the bluebird's advice, and Marpez somehow communicated with him, receiving a gentle pat in return. Frieren believed that in some way he needed to keep going so that he could repay the hero who had saved the bluebird's life. Frieren Ganeshire, a professor of zoology at Frieren, was known for being a rather foolish man. Soon he received a warning from the little bird and decided to open the window to let some air circulate, as the bird thought the hero might visit them that very day, and it would be troublesome if the air was not flowing. Suddenly they heard a noise, and Frieren realized that Ronan was standing at the window, looking perfectly calm. Frieren was badly startled, while Ronan took it naturally and asked whether Frieren was, in fact, the bird's owner. Frieren, quite frightened and trembling, held his little blue bird tightly, trying to give it as much reassurance as possible. He wanted to know who the man at his window was and how he had even gotten there, since that was one of the highest floors. Ronan himself thought he might fall, as he had been startled by Frieren's scream. Asel pointed out that this was exactly why he had told them to use the stairs. Frieren wanted to know if they were there to take Marpez, until he noticed that Ronan was holding a feather in his hand and became surprised. He soon realized that the two of them were the heroes who had blessed his little blue bird. He couldn't believe that he had behaved so poorly in front of his heroes. After everyone calmed down, they sat on the sofa and Frieren apologized for his behavior. Ronan, however, didn't like unnecessary fuss and said it was fine and there was no need for apologies. He even thought Asel should be blamed for it, since he was the one who had climbed through the window. Asel was immediately confused, pointing out that Ronan had been the one who told him to use telekinesis because he found stairs irritating. Before he could finish, Ronan grabbed his cheek and told him to be quiet. What mattered most to Ronan at that moment was how unexpected everything was. He was looking at a lion in front of him, a rare type of beastman, and the fact that he was the owner of that bird and also a professor at Frieren was equally surprising. Frieren admitted that he was surprised as well, since he hadn't imagined his heroes would be applicants. He was even a little sad, because if he had known, he would have prepared a recommendation for them. But the exam was that very day, and he hoped the two of them wouldn't fail. Ronan soon realized this, and since he was already there, wanted wanted to ask a question. He was certain that the lion knew they didn't have much time, so he showed what the little bird had left behind and asked what it was. Frieren saw that Marpez had left behind a dream bird egg and was deeply shocked that his bird had laid an egg. Ronan didn't understand and asked if it was really that impressive for a bird to lay an egg. Frieren explained that it wasn't just any bird. Marpez was a dream bird. The most surprising part was that Frieren had no idea what would hatch from that egg. Ronan wanted to understand where the lion was going with this. If it was a bird egg, Ronan reasoned, then a bird would come out of it. But Frieren explained that a dream bird was completely different. Depending on the surrounding environment, a dream bird absorbs the unique mana there and lays an egg accordingly. In an area filled with lava, a flame-covered phoenix would emerge. In a monster nest, a monster would be born, and so on. There were even circumstances in which what emerged wouldn't take the form of a bird at all. By analyzing the mana coming from the egg, it wasn't impossible to predict what would appear. However, Frieren could see that the egg contained countless kinds of mana and looked like molten metal, as if it had truly been forged. Even so, it was difficult to say for certain what that egg was. Ronan thought the lion was putting too much meaning into an egg, so he asked where Marpez had gone to lay such an egg. The little blue bird seemed confused, and Ronan had never seen such a shameless bird. Frieren then asked the swordsman for a favor, and wanted to know if he would mind taking care of the egg. Ronan said he didn't mind. Still, he asked if that was really okay for the lion, since the egg seemed extremely precious. Frieren knew it was indeed very precious, because a dream bird only lays one egg in its entire life. The fact that it had laid that egg in front of his heroes made Frieren believe that Marpez had sensed something special. He simply wanted to respect his friend, with whom he had spent so much time. For that reason, he wanted to entrust the egg to Ronan. Ronan was fine with it, as he was curious to see what would hatch from the egg. In the end, Ronan said it was almost time, and that they had finished clearing up their doubts. However, Frieren had more to say. He stood up and said he had been thinking about how to reward Ronan and had come up with something great. He handed Ronan a scroll and explained that it would help him hatch the egg. Naturally, neither of them knew what it was. The scene then shifted to some time later, in the practical test hall, the main building of Galelian Castle, at the waiting area for martial artists, where many people stood with their swords. A man announced that the exam of Candidate 111 had ended. He then called Candidate 112 to take the exam. Everyone was obviously nervous, and Ronan realized he would be next, though he was irritated because the organization of the place was making him wait too long. Maria was beside him and explained that it was like this in every test. Ronan asked why she was dressed that way and whether it wasn't uncomfortable. Maria told him she had taken extra care with her appearance. Philion Academy was a private academy full of nobles. They could become valuable clients later on, so she thought it was important to make a good impression. Ronan thought she was trying too hard. Maria said it would have been nice if the cutie were there, which was a pity for her. She was referring to Asel. Ronan thought there was nothing to be done since the mage's test was held elsewhere. He would just be glad if Asel wasn't crying alone. Soon they announced that Candidate 112's exam had ended, and the candidate's expression didn't look good. Ronan was then called in. He was Candidate 113. He quickly stood up, and Maria told him not to be nervous and to do his best, because if he failed that exam, she wouldn't let him off easily. Ronan was grateful for her support and said he would be back soon. He then entered the hall and saw all those people. These were the professors of Philion, and Ronan thought they all looked impressive. Among them, however, there was an old man in the center, the Archmage Krava Kratir, the headmaster of the academy. Ronan also noticed a woman who struck him as extraordinary. Rarely had he felt such vigor even in his past life. She was the fencing instructor, also known as the Great Sword Saint, and her name was Nabaros. He introduced himself to all the professors. The headmaster made it clear that it was a pleasure to meet him and explained that Ronan would be facing a magical dummy. They wanted to see what Ronan could demonstrate in terms of technique. Ronan said it was nothing special, just a technique he called a quick cut. He believed it would be enough for a dummy, and everyone was confused as to why he would use a simple cut without mana. The professor with the long blonde beard remarked that there was always someone who judged the appearance of the magical dummy and said things like that. Another professor with white hair argued that they shouldn't judge a candidate so quickly, as he might be from a distant town and unfamiliar with the rules. Despite its appearance, the magical dummy had defensive capabilities that could withstand aura and regenerated quickly. It was built with extremely precise magical engineering. Even the great genius Schlieffen had barely managed to leave a scratch on it. This made them curious to see what Ronan would do. The headmaster watched the professors being rather harsh toward the candidate, yet he believed Ronan might prove them wrong. Suddenly his eyes widened at what he was seeing. He couldn't understand how Ronan could possess such vigor at such a young age. Ronan's movement was extremely fast, and he ended up cutting the magical dummy. Nabaros's eyes widened, and Ronan quickly sheathed his sword, saying that was all. At once, two professors began to scoff at him and asked whether the headmaster didn't agree with them. Krava, however, stood there with his mouth agape, while Professor Nabarose slammed her foot onto the table, startling the blonde-bearded professor. She strode toward Ronan with a demonic look and pointed her sword at his neck. Ronan said she had scared him, but Nabaros wanted to know who he was and who had taught him that swordsmanship. Ronan didn't quite understand her question, so Nabaros changed it, asking whether he had seen her movements. He confirmed that he had, and declared that her movements were incredible. To Ronan, in that instant, it should have been difficult even for her to draw her sword, but she had not only drawn it, she had also swung it 3 times. Nabaros confirmed everything he had said. It was exactly as he had shown. That, she said, was the so-called arrogant cut. Ronan's eyes widened at that moment. Nabaros then asked whether he thought she wouldn't recognize his swordsmanship. She knew he had deliberately slowed down the final cut in case they didn't see it, as if he were underestimating all the professors. She thought he was extremely arrogant and asked whether Ronan had forgotten where he was. Headmaster Krava Kratir merely observed, while the theoretical professors truly understood nothing. They simply hadn't been able to see the boy's movement. At that moment, Ronan believed there had been a misunderstanding. He had only held back because he thought the sword wouldn't withstand the final cut. Judging by her mood, Ronan believed Professor Nabaros wouldn't believe him. She quickly pulled her sword away from his neck, turned her back to him, and said she would remember him. Ronan couldn't believe that was all. Nabaros then declared that she would personally see to teaching him. Only then did he realize it wasn't over. She returned to her seat, and the headmaster pondered her words. He believed that Professor Nabaros wanted the student as her disciple. Perhaps then, he would need to pay close attention. Krava Kratir told Ronan that he had done a good job and that they would conclude his test with a simple question, one without a definitive answer. The headmaster asked what Ronan had come to learn at the academy. The swordsman replied that, without a doubt, what he wanted to learn was how to have no regrets. That was why he had come to the academy. The headmaster understood and asked him to leave. Director Krava kept thinking about the boy's desire to live without regrets. He found it rather troubling and wondered how he was supposed to teach something like that to Ronan. The professor with the long beard, meanwhile, was completely confused. First it had been Professor Nabaros, and now even the headmaster. He wanted to understand what Ronan had shown to make them react that way, and whether it really had been such an incredible trick. Krava thought calling it a trick was a poor way to put it. What it truly was could only be called talent. At that moment, the dummy's head began to fall. The two theoretical professors were deeply shocked. The dummy's head had simply dropped off. Meanwhile, Ronan was outside, thinking about the woman with the sword. He wondered whether even his past self would have been able to secure a victory. He had believed he had faced plenty of difficulties, but now he could see that he still had a long road ahead. That realization left him somewhat excited, and he felt he had done the right thing by coming to the academy. He wanted the commander to know about it, because if he stayed there, he was certain he would learn a great deal. Now all that remained was the written test. He had been memorizing things for a month, and believed it would be easy. The scene then shifted to him completely frustrated. The test was not easy at all. He was so traumatized that his voice trembled as he explained to Asel and Maria that he was utterly screwed at that moment, until he realized that his entire life had always been like this. Maria never would have imagined that he had failed to answer half of the test. She couldn't understand why, since he had claimed to have looked over the materials she had left in a bag. Asel explained to the blonde girl what had happened. Ronan had simply taken out what he needed to study and moved the bag, and after becoming extremely focused, he completely forgot about it. Asel quickly began to blame himself, thinking none of this would have happened if he had warned him. Maria couldn't believe idiots like Ronan actually existed. Maria then asked if Ronan had been like that ever since the test ended. She also wanted to know when the results would be released, and she quickly pulled him up, trying to lift his spirits, reminding him that the practical exam carried more weight. With his skills, she was certain he would get into the academy. Just then, a strong light appeared, and the boy became startled and shouted for everyone to look. A kind of list quickly appeared. Asel wondered if it was the list of those who had passed, and Maria thought it had come faster than expected. Asel saw that he had been accepted into the magic department, while Maria was in the martial arts department. The two of them began to cheer. They had made it into Philion Academy. Maria also showed Asel that he had placed placed first in the theoretical exam, and Azel couldn't believe it. Maria was overjoyed and thought he was amazing, calling him cutie again. Azel said it was just luck. Maria then wanted to know Ronan's ranking, but Ronan was in a miserable state and already knew the answer. He simply wasn't there. Someone like him couldn't go to the academy. Maria was shocked that Ronan hadn't made it, and Azel also thought it was impossible. Maria quickly grew irritated and tried to snap Ronan out of it, telling him to stop joking because there was no way something like that could happen. Ronan revealed that he was serious and that he had read all the names. Then suddenly something like a meteor fell near them, causing a massive explosion. Ronan didn't understand why another beam of light appeared out of nowhere, and Maria explained that it was the final announcement of the entrance exams meant for the chosen candidates of each department. A glorious phoenix appeared, and suddenly it unleashed a flame toward Ronan, who didn't understand anything. An explosion followed as he was struck by the phoenix, and that was how it was revealed that Ronan had been chosen by the martial arts department. He had ranked first in the practical exam, but his theoretical score was simply too low. The three of them were completely confused, and then Maria and Azel hugged Ronan, happy about his achievement. For someone who had done so poorly in theory, Ronan had still been chosen by the department. Maria already knew Ronan was a genius, and that he would pass, and he wore a huge smile on his face. Then he realized something. This meant that Schlieffen had lost to him. Given Schlieffen's personality, Ronan thought there was no way that man would stay quiet about it. In the end, Ronan found it a little strange, and suddenly Schlieffen appeared, radiating negative energy. He wanted to see the one who had placed first in the practical exam. Hearing Schlieffen behind him, Ronan couldn't believe that this was how they would end up meeting again this time. Schlieffen was known as the Sword Saint. People were surprised to see Schlieffen there. They never imagined they would see a rising star of the Empire in that place. Maria thought the Sword Saint wanted to see Ronan. Azel felt that Schlieffen's aura was terrifying, and Ronan thought it was going to be a huge pain. In the end, Schlieffen was still the same. He couldn't acknowledge anyone as having swordsmanship superior to his own, and he possessed an overwhelming, domineering spirit. Ronan wanted to avoid that situation, so he quickly pretended to be clueless, acting as if he had no idea how he had ended up in first place or what was even going on. Schlieffen stared at him with an envious look, trying to understand why Ronan was lying. Ronan kept pretending he didn't understand what the Sword Saint was talking about and asked if he had any proof, hoping Schlieffen would stop picking a fight and go on his way. Soon, Schlieffen grabbed his sword and said he would show proof. He made a move, and Ronan quickly blocked the attack. However, he did so in shock, and his two friends were equally surprised by that movement. Schlieffen asked if that was enough, and declared that if Ronan hadn't truly been in first place, he wouldn't have been able to react to a move like that. Everyone present believed the two were about to start fighting. Schlieffen wanted Ronan to show the skills that had defeated him. Ronan thought the Sword Saint was crazy, but since that was what he wanted, Ronan had no problem showing him. He quickly struck Schlieffen's sword, making it clear that he would demonstrate, and thus the fight began. Ronan's movement was so fast that Schlieffen was caught off guard and barely managed to block at the last second. Ronan felt he had already done more than enough and asked if Schlieffen was satisfied yet. However, Schlieffen looked at the arm holding his sword and saw it trembling violently. He soon admitted that it made sense for Ronan to have such a high score, since he had good technique. Still, as Schlieffen expected, he closed in on Ronan at high speed and made it clear that it wasn't enough to defeat him. Ronan promptly called him a maniac and told the Sword Saint to relax, saying he was taking things far too seriously. Schlieffen, however, only wanted Ronan to reveal everything he was hiding. With a completely demonic expression, Schlieffen still refused to accept it, and they continued to clash, their swords colliding again and again. Ronan, who thought the Sword Saint was an idiot, believed the man was actually trying to kill him. That was exactly why he had wanted to avoid Schlieffen in the first place. If things continued at that pace, Schlieffen would end up using his aura, which would be a huge problem. With a single slash, Schlieffen could create a storm, the fearsome aura known as the Tempest Sword. Ronan couldn't handle that, so Ronan suddenly turned his back on him. Schlieffen couldn't understand what his opponent was doing, as he saw no honor in it. At that moment, Ronan grabbed Azel by the shoulder. Schlieffen made it clear he wasn't going to lose that fight. Ronan then shoved his companion in front of him, and Azel didn't understand why Ronan was choosing him for that. Schlieffen also thought Azel was a girl, so he began to think Ronan was even more cowardly for using a girl as a human shield. Because of that, he no longer saw Ronan as a knight. That was when Azel became completely frustrated, and with a trembling voice explained to everyone that he was actually a man. Just as Ronan had predicted, Schlieffen's behavior remained the same. He would keep clinging to chivalry even on the brink of death. In an instant, Ronan struck Schlieffen. The blow hit him hard, right in the face. Schlieffen dropped to one knee, supporting himself with his sword. At that moment, Ronan signaled Maria and Azel to run. Schlieffen didn't understand what was happening. Seeing the three of them running away, he asked them to wait for a moment. Soon, a bald man arrived at the scene, demanding to know what the hell was going on. His eyes widened when he saw Schlieffen beaten in that state, and he asked the swordsman if he was all right, wanting to know who had dared to do this to him. As members of the guard, they said they would go after the culprit, treating Schlieffen as if he were a noble. Schlieffen, however, declared that it wasn't necessary, since at that moment he wasn't a son of the ducal family, but merely an applicant with common status. Schlieffen told the guards they didn't need to worry. It had just been a fair fight, and he would handle it himself. Then he realized something that shocked him. His sword had cracked. He couldn't understand it, since it was a high-grade mithril sword. He had thought Ronin's abilities were nothing special, but in truth, Ronin had accomplished all that with a far inferior blade. Schlieffen admitted to himself that this was extremely interesting, and that he would remember Ronin's name. The scene then shifts to the next day, outside the capital, in a forest called Shimo. Ronin was walking through the forest with a map in his hand, but he was lost. Poor Asel was accompanying him, still worried about whether they could really do this, while Ronin couldn't understand what he was getting at. Asel was referring to the fight Ronin had had the previous day against the Sword Saint. He had heard that Schlieffen was the heir of a ducal family, second in influence only to the imperial family. To make matters worse, Ronin had broken his nose. Because of that, Asel wanted to know what Ronin would do if there were retaliation. Ronin, however, was truly unconcerned and told his companion not to worry either, stating that Schlieffen was a good person, just a lunatic when it came to swords. Schlieffen valued his principles and trust. He was a model befitting his position and someone who protected the weak, practically the definition of a perfect noble. Because of that, Ronin believed Schlieffen had called what happened yesterday a fair duel. Otherwise, Ronin would already be in prison. Asel even agreed with him. In the end, Ronin wanted his companion to focus on what they were doing, pointing out that they had arrived at the mana vale Frieren had told them about. The place was known as Fernando's Spring. For unknown reasons, the mana that circulates around the world gathered in a single location, forming what was called a mana vale. There, mana was absorbed by everything around it. An ordinary stone could become a high-grade mana stone, and a common plant could turn into a miraculous medicinal herb. The place was known for its incredible effects, and its value was astronomical. Most people would want to monopolize it, and Ronin thought Professor Frieren was very generous. After all, they were being given something like this just for cracking an egg. Ronin asked whether his companion felt anything different. Asel said it was the first time he had ever seen so much mana concentrated in one place. There, he could use magic more easily and cast spells far stronger than usual. Asel also mentioned that the egg in Ronin's pocket, despite having done so before, was absorbing magical power at an incredible speed and seemed to love the mana in the area. Ronin didn't quite understand. Asel thought Maria would love it too, and it was a shame she was busy with the merchants. Then Asel noticed something and asked if Ronin didn't find it strange. Ronin didn't see what was wrong, so Asel explained that Professor Frieren had said there was an abundance of mana there, and that many mystical species came to nest in the area. Asel believed the place should even be good for ordinary animals, which left Ronin stunned. Asel then asked why they couldn't hear a single animal around them. That was when Ronin realized he had been complacent. He grew irritated, knowing things were about to get complicated again. Asel didn't understand what had happened, but Ronin told the mage to prepare himself, saying he could smell blood coming from deep within the forest. Asel couldn't sense anything, and Ronin confirmed that visitors had arrived before them. Obviously, by visitors, he meant intruders. Masked archers were already there, ready to fire arrows at the two of them. The arrows were loosed, and Ronin immediately drew his sword, shattering every single one. However, just by looking at the arrowheads, he was already certain who they belonged to. He remembered the squad's camp, where one of his comrades in his past life had shown him those arrows, making it clear that they were special arrows capable of blowing off the heads of most orcs. Someone asked what everyone thought, and Ronin was thoroughly fed up with the conversation. He told his teammate to shut up since no one wanted to hear it, especially because that archer had been caught using those very arrows. The man only tried to explain that the arrows were truly effective, saying that the person who had used them more than 100 times with successful hunts was an elite member of their organization. They were also known as Caliboros, hunting dogs. That memory convinced Ronin that it was the Caliboro again. He couldn't believe the Caliboro treated people as hunting dogs. Still, Ronin felt everything was under control. He told his companion to hide and asked him not to cry either, explaining that he was going to do something. He moved so fast he looked like Sonic. The archers saw what he had done and tried to understand how he had made that slash, since all of their arrows were imbued with mana. They wondered what the hell that guy was who was running so fast. In the blink of an eye, Ronin reached all of them. Panicking, they decided to surround the swordsman. Ronin saw how quick they were to make decisions and began to think that wasn't a good sign. The hunting dogs leapt high into into the air, and Ronin shouted, telling them to unleash their attacks and asking if they couldn't recognize their own allies. The hunting dogs didn't understand what he meant. Ronin immediately began to bluff, declaring that he was the new hunting dog of the Damas lineage and that his name was a Hayut. The men quickly dropped down, unable to believe he was a hunting dog. Ronin pressed them, asking if they really didn't believe him, but they couldn't swallow the idea that a child could be a hunting dog. They might have believed it if Ronin had claimed to be from a low-level branch. Ronin then told them that if they didn't believe him, they should ask the wolf of their lineage, leaving a small warning. Assuming others can't do what you yourself can't is a terrible habit. There was nothing more pathetic than that, and it left the young man extremely irritated. The hunting dog immediately demanded to know how Ronin dared to humiliate him, grabbing Ronin by his clothes and asking if he wanted to lose his arms. Ronin noticed that the hunting dog had another bad habit, constantly threatening others, because people who couldn't control themselves always ended up screwing themselves eventually. One of the other hunting dogs tried to calm his companion down, saying they really shouldn't doubt Ronin just because he was a child. Ronin understood how things worked and spoke confidently about the Caliboro system, something only insiders knew. He suggested it would be better to clear things up with the captain, because if Ronin wasn't lying, they would end up having trouble with the Damas lineage later. Just then, someone appeared out of nowhere, scolding them for not keeping quiet and demanding to know what was going on. It was their captain, a bald man covered in scars bearing the emblem of the Demire lineage, named Veyum. The man who had been doubting Ronin so vehemently was pleased that the captain had arrived and immediately tried to explain the whole situation. Ronin believed that for the wolf to come personally meant everyone was already present. Vum then asked Ronin to confirm whether he was Ahayute of the Damas lineage. Ronin promptly affirmed it, which Vum found strange. He asked what had brought Ronin there, since it had been decided that that part of the mountain belonged to Demir. Ronin simply replied that he didn't know anything about that, because he wasn't a Hayut. That answer left Veyum furious and confused. In an instant, Ronin split several of those hunting dogs in half, grape juice-like blood spraying everywhere. He explained to the Demire captain that he had just used the first name that came to his head. Ronin thought it was the perfect name to use when pretending to be a damned illegal hunter. He then moved toward the bald man and promptly took his head off, giving him quite the dramatic haircut. The man who had been picking a fight with Ronin couldn't understand how that had happened to his captain. Ronin asked if he remembered what he had said earlier about ending up screwed. Then Ronin ripped off the man's fingers, making him scream in sheer desperation. Ronin found it amusing to see him kneeling there, whimpering. The man was so shocked that he focused only on trying to put his fingers back in place. Ronin warned him that if he didn't want to die there, he should stand up and pick up the scroll Ronin had thrown. Ronin made it clear that from that moment on, the man would write down the locations of every lineage he knew. The man didn't understand what Ronin was getting at, and Ronin asked if there was a problem. Did he want to die? If he didn't complete the task, there was no reason for him to stay alive. Ronin's killing intent was overwhelmingly intense. The man quickly agreed, saying he would do it, but claimed he had nothing to write with. Ronin replied that he had already made him a pen right in his hand, specifically his right hand. Sometime later, as Ronin looked over the paper, he thought the man had done an excellent job and even told him he was quite talented. The man thanked him and asked if he would be spared as promised. Ronin immediately drew his sword and split the man in half like a piece of cheese. His killing intent truly was immense. The scene then shifted to Asel vomiting. Ronin thought that was a huge exaggeration. In any case, he had warned Asel to prepare himself. Asel apologized but said it had been too extreme. There was a pile of animal corpses nearby, and Asel couldn't believe it was the work of the Caliboro. That was why Ronin told his companion that letting the Caliboro live was a crime in itself. Asel was still worried, but Ronin didn't want him like that, reminding him that they were wanted criminals who needed to be killed. In the end, Ronin thought that if Professor Varen saw this, he would be deeply saddened. Asel then asked if they were going to head back. Suddenly, the egg inside Ronin's bag started moving against his waist, and he wondered what was happening. Asel quickly pointed ahead and called out to Ronin, asking what that thing in front of them was. When Ronin saw it, his eyes widened. The blood of the creatures was beginning to levitate, gathering and concentrating in midair. The blood then displayed an absurd force, and Asel looked like he might soil himself if he were physically able to. Ronin tried to understand what the hell was happening. Suddenly, the egg jumped out of the bag and began to glow right in front of him. Then it started absorbing all that blood. Asel asked Ronin what was going on, and Ronin made it clear that he had no idea. But he believed that whatever was inside that egg was definitely not normal, and so the egg absorbed all the blood in the area. The two of them watched until it was over, thinking the egg hadn't changed much. Then, all of a sudden, the egg began to crack, leaving both of them stunned. Ronin was overjoyed. It looked like the egg was finally going to hatch. He couldn't wait to see what would come out of it. And when the egg finally shattered, something burst out and slammed straight into his face. He wanted to understand what the hell was going on, and that thing that had appeared didn't really resemble a dream bird. It looked more like a cat mixed with other creatures that had somehow gained wings. Ronan couldn't see that creature as a bird at all. Asel thought it looked more like a dragon, just like the ones he had seen in books, and Ronan agreed with him. Then Ronan scolded himself, wondering where the hell that dragon had absorbed so much mana to end up like that, before remembering the bluebird. In the end, he thought that at least the creature was pretty cute, and even petted it, despite still being quite angry. The dragon's welcome had been a bit too much. Getting punched hard in the face wasn't the best way to greet someone. Suddenly, the dragon caused a magical rune to appear, startling Ronan until he realized his wound had vanished. Asel immediately believed the dragon had healing magic. On top of that, it seemed to like Ronan, and the dragon began rubbing its face against his. The swordsman was surprised, as the dragon had more abilities than it appeared to. Asel thought Ronan should give the dragon a name, since they couldn't keep calling it a dream bird. Ronan had no idea what name would be good for it. Suddenly, the dragon started making a lot of noise and flew up into the air. Asel didn't understand why it had suddenly started acting that way, while Ronan thought the dragon had sensed a presence. The scene then shifts to a desperate man running. He was a vagrant from the Demire branch named Balraus. He just wanted to understand what was happening. He had only gone out to do a task and now wanted to know why everyone there was dead. He also remembered seeing a sea of blood when he spotted the two boys. Panicking, he tried to flee to save his life. However, the dragon sensed his presence and went after him, his eyes wide with terror. He was so unlucky that he crashed into a branch and took a hard fall to the ground. That made it even easier for the dragon to catch up to him. The dragon quickly began drawing Balraus's blood from the wound that had opened on his knee after the fall. Balraus couldn't understand what was happening as he watched his blood being pulled out of his body, and he cried out for help. Ronan arrived and ordered the dragon to stop, but the dragon didn't understand why it should. Ronan explained to the dragon that it was enough and that it would end up killing him, and he called the dragon Sita. Asel immediately asked if that was going to be the dragon's name, and Ronan confirmed it, saying he had already had that name in mind. He asked whether the creature liked its name. Balraus couldn't understand who those two were, though he clearly remembered Ronan and Asel standing near all that blood. He hadn't imagined that Ronan was the owner of that creature. Now he just wanted to know who that boy was. Ronan asked Balraus if he was alright and called him by name. Balraus confirmed it and thanked Ronan, thinking he was going to lose his life. Still, he didn't understand how Ronan knew his name. In response, Ronan pointed his sword at Balraus with incredible speed, declaring that the hooded man didn't need to know. He hadn't expected to meet Balraus like this, but it was good to see him again. Ronan also remarked that illegal hunting seemed profitable, and that he never would have imagined Balraus would become one of Caliboro's hunting dogs. Balraus didn't understand what Ronan was talking about, and said he was just a vagrant. Ronan clearly remembered that Balraus's rank had been lower back then. In the end, the swordsman ordered Balraus to do something for him, making it clear he wasn't asking, he was commanding. The scene then abruptly shifts to nighttime. Ronan tossed a few coins into the air and thought it was great, far better than he had expected. Asel was surprised as well. He recalled Ronan saying that even water could be turned into gold. Asel had been confused when Ronan collected some of it, but he had never imagined that Maria's father would offer such a high price for it. He believed they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore, and Ronan agreed, though he pointed out that they were indebted to Professor Frieren in many ways. They planned to thank him for everything and show him Sita, but when they arrived at Frieren's room, they found a sign saying he had gone on a business trip, which was a shame for both boys. There was also the task Ronan had given Balraus. The map he had received from that hunting dog was more than simple gratitude. Ronan had instilled so much fear that he believed Balraus wouldn't even think of doing anything wrong. Asel then asked what Ronan planned to do with the money. Since the top-ranked students were exempt from academy fees and even received support funds, Ronan didn't really have such large debts to pay. Ronan paused to think about it and realized that the entrance ceremony was approaching. The scene then shifts to a few days later at the carriage station in the city of Valon, where a knight informed the lady inside the carriage that they had arrived at their destination, and she thanked him. She had never seen the capital before, and this was Ronan's sister, Errol. She was amazed by what the capital was like. Ronan was right behind her, thinking his sister must be tired from the journey. She was very happy to see him, and Ronan asked if anything had happened while he was away, but she made it clear that she was the one who should be asking him that. She was quite surprised to see a high-class carriage in front of their house, and wanted to know how that was possible, since he had no money. She also wanted to know why he had lost so much weight and started pinching his cheeks, asking if he had been eating properly. Ronan told Errol not to worry and said that he had been eating well. She felt relieved until she noticed Sita on his shoulders and found the creature incredibly cute. Ronan introduced the creature to his sister and explained that Sita was now his new companion. He also told her that they needed to hurry because they didn't have much time. Errol wanted to know where they were going so suddenly. Ronan took her by the hand and said that he would be busy busy for a while once he entered the academy, and that there were some things he wanted to do beforehand, something he really needed to take care of. With that, they went to a shop. Errol felt awkward. She knew he had made a lot of money recently and understood that the academy provided support, but she still thought his gift was far too expensive. She was wearing a dress that looked absolutely beautiful on her. And the worst part was that he wasn't just giving his sister one gift, he was buying her lots of things. Ronan thought it wasn't all that much and even planned to buy her more, saying it was about time she received something from him. Errol grew emotional, unable to understand when Ronan had grown up so much. She started shouting, wanting to tell everyone how kind her brother was. Ronan felt embarrassed, while the clothing store staff found the whole situation very amusing. After all the awkwardness, Ronan decided to leave. Errol asked where they were going next, and Ronan explained that they were going to explore the city, and that his sword had been damaged some time ago because of a lunatic. As he was leaving the shop, Schlieffen was standing outside, waiting, asking if Ronan was finally done. It was literally a case of speak of the devil. Ronan, along with Sita, was badly startled and asked if Schlieffen was some kind of stalker. Schlieffen explained that he had come to pick up a new sword he had ordered nearby. The sword he had been using had become defective because of Ronan, and since he happened to see Ronan by coincidence, he decided to wait. He then told Ronan to stop behaving in such a repulsive and disrespectful way. Ronan, meanwhile, thought that was exactly the behavior of a stalker, and still hadn't understood what had really happened to Schlieffen's sword. He grew quite irritated and grabbed his own sword, asking whether Schlieffen was still going to keep saying things like that after seeing the state of his blade, believing that Schlieffen should have been the real culprit. Ronan wanted to show him what a truly defective sword looked like. Schlieffen also drew his sword, thinking it wasn't a bad idea, revealing that he had been waiting for a rematch. Errol quickly stepped between the two of them, not wanting a fight to break out so suddenly. Ronan tried to explain to his sister that she was mistaken and that Schlieffen had started the whole mess, but she didn't want him to answer back. Schlieffen didn't understand what was going on. Errol then apologized to Schlieffen, explaining that her brother sometimes lacked manners but was a good person. Schlieffen, heir to a great noble family, the Grancia family, a rising star of the empire, experienced the next moments as if he were gazing upon a goddess, his eyes wide open. Errol apologized again for not having disciplined her brother well enough. Schlieffen felt a little embarrassed, his cheeks flushed, and said that it was due to his own lack of discretion and that it wasn't her fault. Everything that had happened was his responsibility, and she should not worry. Errol thought he was very kind and began to see him as her brother's friend, which made her very happy. She took his hand, putting him on alert, and asked him to take care of her brother from that day on. He didn't refuse. Naturally, Ronan had no idea what was going on. Soon, Schlieffen changed his attitude and wanted to compensate Errol for her brother's sword. He didn't have any gold with him at the moment, so he decided to give her his family's proof of identification, something that could be used anywhere in the Empire. Ronan was completely shocked by what was happening and asked if Schlieffen was sure about what he was doing. Schlieffen made it clear that if he intended to buy a sword, he could go to the blacksmith at the end of the street. He explained that it was a place known for carrying a 500-year legacy, so it was difficult for commoners to enter, but with that identification, they would be able to get in. In that way, he hoped Ronan would manage to forge a good sword for him. From that moment on, Ronan began to think that Schlieffen was truly crazy, but Errol really did look like a goddess and completely hooked everyone's attention. With a Grancia identification, it would have been possible to buy an entire village. It was there that Ronan saw how the Sword Saint acted and no longer even knew whether he truly knew Schlieffen anymore. Then the scene shifted to the next day, at the entrance ceremony of Frieren Academy, where Director Krava said a few words to the newcomers and introduced himself to them, making it clear that all of them had passed with incredible abilities and had proven they possessed the potential to be there when their amazing talents and Filian's prestigious education would collide. The old man believed they would go down in the history of the Empire, and so he congratulated all the newcomers on their admission. That was class 787. Ronan thought it was grand, but all of it made him sleepy. Still, he didn't think it was so bad since his sister liked it. Krava quickly snapped his fingers and an aura began to flow around the students. And suddenly the sky started to crack. All of a sudden, they were in a kind of coliseum, and the director once again made it clear that it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Ronan wanted to understand what had happened. The director had simply teleported the entire place with a snap of his fingers. The director announced that this was the climax of Filian's entrance ceremony, and they would begin a match between veterans and freshmen. It was something that happened as the first encounter between these two groups. The process was usually intense, and was also a special event at Frieren. It worked in such a way that the first and second in the rankings represented the freshmen, and each of them was assigned to one of the second-year brackets, each with their own individual fighting style. Then, a one-on-one battle would take place. Director Krava explained that the event was directly connected to Filian's instructors and was not about the teachers but about the relationship between freshmen and veterans, as they learned about each other's weaknesses. He believed they would complement one another. Healthy competition was the beginning of true education. They were educational duels, and through them, each representative would demonstrate their first steps. The freshmen could choose their opponents, and it was also possible to refuse a duel. The director did not want anyone to feel intimidated. The freshman representatives were free to do as they pleased. Ronan thought the old man knew how to use words well, but he still felt it was a kind of hazing for the freshmen. There was Nazdo, a second-year martial artist who ranked first. There was also Brahm, another second-year martial artist ranked second, who was eager as he watched that year's famous newcomers. There was also Karen, a second-year martial artist ranked fourth. Beside him stood a girl, also a second-year martial artist, ranked third. Her name was Irina. Krava announced to everyone the greatest talent of the Empire, Schlieffen, and the star who had defeated him in the practical exam, Ronan. Brahm could no longer hold himself back and wanted to fight both of them. Ronan thought Brahm was overly excited, and since things had turned out that way, he felt he could show his older sister that he wasn't there just to get beaten by others. It would be better if he could show his camaraderie with Schlieffen. Then he was caught off guard by the director asking the freshmen to choose their opponent for the duel. Ronan asked whether it would be all right for him to make a suggestion, and Krava saw no problem with it. Ronan then said that, since they were free to choose, he wanted to be taught by all the respectable veterans. The veterans were left confused, and Ronan laughed and clarified that he wanted all of them to come at the same time. After that suggestion, the director went to the teachers for a brief meeting. He asked Nabaros what she thought of Ronan's proposal, and she believed they should proceed with it. After all, the Academy followed the rule that if one was strong enough, one could do as one pleased. In her view, it didn't matter who would win, as it would still be a great challenge for everyone. And if things became dangerous, Nabaros gave her word that she would intervene. Krava then quickly decided they would go ahead. Meanwhile, the students stared at Ronan. Karun thought it was absurd for a freshman to so blatantly underestimate them, and Irina felt that Ronan was being conceited because he was in the spotlight. Nazdo, however, wanted his colleagues to calm down, and although he found Ronan arrogant, he was certain that Schlieffen was skilled, so they could not underestimate their opponents. Nazdo told his comrades to go all out from the very beginning. Soon, the veterans began to prepare, while Iril's voice was already trembling as she felt the atmosphere grow far too chaotic. Worried, she wanted Ronan to be careful and started shouting, telling him to give up if things became too dangerous. Seeing his sister shouting like that, Ronan tried to reassure her in some way. At that moment, the director announced that the first match between veterans and a freshman was about to begin. Nazdo wasted no time and charged straight at Ronan, trying to strike him, but Ronan managed to dodge the attack. Ronan quickly realized that they were skilled and several levels above Maria had been back then. That meant the four strongest second years were on an entirely different level. He blocked the attack coming from Irina, who was staring at him with a devilish expression. Ronan swiftly sent a shock through her sword. Then Karun told Irina to duck and attempted to strike Ronan, who remained almost completely still, easily blocking the thrust Karun made with his spear. Ronan also thought their teamwork wasn't bad. The impact he received after blocking dragged him several meters back until he noticed Brahm behind him wielding a gigantic sword. Brahm wanted to understand why Ronan was doing this, making it clear that he wanted a fiercer duel with him. He tried to land a blow. Ronan saw that it was fast and powerful, followed by consecutive attacks, and realized that the veterans were not playing around. At that moment, all the veterans charged at him at once, trying to strike him. Ronan quickly leaped, and Brahm ended up smashing the ground. The other veterans were shocked by the freshman's sudden disappearance. Irina, quite frightened, wanted to understand what kind of speed that was, and then she saw Ronan behind her. Ronan realized that Filian was truly incredible, and struck all the veterans at once, breaking their weapons and knocking several of them to the ground. Then he noticed Brahm still standing, and realized that Brahm wasn't just a big guy for show. He was proving that he was truly strong. Ronan thought he should have crushed his fighting spirit, but decided it was better to show respect until the end. In an instant, he appeared in front of Brahm, who couldn't understand how the young man had suddenly appeared right before him. Brahm immediately recognized the stance. It was Professor Nabarro says. A moment later, he was hit with full force by Ronan, who also made sure to break Brahm's sword, making it clear that he had learned a great deal from the veterans. His sarcasm was obvious as it lingered in the air. Iril stood there with her mouth agape at the result her little brother had achieved, and she wasn't the only one. The other spectators also wanted to understand what was so special about the freshman Ronan, because he had displayed overwhelming ability against the veterans. Everyone had obviously thought he would lose, but he defeated them all in the blink of an eye. all and no one could believe he was a first-year student. The veterans stared at their broken weapons, unable to believe it. Nasdo found the defeat so one-sided that he couldn't even feel sad about losing. He only wanted to know where Ronin had come from. The veterans thought he was a monster. Ronin, on the other hand, felt that in the end, this should prevent any further trouble, while Iril looked truly happy among the spectators. Now he only had to deal with the veterans who approached him and told him he had done a good job. Ronin bowed respectfully and made it clear that he had learned a lot from them. He also explained that he had put himself in that position because he was excited about having entered Philion Academy. But he believed their strength was unimaginable. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked them all for accepting the challenge, while Maria and Asel were shocked by what Ronin was saying. Ronin asked everyone to forgive his rude behavior that day and said he was eager to learn even more. In the end, he lowered his head, leaving the veterans feeling a bit awkward. Brahm then realized he had been mistaken about Ronin. Not only was he strong, but he was also very respectful. He took Ronin's hand and told him there was no need to be so formal, saying that Ronin had fought fairly using only his abilities to claim victory and that he should feel confident. Brahm then raised the young man's arm for everyone to see and shouted that this was how a Philion student should be, declaring that everything had been incredible. Ronin realized that Brahm truly had boundless energy. He had already shown his social skills and was certain that Iril would no longer worry about him. She was moved to see how much her brother had grown, while someone else watched it all and thought Ronin was truly interesting. After that, the scene shifted to nighttime, when a banquet was being held and all the freshmen were gathered together. Ronin was surprised and genuinely curious about what a ceremonial banquet would be like, and the venue was enormous. Maria had already expected this, since it was the greatest educational institution of all. Listening to his friend, Ronin felt that he really shouldn't be surprised anymore by anything he saw at that academy. Asel then asked Ronin whether he had seen his sister. Ronin confirmed and explained that it had taken him some time to comfort his sister, since she had truly been worried about him. He clearly remembered her asking him not to forget to eat his meals, to write down anything he might forget, and not to fight with his friends. He had also decided to leave Sita with her so she could remain safe and he could be at ease while staying at the academy. Asel thought Ronin was an incredible brother, and Ronin agreed with his friend. Still, Ronin was extremely curious about what the food there tasted like and wondered when the poor guy would finally get to try it. Suddenly, Schlieffen appeared beside him like a ghost, whispering in his ear and making it clear that this was not the right time to eat. Ronin immediately looked to the side, startled, trying to understand what had happened to Schlieffen. Annoyed, he demanded to know why Schlieffen was there, but Schlieffen explained that he had only come to check on something important. Ronin couldn't understand where he was going with this. Schlieffen asked where Ronin's sister was living and whether it was far from there. Ronin grew even more confused as Schlieffen continued, asking about the condition of the road to where his sister lived. To make matters worse, he also wanted to know whether the security was good and if there had been any reports of incidents, leaving Ronin increasingly frustrated by the questions. Schlieffen then assumed that Ronin had hired escorts and trusted that he had at least contracted a mercenary army to protect his sister. Otherwise, Schlieffen said, he would be a terrible brother. Ronin became furious and declared that he had hired Schlieffen's mother to escort his sister. Ronin thought that unless a wyvern showed up, nothing bad would happen, and he told Schlieffen to calm down. However, the moment Schlieffen heard that name, he became alarmed and demanded to know whether Ronin was really telling the truth. Ronin, obviously irritated, just wanted that madman to stay away from him. Ronin also wanted to understand why Schlieffen cared so much about his sister. It was starting to feel as if he were her husband. Schlieffen immediately began to tremble, and in a choked voice he explained that he was simply worried about the girl who had become his friend, and that this was the duty of a knight. At that moment, someone arrived and commented that it was an interesting scene, saying he had never seen a Grancia wolf so talkative before. Schlieffen immediately asked what that girl wanted with him. Her name was Elizabeth Akalucia, and her claim to fame was being the best freshman in the magic class. Elizabeth smiled and told him not to misunderstand. Her interest was in Ronin, not in him. Her words naturally left Ronin stunned. He wanted to be sure she was really talking about him and couldn't understand why. Schlieffen, on the other hand, thought it was just Ronin's unpleasant charm at work again. Schlieffen soon turned his back on the two of them, saying that things there were finished and that Elizabeth could do as she pleased. Before leaving, he informed Ronin that he was considering sending a guard from the Grancia family, but Ronin didn't even let him finish speaking and told the Sword Saint to go bother someone else. Asel then approached Ronin and told the Swordsman that this was the same person as before, and Ronin replied that he was already aware of how powerful she was. Ronin soon recalled Elizabeth with her staff overflowing with energy as she finished off an opponent, and he knew she was ridiculously powerful. Elizabeth merely remarked that those who raised their claws needed to be taught a lesson. Ronin had no idea what she meant and asked asked why she wanted to speak with him. She was brief and explained that she had been impressed by his talent, so she was there to make him an offer so special that a mere criminal could never dream of it. She then showed him an item. Ronan was shocked and confused, asking whether she was offering him an Akalucha invitation. Unlike most nobles, the Akalucha prioritized talent above all else. They had produced many gifted individuals and secured their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They offered opportunities to those with the potential to become part of the family, and the symbol of that opportunity was the Akalucia invitation. Ronan asked whether Elizabeth was even allowed to give that to people. Seeing that he asked such a question, she realized that he already knew what it was. Ronan explained that he had heard about it in passing, and then remembered a time at a camp when he had also held such an invitation in his hands, given to him by a commander who wanted him, despite being a commoner, to become part of a great family. Adeshin had also been an Akalucia, and she made it clear that he would need to pass a test administered by the patriarch. However, someone truly talented would have no trouble passing it. She told him to keep that in mind. Once he paid for his sins and through his deeds in that war, he might eventually receive one of those invitations, since she believed he was very talented. In the end, Elizabeth explained that she was simply showing him what the invitation looked like. She felt no need to explain further and hoped he would make the right choice. She made it clear that it didn't matter if one was born a beast. If they stayed among sheep long enough, they would become like them. With that, she left. Asel let out a huge sigh of relief. Ronan realized that geniuses really did whatever they pleased, and he didn't think it was so bad since now he had a way to make contact. The Akalucha could be useful to him. The scene then shifted to early morning, outside the educational institution that valued students' abilities above all else, Philion Academy. Depending on an individual's grades, the atmosphere around them could change drastically, and the clearest example of this was the dormitory system. The place where intermediate-level students were housed was Nataya Hall. Each person had a clean private room and a high-end coffee machine. It was an incredible dormitory with everything a student needed. However, students with the lowest rankings were sent to Crowder Hall. On their very first day there, the students were already outraged, trying to understand what the hell that place was. Some simply couldn't accept that they had to stay in such a place. After all, they were all nobles and even wanted servants, but one of the academy's staff members informed them that there were no servants assigned to Crater Hall. Everything there was different. 4 people shared each room, and the coffee machines and showers were all shared, along with the bathrooms. The staff member made it very clear that he didn't want anyone glaring at him, since those were the academy's rules. All they had to do was study so they wouldn't end up there again next semester, and that left everyone terrified. Finally, the best students, including Ronan, were placed in Nubberdozer Hall. It was hard to describe the first impression of that place in just one sentence. Ronan stared at it wide-eyed and thought it was amazing. He wondered if they really did all of that just for the students, and realized that this truly was a prestigious academy. Then he remembered the class registration they had explained earlier. He had to write down which classes he wanted to attend. He needed to adjust during his first year, and he had heard that it wasn't a good idea to choose too many classes. Still, all of them looked appealing to him. This was a very common misunderstanding among newcomers who hadn't yet experienced hell. After that, he made his choices and thought everything was perfect. It might have been a bit too much, but since he was at that academy, he wanted to attend all the classes he truly wanted. The scene then shifted to a professor telling Ronan that he was finished. He no longer needed to attend that class. The man was the main instructor of Imperial Fencing Basics. His name was Abar. Ronan didn't understand anything at first. His voice caught as he tried to understand what Abar meant, since they had just begun. Abar smiled at him and explained that he knew they had only just started, but Ronan had perfectly mastered all the basic techniques of Imperial fencing. He also explained that the Academy's rules allowed a student to be dismissed from a class if they were already more than prepared. If Ronan stayed, the other students might lose motivation. Even so, Abar didn't want Ronan to become arrogant because of it. He should simply move on. The scene then shifted to Ronan sitting by the water, looking frustrated as he began to lament. It wasn't just Imperial fencing. The same thing had happened with archery and monster hunting as well. He couldn't believe he had been dismissed from all his classes. It left him extremely irritated, and he hadn't expected this at all. Then Nabaros noticed him and approached, asking whether Ronan shouldn't be in class. He was surprised to see her, and Nabaros quickly understood that he had already finished all his classes. Ronan stood up and confirmed it, asking if all classes were going to be like that. He vented to Professor Nabaros that he had expected Philion to be better than this. She thought that while these were only the first classes of the first year, for him to finish them all on the very first day was still impressive. She remembered that it had taken him only a glance to copy her technique. She then declared that, as a teacher, she couldn't simply overlook that, and asked him to hand over his sword. Ronan didn't quite understand. Nabaros took the sword from his hand and told him she was going to teach him an important lesson, though he still didn't understand why she had done so. Suddenly, a powerful impact occurred behind him. Ronan was startled, while Nabaros remarked that this was all that piece of metal could do, and that something like that couldn't even be called a weapon. It would only hinder his abilities. She told him to watch carefully. Quickly, she drew her own sword. When Ronan saw it, his eyes went wide. Nabaros made a single movement, and a massive amount of water began to rise, while fierce winds swept through the area, frightening him. Her power was truly on another level. Soon, she made it start raining, and now she wanted to know whether Ronan could find what was missing. A weapon is a piece of metal that is hard and sharp, used to fight opponents, and it should not break while being wielded. And even if it does, a new one can be obtained. Weapons in that sense are disposable, or at least that was what Ronan thought, until he saw what his instructor managed to do right in front of him. Ronan thought it was ridiculous, and he was certain that she had used the sword in her hands. The cut was the same, but he could not understand how the power was so different just because of the weapon. With a single breath and reliable force, Nabaros explained how such a small difference on a battlefield where lives are at stake, or the waste of strength, is what determines whether an individual lives or dies. If one is using mana, it is essential to find a weapon that matches. And obviously that was not something Ronan understood yet, since he still did not know how to use mana. Ronan wanted to know if the instructor already knew this, and she confirmed it, but made it clear that the fact he possessed so much energy was incredible to her. Nabaros knew that one day he would be able to use mana, and that in order to use that power correctly, she believed Ronan needed a weapon. From what she was seeing, the student had too many things on his mind, so she wanted him to attend her class. Ronan was surprised and wanted to know if he really could. Even though normally only those above the second year were allowed, Nabarose was willing to let him in. However, instead of bringing that piece of metal, the instructor asked him to bring a real weapon. That was the condition she set for him to participate in her class. Next, the scene shifts to a place with a sign that had the word hammer written 3 times. Asel and Maria were together with Ronan, and Asel wanted to know if something like that had happened with instructor Nabarose, and if that was why she had gone to that place on her first day off. That was the place Schlieffen had mentioned when he handed over his family's identification item. They were at the forge, and Asel was not very confident, while Maria also thought it looked quite worn down and unlikely to last long. Ronan also found it very strange that this forge would really be a place frequented by the Grancia family. Still, the 3 of them would only know once they went inside, and inside it was even worse. There were cobwebs everywhere, and the building looked like it was about to collapse. Ronan found it odd, since Schlieffen was not the kind of person who lied. A creature with enormous claws was disturbed by the noise while sleeping, and it quickly appeared, wanting to know who the 3 of them were. Making it very clear that they were making noise early in the morning, it asked whether they hadn't noticed that the fire was out. Asel was quite frightened, and Ronan was surprised by what he was seeing. It was a beast man in a forge, but the beast man was not very welcoming, and wanted to know if the 3 of them were deaf. He demanded an immediate explanation for why they were there. But Ronan wasted no time and showed what Schlieffen had given him, explaining that they were there to buy a weapon, clarifying that they had come on Schlieffen's recommendation. Since he had said that the law's weapons were the best, the Beastman saw the symbol of the Grancia family. He could also tell that Maria and Asel had mana, but the swordsman had nothing, so he thought that Ronan showing the Grancia family symbol meant nothing. Ronan truly did not understand what the Beastman was getting at. The Beastman claimed he didn't know who had leaked information about that place, but he wanted them all to leave, since the shop did not accept customers like them. Ronan immediately refused, until the Beastman thought there might be a way for them to make a deal. And at that moment, he looked like a big bad wolf. He wanted the poor Asel's arm in exchange, then he might consider making a sword for Ronan. Making it clear that he was getting hungry, Asel immediately panicked and said that he didn't taste very good. Ronan saw the enormous mouth of that wolf and made it clear that he had crossed the line. He simply attacked the wolf inside his own establishment. The Beastman had no idea what the hell had just happened, and the impact was so great that he was dragged across his shop. Ronan soon realized that what he had imagined was correct. The movement had felt strange to him, and he wanted to know where that had come from out of nowhere. The wolf was wearing armor. In any case, Ronan thought it didn't matter what it was. Something like that only needed to be destroyed. He revealed his completely macabre aura, and the wolf grew afraid and asked him to wait a moment, making it clear that it had only been a test. Ronan was confused as the wolf explained that all new customers went through this kind of thing, as it was protocol to test their abilities. The wolf also admitted that he needed to test his invisible armor, and that he had deliberately provoked Ronan. He added that he had no intention of hurting them. Ronan truly could not believe the wolf's words and asked if he thought Ronan looked like an idiot. The wolf then made it clear that, considering the way the Grancia family operated, it would be stranger if they didn't have a process like this. The wolf soon assured him that if Ronan was doubting it, he could talk to Schlieffen later. Ronan grew a little impatient, but thought it was a fine process for a violent death. The wolf quickly corrected him, saying that this was not part of the process, and that the fault was entirely his for having gone too far. In that way, he apologized to Asel for everything that had happened, since he had no intention of provoking him, and in any case, he did not devour people. Asel hid behind Maria, while feeling a bit more relieved. After that terrible confusion, the wolf introduced himself. His name was Didakan, and he was an apprentice at that forge, sometimes guarding the gate. He soon asked for the swordsman's name, and Ronan introduced himself to the wolf. Didakan already knew that he was there in search of a weapon, so he informed them that he would show them the way, since that place was only the entrance to the forge, and the real place was where he was pointing. The scene then shifts to Didakan asking if everyone was properly settled. He asked everyone to prepare themselves mentally and pressed a button on the wall. The gears began to turn, and Didakan said that they were about to witness something extraordinary. Soon the elevator began to descend, and everyone was astonished. Watching the mechanism in motion, Didakan explained that it was an elevator made with a magic stone and a pulley, the fastest way to reach the true forge. He declared that it was the largest and best forge in the capital, better known as the Grand Carpadoki. Ronan had never imagined that something like that existed underground, and Didakan wanted him to cheer up, since he had passed the test. Didakan was fully responsible for taking him to the very best of Carpadoki. There, a dwarf was hammering away, and Didakan made it clear that this was the best master blacksmith in the entire capital. Watching all that production, Ronan thought it was incredible, and Didakan explained that the forge supplied items only to the royal family and the nobility. Without exaggeration, Didakan made it clear that all skilled masters were present there. However, the one who held the title of the best was the elder dwarf who lived there. Didakan explained that he was a master who had been melting metal for hundreds of years. The old man was difficult, but his skills were incomparable, and Didakan respected him greatly, showing the complete opposite when he kicked the door open with his own foot. He immediately asked what the old man was doing and announced that he had brought guests while the dwarf continued hammering the metal. He recognized it was Didakan right away, just from the terrible commotion at the entrance, and he made it clear that Didakan should keep quiet while he was working. Didakan replied that he couldn't do anything about it, since there were weapons blocking the door and he couldn't open it. He then asked the elder, named Daron, to clear the place. The dwarf thought the wolf complained too much for his age. Daron hoped that the guests he had brought were not too troublesome. Didakan was certain the guest was good, since he himself had tested the swordsman. He stated that Ronan's sword skills were excellent and was sure Daron would be impressed when he saw them. Daron's jaw dropped, finding it truly unexpected because, judging by appearances, Ronan looked like nothing more than a child. He then asked Ronan to show a bit of his fencing, as he could tell many things with just a glance. Ronan picked up his sword to demonstrate a little, but as soon as Daron saw the blade, he snatched it from Ronan's hand and said it was nothing but trash. The dwarf couldn't believe the swordsman had been carrying that garbage all this time, and he struck it with his hammer, completely shattering the sword. Ronan was outraged, unable to understand why the old man had done that. Daron pointed to one of the swords and said that Ronan could use any of them, because with the terrible sword he had been holding, he would never be able to show his true abilities. The elder also didn't want the swordsman to worry, and promised to give him any sword for free so that he wouldn't feel cheated. In any case, whichever sword Ronan chose would be far better than the one he had before, which Daron considered nothing but trash. Ronan was surprised, and since the dwarf insisted, he picked up a sword and immediately felt that the sensation was completely different. Still, he wanted to know if it really made that much of a difference. He warned them that it wouldn't be his fault if he ended up destroying something. Daron was fine with that and declared that Ronan could perform the best move of his life. Ronan looked at his own reflection in the sword for a moment and remembered instructor Nabaros. Quickly, he took his stance, and Daron was immediately surprised because he already knew whose technique that was. Ronan then executed the move, causing a massive explosion in the place. The other workers had no idea what had happened. Ronan had simply destroyed the wall of Elder Daron's workshop. The workers couldn't understand what was going on, since it was still midday, and they began to believe that a furnace had exploded. Daron was incredulous as dust flew everywhere. Ronan himself had not imagined he would cause so much destruction. A trail along the ground showed how far the force had dragged, and the swordsman himself wanted to understand what had just happened, making it clear that he had never intended to do something like that. Daron soon stated that the technique Ronan had used belonged to Nabaros, and the dwarf wanted to know if Ronan was her disciple. Ronan was surprised and asked whether Daron knew instructor Nabaros. The dwarf made it clear that he did, explaining that he was the one who had forged her sword. This truly caught the swordsman's attention, since his instructor's sword, despite being absurdly long, had always stood out to him. Nabaros's mysterious sword was called Urusa. Daron explained that it was one of the few masterpieces he had forged in his entire life. He clarified that what Ronan was holding could not be compared compared to Arusa at all. But in any case, the dwarf wanted to know what Ronan thought of it. The swordsman found it truly incredible, and never imagined things would turn out that way. Daron believed he ought to be saying that, since he thought Ronan was a novice who could not properly judge his own abilities. Daron showed clear excitement, as it had been a long time since he had met someone with such talent, and he ended up slapping the poor Ronan on the back. The dwarf also thought it was problematic that Ronan was so talented, because it would be difficult to forge a good sword for him. The sword Ronan had used could not withstand his strikes. It had already been cracking. Ronan didn't know what to do, and Daron began to think that ordinary materials would not work. He needed steel of the highest quality. Daron believed he would need at least a byproduct from a wyvern. Ronan immediately showed what he had on hand, something he had kept without knowing whether it would be useful. The dwarf ended up seeing an eggshell. The scene then shifts to Daron hammering away as usual, unable to believe his eyes. A mithril hammer did not even scratch the eggshell. Daron had no idea that something so resilient could exist. Daron's eyes lit up, and he asked if Ronan was sure he could use something so valuable. Ronan didn't see a problem, since the eggshell was useless to him, but he also wanted to know if it would be enough to make a sword. Daron, extremely pleased, affirmed that it was and asked Ronan to return in 2 weeks, declaring that he would forge the best sword in the Empire for him. Ronan grew excited at the thought. Seeing Maria and Asel, Daron said that since they were there with Ronan, they should look for the other masters. Maria didn't hide her excitement. Daron didn't want to leave the friends of someone so valuable empty-handed, explaining that all they needed to do was mention Daron's recommendation, and any of the masters there would take care of them. He wanted to do something for Ronan's friends, but he wouldn't do anything beyond melting down that eggshell himself. He seemed extremely excited about all of it, and the 3 academy students were a bit frightened, thinking the dwarf was slightly unhinged. The scene then shifts to a cavernous place with many torches, where several hooded figures were irritated by the noise from the people above, and even felt like incinerating them all at once. However, they had to restrain themselves, as it was not yet time to reveal themselves. Though in any case, that time was not far off. There were stone golems there, and those as people swore they would first get rid of the blacksmiths they considered ignorant. An unknown society lived down below, waiting for the day when everything in that empire would disappear and be consumed by the approaching light. The scene then shifts to a few days later, where Ronan was casually walking outside the academy, remembering clearly that the blacksmith, said to be the best in the empire, had promised to make him a sword. Both Asel and Maria had managed to place orders with the other blacksmiths. It would be a bit expensive, but Ronan didn't mind. After all, the money wasn't his. He had used the item that identified Schlieffen's family for that feat, and if there were any problems, it would only be a matter of time until his sword was ready. Sighing, he wondered what he should do until that moment arrived. He believed his 2 friends were in class at that time, until he suddenly realized something. The training center and the exclusive classes for veterans were located right where he was, the place known as the Galilean facility. He believed instructor Nabaros's classes also took place there. She had told him to come to her class with a real weapon. He still didn't have his weapon in hand, but he had something to use temporarily. As he considered going to her class, Nabaros appeared beside him like a ghost. He was startled by his instructor's sudden presence. It was basically the saying, "Speak of the devil," and she grabbed his ear and twisted it, scolding him as she did. It had already been a long time, and the poor boy screamed in pain. She was certain she had told him to show up there as soon as he obtained a weapon. Absolutely certain. She wanted to know what on earth her student had been doing all this time, since he hadn't shown up at all. She wanted to know if he had simply been skipping class. Ronan explained that it wasn't exactly that, and that he had a good reason for not showing up, but Nabaros told him to forget it and follow her. She said she would listen to his excuses along the way. All Ronan wanted was for her to let go of him because it hurt a lot. The scene then shifts to a girl who overheard it and didn't understand what had happened. She was inside the academy and was sure she had heard someone scream until she ended up bumping into another student. The boy's name was Carden. She apologized, and he thought she was a very slow assistant, telling her she should be getting ready for class since she had so much time to stand around. Carden thought the girl was truly a loser. In the end, the girl simply turned her back on him, and the scene shifts to the first dueling hall. Nabaros showed Ronan to the students and was sure they remembered him, since he had caused quite a commotion when he first arrived. Even so, she introduced him again, explaining that he would be part of the class starting that day. Ronan then introduced himself, and the students immediately began whispering. They were surprised that Ronan had skipped ahead to their class and started questioning whether he was really that good, since in the end, he just looked like a kid. Ronan was surprised by their nerve, since he could hear everything they were saying, but he also noticed some welcoming faces. Brahm and Nazdo seemed happy about his presence. However, not everyone was pleased. Karun kept his face completely straight. Still, Ronan thought it would be fun, until the girl who had bumped into Cardan opened the door and apologized to the instructor for being late. Ronan immediately looked back, and the girl with a shaky voice explained that she had to deal with something urgent. Ronan felt a sense of familiarity in her voice, as Nabaros asked whether she had really been that late, but the instructor only told her to calm down. Nabaros explained that she had just introduced a new student and pointed in Ronan's direction. The girl became excited, as she knew he was the famous newcomer the instructor had mentioned. Nabaros then asked the girl to introduce herself to Ronan, since he needed to know who the assistant was. The girl introduced herself as the class assistant and said she was a second-year martial arts student. Ronan's eyes widened when she smiled and said her name was Adation. She extended her hand to greet Ronan, who was utterly shocked to see the great commander standing right in front of him. Adation Akalucha was renowned for her incredible command ability and was the first woman to reach the rank of Grand Commander. She dominated the battlefield with her unmatched judgment and leadership. She was also known as the Iron Lady, and those who had served under her said that Adashan did not have blood in her veins, only pure iron. Ronan never would have imagined that such a great commander could smile like that. To him, it was more than clear that she had no memories of the regression, and so he was seeing the true Grand Commander. He remembered the request she had once made of him, that he should ask her not to do anything foolish and instead become a tailor. The swordsman didn't know what to do, and that was a serious problem. Then a boy called out to Adashan, asking her to come check his stance. Another student complained that the towel smelled strange and asked if there wasn't another one. Adation immediately said she would bring a different towel. Ronan noticed that Adation never stayed still and wanted to understand why she was so busy. Those were tasks a servant would normally do, and he couldn't understand why an assistant would act like that. Then a student called out to Ronan, thinking he looked bored, and asked if they could duel. Ronan was confused. Being invited to a duel so suddenly was strange. The boy apologized for inviting him out of the blue and introduced himself as Cardan, explaining that he was a third-year student. He had heard that Ronan had been incredible during the exam, and if the rumors were true, Cardan wanted to learn from him. However, Ronan made it clear that he was busy with something else at the moment. Still, Ronan was polite and suggested that they could have the duel later. Cardan then realized that he had challenged Ronan without bringing his weapon. He immediately shouted at Adashan, calling her a loser right in front of Ronan, and ordered her to bring his practice spear as if she were his servant. She simply confirmed that she would do it, saying she would bring the spear in 1 minute. Hearing Cardan treat Adashan like that truly struck a nerve with Ronan. He didn't like it at all that the guy had called his Grand Commander a loser. He wanted to know who that bastard was to dare challenge him and treat her that way. His energy instantly turned completely negative, as he wondered who Cardan thought he was. Soon Adashan returned and handed Cardan the spear, leaving him confused. Warning that she had brought a long spear, he started calling her an idiot and wanted to know whether she wasn't aware that he had switched to a short spear. Poor Adashan's voice trembled as she apologized to him, explaining that she remembered him using a long spear until the last class. Cardan then began to smile disdainfully and struck the poor girl on the head with the spear, because she had dared to answer him and, in his eyes, a foolish assistant should listen in silence, reminding her that she was someone who didn't even have the right to participate in that class. He threw it in Adashan's face that she had only managed to take part after begging the instructor, so she should at least know how to obey orders and keep quiet. He never stopped humiliating her in front of Ronan. Adashan quickly apologized to Cardan and said she would be more careful, but before Cardan could make any other move, Ronan suddenly advanced and grabbed the spear. The girl was already bracing herself to defend against the next attack, but she was surprised by what happened. Cardan wanted to understand why Ronan was interfering, but Ronan didn't even let him finish speaking and made it very clear that since Cardan wanted a duel, they would have it right then and there. He made it clear that if it weren't done that way, he truly didn't know what he might end up doing. Adashan didn't understand what was happening, and Cardan was also confused. Ronan demanded to know which part the man hadn't understood, speaking with intense anger and ordering the duel to start immediately, calling Cardan a bastard. Cardan admitted that everything was completely unexpected for him and asked if he had heard that right. Ronan then asked what exactly Cardan didn't like about it. With rage clearly visible on his face, Cardan quickly understood and assumed that Ronan was doing all this for the girl he referred to as a loser. He wanted to know whether Ronan knew her, because if not, he could understand why Ronan was acting this way since both of them were commoners. In the end, he even asked whether the two were siblings. If they were, he truly hadn't known. Ronan, however, quickly released Cardan's spear and told him to start already, ordering him to shut up. He made it clear that if Cardan didn't act immediately, he would end up losing his life. In the next instant, instant, Ronan swung his wooden sword, and Carden barely managed to withstand the impact on his spear. He couldn't understand what the hell was happening, or how Ronan could put so much strength into his blows without using mana. The impact was so strong that it dragged Carden several meters backward. Ronan then recalled that just a few minutes earlier, Carden had been complaining about not wanting to use a spear, so Ronan had fixed it for him. Ronan had simply broken Carden's spear and asked whether he had liked it. That deeply shook Carden, who thought Ronan's behavior was incredibly bold. He soon began to show his fury and made it clear that he would put Ronan in his place as he prepared an attack toward the swordsman. He wasn't going to let Ronan get away with what he had done. However, Ronan didn't even move, as he didn't feel threatened at all, until suddenly Carden's spear was sliced into several pieces. Ronan then calmly told Carden that he would be fine, and that Carden should worry about himself instead. Ronan unleashed several slashes despite using a wooden sword, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to Carden's face. Without wasting time, he followed up with another blow from the wooden sword. In the end, Carden was unable to do absolutely anything, and fell to the ground like a ripe fruit. Ronan told him he should be grateful they were at the academy, because if this had been outside, Carden would certainly have lost his life. The other students were deeply shocked that Carden had lost the duel, especially since he ranked quite high among the third-year students. Ronan then chose the next shameless student, the one holding the towel. The girl was terrified and had no idea what was going on. Ronan said that if the towel smelled, she should wash it herself, and couldn't understand why she was ordering someone else to do it. Ronan asked the girl whether the assistant was her servant. The girl became extremely frightened, and Ronan told her to come over because he was going to break her nose. Adishan quickly begged Ronan to stop, saying she didn't understand why he was doing all of this, but that it was fine, and asking him to calm down. However, Ronan was filled with anger and told the assistant to step aside, saying that he could control himself in many situations, but not when someone belittled her. He said that neither those idiots nor anyone else should do that. He remembered that, at the very least, in the Empire, she was someone who should not be treated that way. Politely, he asked her to move aside, making it clear that he didn't plan to stop until he had beaten everyone who had mistreated her. The girl with the towel began to tremble in fear until the teacher ordered him to stop, but her order was completely different as she began to release her power. She made it very clear that she would not ask Ronan to take responsibility for the duel he had just fought, since accidents can happen in real battles. However, she could not tolerate his behavior, so she ordered him to drop his sword and step away. Ronan soon realized that he could no longer move his body, his eyes widening as he saw that Nabaros practically had the spirit of a serpent. He couldn't believe it, and it was clearly something unprecedented even for the sword saint. Nabaros's aura was something he had never imagined. The instructor warned him that what Ronan was doing could not be considered a duel. She was responsible for that class and could not allow such a thing to happen during a lesson. Seeing that she did not tolerate disorder, Ronan made it clear that she knew what the assistant had been going through. He wanted to know whether Nabaros had simply been watching despite knowing all of this, but the teacher replied that this was between her and the assistant and that he should not get involved. She told Ronan that this would be her final warning, ordering him to stop. The tension between them grew immense, and Ronan declared that he didn't care whether she was the sword saint or not, his answer would remain the same. He then rudely told the teacher to go to hell. Nabaros quickly realized there wasn't much else she could do, so she used the Serpent of Affliction on Ronan. He was left in shock, and in that moment he remembered his great commander. He recalled having asked her about this before, never understanding why she had volunteered for the position of commander when everyone else had refused. He clearly remembered Adishan telling him that one day he would understand that there are some things you simply can't force someone to do. It was just that person's destiny. He remembered her answer vividly and wondered what his great commander had been thinking. He wanted to know what Adishan had been carrying on her shoulders. He also remembered the moment when his great commander told him she was sorry, because she had simply passed that burden on to him, and that she did not want him to forgive her for it. Suddenly, he woke up in a panic on a bed. Adishan was beside him, asking what had happened, and whether he had just had a nightmare. Ronan couldn't understand why his great commander was there, and without meaning to, he ended up calling Adishan by that title. She was confused and asked what he was talking about. Ronan soon realized the mistake he had made and tried to pretend it was nothing. He quickly changed the subject, asking whether that was the infirmary, and Adishan confirmed it, explaining that the staff had decided to bring him there. Adishan then reminded him that the teacher had said she would correct his audacity starting that day during supplementary classes. Ronan realized he had messed everything up. In the end, Adishan asked whether he had gotten angry because of her. The question caught him off guard, and he chose to deny it, explaining that he had only gotten angry because he was sensitive about etiquette and perhaps thought of himself as a respectable gentleman. Adishan made it clear that he was terrible at lying. She asked him not to hate others so much, and included Carden in that as well. It wasn't as if she didn't understand their feelings. Ronan didn't understand what she meant, since it made no sense to him at all. She made it clear clear that she did her best as an assistant. Since they were on the subject, Ronan asked why she had chosen to be an assistant in that class, and Adishan became a little confused. He then said that he believed she went easy on the students, and that they behaved that way because of her situation. To make matters worse, the teacher had seen everything and done nothing but watch, so he wanted to know whether she wasn't angry. Adishan asked him not to misunderstand, but the reason the teacher did nothing was because Adishan herself had asked her to. Ronan saw no reason for her to do something so foolish. Adishan explained that she was receiving special treatment she did not deserve, because to enter that class, one needed to be a veteran with the sword. She was a year behind and had only just begun to control her mana. After hearing that, Ronan was shocked and completely confused. To him, it was impossible, since his great commander possessed an incredible aura. He couldn't understand how his great commander had gone through something like that. Adishan continued explaining that she had privately asked Nabaros to ignore how the students treated her and to pretend she wasn't seeing it. After all, Nabaros had accepted her as an assistant, and she didn't want to be an extra burden. She was receiving special treatment, and clearly she needed to bear that burden. She told Ronan that she could endure something like that as many times as necessary, but she was grateful that he had tried to defend her. She admitted that she thought she had grown used to everything, but confessed to him that day it hurt a little. Ronan believed that perhaps the reason she was pushing herself so far was to become a great commander, and Adishan's eyes widened when she heard him say that. She wanted to know how he knew, and whether it was really that obvious. She admitted that she still had a long way to go and therefore couldn't say it with pride, but she revealed that her dream was to become a great commander of the empire. She knew it was reckless to say something like that when she was still inexperienced, but giving up was not in her plans. Even in her current situation, she was confident in military science and strategy and was doing her best every day. Soon they heard the siren announcing that it was time for the next class. Adishan wanted the swordsman to rest a little longer, and he didn't disagree. He thanked Adishan for her help, but she told him not to worry and said goodbye. He remained lying on the bed, remembering his great commander asking him that if they ever met again, he shouldn't let her do something foolish like becoming a great commander, but instead go and become a tailor. He began to lament because what Adishan wanted him to do seemed quite complicated. The scene then shifted to a few days later, on the weekend, specifically at the entrance forge of Great Carpadoki. Ronan was there with his two friends and couldn't understand why the place was empty. If they were going to do this, Ronan thought there was no reason to go through the trouble of sending a messenger bird in the middle of the night. He had received a letter saying that the sword was Daron's greatest work and asking him to go there to take a look, but now he wanted to know what kind of terrible service this was. Then he stumbled over a helmet, which made him quite irritated. He thought the blacksmiths should have cleaned the place, so he kicked the helmet hard, believing they had forgotten what customer service was. Maria thought Ronan's nerves were on edge, and Asel suggested that maybe something had happened to him in class. Ronan declared to the two of them that he couldn't wait any longer and that they would go in no matter what. Still, Maria and Asel really didn't understand why he was acting that way. Maria asked if he was sure about what he was doing, but Ronan reminded her that they had called him there anyway, so the two of them should stop talking and just follow him. He went straight to the hidden button in the wall that Didikon had pressed the first time they had come there. The elevator began to operate, leaving Maria and Asel worried while he remained calm. Ronan thought the old man lacked even the basics of customer service. Suddenly, his eyes widened when he found the place in flames. They had no idea what the hell had happened and saw several people lying on the ground. Asel quickly pointed something out for Ronan to look at. There was a stone giant attacking some workers who were trying to flee by any means necessary. Ronan couldn't understand why there was a stone giant there. Asel grew nervous, thinking they should help the blacksmith somehow. Ronan didn't understand where his companion was going with this, but he quickly grabbed Asel around the waist, preparing to jump with him while telling Maria to go back and bring the instructors or anyone she could find. He jumped and told Asel to use telekinesis. Asel did so immediately since he obviously didn't want to die. At that moment, the blacksmiths fell to the ground, and the stone giant stood right in front of them. For those workers, it was the end. But Ronan appeared with full force and struck the stone giant, leaving it confused. Ronan thought he had arrived just in time. He had had a lot on his mind in those days, and admitted he was very stressed, so he made it clear that the stone giant's little party was over. The stone giant didn't waste time, and quickly tried to strike him, but before Ronan could be hit, he made a huge leap and delivered another blow to the giant. The stone giant itself was confused as it hadn't seen Ronan move. The blacksmiths were stunned. They hadn't imagined that Daron's guest was so strong, since destroying stone giants was no easy task. After bringing the stone giant down, Ronan wanted the two blacksmiths to explain what the hell was going on. After a brief conversation, Ronan's eyes widened as he asked whether they were serious. Several stone giants had appeared there suddenly, and the two blacksmiths said they didn't know the cause. the stone giants had emerged from somewhere underground and started destroying everything, killing almost all the blacksmiths there. They also said that the stone giants had captured several blacksmiths, including Daron, and returned to where they had come from. Didicon had gone after the stone giants, but everyone knew he wasn't very good at fighting. If things continued at that pace, Ronan realized the blacksmiths would end up becoming food. He asked whether there were any more stone giants around, and was informed that he had just killed the last one there. Ronan then asked Acel to look for the wounded, since Mario would soon arrive with reinforcements. He also wanted Acel to go with Sita, since it would be very easy to heal the wounded, but Acel asked what Ronan was going to do at that moment. Ronan thought the question was pointless, because he was going to save those who had been taken by the stone giants. There was also something he needed to get from Daron. The scene then shifted to Daron thanking Didicon for risking his life trying to save them, though he also thought Didicon didn't need to be there. Didicon stood in front of the dwarf, face to face with several stone giants. Daron only wanted the wolf to run as fast as he could, since he had an invisible armor that could withstand a few impacts. Didicon, however, grew impatient with the dwarf, making it clear that there was a lot going on at that moment and that he couldn't afford to think negatively. He also wanted Daron to have the strength to fight instead of whining, and since he was holding a sword, he should swing it. Daron thought he couldn't do that because it was his greatest masterpiece, and he couldn't simply stain that sword with the crude swordsmanship he believed he had. Didicon thought Daron was a very crazy dwarf for thinking that way. He shouldn't dwell on it, and should just use the sword already. At that moment, the stone giants began to move, and quickly tried to crush the two of them like ants. Daron was shocked and couldn't believe that Didicon had blocked the blow the stone giant had aimed at them. Didicon grew worried, because the defensive enchantment on his armor had already faded. He began to lament, realizing he was going to die like that, wishing he had done everything he had wanted to do before. Regret flooded his mind for all the things he hadn't done. At that moment, Ronan arrived. Didicon saw the stone giant about to attack again, and his eyes widened. Suddenly, the stone giant was struck by several slashes and split in half. Ronan didn't miss the chance to praise Didicon for what he had just done, telling the wolf to rest for a bit and leave the rest to him. Both of them were surprised by Ronan's presence, and Didicon couldn't understand how Ronan had arrived there, since there had been several stone giants along the way. Ronan explained that, as for those, he had killed them all and saved the other blacksmiths. This left everyone completely stunned. Didicon couldn't imagine that such a thing was possible, but Ronan told them to stop wasting time and focus on what was important. He asked Daron to give him the sword, since the one he was using was about to break. Daron didn't quite understand, so Ronan asked to confirm whether the sword the dwarf had called his masterpiece was indeed that sword, as he had heard him say so from afar. Daron quickly confirmed it. In the end, Daron told the swordsman that the hilt was still incomplete, but he could use it. Ronan took the sword and was very grateful, but at that moment, he really wanted to see how good it was. He drew it from its sheath, and the stone giants immediately prepared to attack again. Ronan saw no alternative but to swing the sword, delivering a blow toward the stone giants, who were left unable to react and took the full impact. Ronan himself was quite surprised, and Daron was very happy with the result his creation had just produced. Ronan wanted to know what the hell that was, and Daron asked the swordsman what he thought of the sword he had named La Mancha. He explained that he had taken the name from his favorite dreamer, and when he saw his own reflection in the blade, he found it incredible. He added that it was so light you could barely feel its weight in your hands, and that the material was harder than mithril, meaning it could withstand any swordsmanship. The dwarf also explained that he hadn't placed any enchantments on it, but that it possessed a trait that restored damage by absorbing blood. Ronan asked if that was because it had been made from Sita's eggshell. Ronan then made it clear to the old man that he was incredible, something even the swordsman hadn't expected. The dwarf was happy that Ronan liked it, but Didicon reminded them both that this wasn't the time to be smiling. They needed to leave as quickly as possible, since there was no one left to save. Ronan told Didicon to take Daron and get out of there, explaining that he was going to check something and that it was nothing serious. Still, he believed there was a rat hiding there, a very big rat. Didicon didn't understand what Ronan meant, and Ronan briefly explained that something was strange, since he knew the habits of stone giants. They weren't known to be hostile, and if they weren't provoked, everything would be fine. Ronan had also noticed a very suspicious mark behind the heads of the stone giants, something he had never seen before, a magic circle that left both the wolf and the dwarf surprised. Daron approached to take a closer look, and Ronan asked whether the blacksmith recognized it. Daron wasn't an expert in that field and wasn't sure, but the mana reverberation was very well crafted, and that was the reason the stone giants had gone mad. Soon after that, Daron wanted to know who the hell had done this, and Ronan had no idea, but he believed that, one way or another, it was something he needed to find out. Then the scene shifts to Ronan exploring that place. He kept wondering whether he was right or not, but the more he explored, the more certain he became. Among the footprints of of the stone giant, there were also human footprints, and there was even a magical stone defense system. Ronan thought those guys had planned everything very well until something caught his attention. He saw a brightly lit corner and could hear a conversation. He quickly hid, wanting to listen to what those men were saying, when his eyes suddenly widened because he saw something he truly had no idea what it was. It was a massive creature, and just by looking at that scene, he could already tell that those hooded figures were behind everything that had happened. The big problem was what exactly that thing was, because the stone giants he had defeated before looked like children compared to that creature. Ronan also believed that the creature was sealed, but it would soon begin to move. One of the hooded figures then commented that they had intruders. One of them believed this because the brainwashing bond he had cast on the stone giant had been severed, and he thought an intruder had done it. Soon they assumed that the people of the Empire were very quick to respond. They no longer knew what to do because they had no stone giants left, and they could not make the greatest of them all move. Soon, one of the hooded figures thought that he himself should go and kill the intruder. That psychopath's name was Edouan. Another hooded figure warned Edwin that they had destroyed most of the facilities, and that this would affect the Empire's weapon manufacturing enough. However, if their identities were revealed, then things could truly spiral out of control for them. At that moment, the blonde hooded woman thought they should retreat for a while. Her name was Cyrilla. Edouan thought she was far too rigid, but in any case, he believed they had no other choice. Soon, Edouan asked whether he should get rid of what was hidden there, and Cyrilla made it clear that he could do whatever he wanted. Ronan was immediately surprised. Edouan smiled and revealed that the smell of a blacksmith's sparks was already irritating him greatly. Then he hurled flames toward Ronan, who simply blocked the attack with his sword. A massive explosion occurred, and Edouan found it completely unexpected. He wanted to know who that swordsman was who had been listening to their conversation. Edouan even found it surprising that the swordsman had not dodged the attack at that moment. Soon he prepared another ability, suggesting that he bind Ronan's feet so he could not escape. Ronan was surprised because Edouan was materializing a huge amount of magic at an incredibly fast speed, making it clear that Edouan was no ordinary man. In the end, Edouan wanted to understand how Ronan had managed to get there, since their defense system was not easy to break. Ronan made it clear that he was the one who should be asking the questions, and he wanted to know who those two were. He even joked that the two of them were there to have a secret romance. Edouan immediately told Cyrilla that it would be fun to kill such a witty guy, but Cyrilla thought they were simply wasting the little time they had. Edouan, however, believed she was exaggerating far too much and that they should enjoy themselves a bit. After all, that empire would be buried by starlight. Ronan was shocked after hearing those words come out of Edouan's mouth, because he immediately remembered the past, when Ahayute had said the very same thing. He then wanted Edouan to repeat those words, wanting to know whether those two hooded figures were aware of what they truly meant. Edouan, however, could not understand the sudden change in mood the swordsman had shown. Soon Ronan clarified that those two would be coming with him, because he had many questions for the hooded figures. Edouan thought Ronan was just a crazy kid and wanted to know whether Ronan truly believed he could capture them. He was already preparing another magical attack, but Ronan rushed toward him and sliced off his arm as if it were mortadella. It happened at such brutal speed that Edouan could not even see it, and Ronan stated that it was indeed possible for him to do something like that. Then Ronan told Edouan to stay very quiet while he beat him senseless. Edouan fell to the ground and began to scream desperately. Cyrilla was shocked because Edouan had not even been able to react. Suddenly, she was grabbed by the neck by Ronan. She immediately became extremely uneasy, and Ronan said he would greatly appreciate it if she answered his questions obediently, if she did not want her companion to meet a worse fate. Cyrilla then tried to escape that serious predicament by using her mana shield, managing to force Ronan to release her. Ronan realized then that she would not be obedient. He also noted that her shield was quite sturdy, but he quickly made several cuts into it and shattered it completely. Cyrilla could not understand how he had managed to cut through a mana shield, and he swiftly struck her with a blow. Ronan felt no pity whatsoever for those hooded figures, and it was at that moment that he realized she was a half-elf associated with that man, and he wanted to understand just what the hell the two of them were doing. However, something suddenly launched an explosion toward Ronan, and he found it strange. In any case, he had already severed Edouan's limbs and wanted to understand what the hell that was. Edouan had turned into some kind of tree, and to Ronan, the sight was like staring straight into hell. It was extremely unpleasant for him. Edouan was filled with rage, demanding that that Ronan stay away from the half-elf, while Ronan believed that Edouin still did not understand what was really happening. Then he struck Cirilla once again with his sword, and Edouin grew furious at what he was witnessing. Ronan immediately stated that the two of them were completely compromised at that moment, and he wanted Edouin to choose. Either he would listen to Ronan obediently, or Ronan would show the elf how she would lose one of her limbs. He even wondered aloud whether hers would grow back, just like Edouin's. Edouin quickly agreed to go with Ronan, and the swordsman thought he had made an excellent choice, saying that he no longer desired any more bloodshed, and that it would also be quite troublesome if the two of them died there. Then he looked at Cirilla and wanted to understand what had happened to her, because she was smiling in a psychopathic manner. He wanted to know the reason for that, until he suddenly noticed a giant hand nearby and was deeply surprised, unable to understand when she had managed to do that. All he could do at that moment was block with his sword, but the impact was enormous. He was sent flying several meters and slammed hard into the wall. Edouin moved closer to the elf and asked whether she could still move. Cirilla replied that she was fine and that she owed him one, because if Edouin had not drawn the swordsman's attention when he pretended to attack, she would not have had the time to use it, at least to disrupt his perception or even activate the giant. Even though she had only activated the arm, the half-elf was certain that the damage had been significant. Edouin told Cirilla to go to the church and report the situation, making it clear that he would kill that swordsman. The half-elf warned Edouin to be careful, because to her, that swordsman was a monster in the body of a child. Edouin promised he would not be careless, and he was certain that the swordsman was no child. If he did not kill Ronan at that moment, then in the future Ronan could become a great threat, and Edouin could not miss that opportunity. But before he could do anything, he lost his limbs once again and was completely sliced apart, as if he were being prepared for a barbecue. Ronan did not seem to be in a good mood at all. Grape-colored blood sprayed everywhere, and as Edouin's parts fell to the ground, Ronan asked where the half-elf thought she was going. He was certain he had already told her that he had many questions, and he showed her a completely psychopathic expression. Cirilla was terrified, and could not understand how he could be acting like that while being so badly injured. Just as Ronan was about to say something to Cirilla, he suddenly felt something and began to tremble, growing worried because his body was no longer obeying his commands. The half-elf tried to understand how things had ended up like that. She was extremely irritated, but as long as she could not guarantee her victory, she needed to report the situation with maximum priority. She told Ronan to prepare himself, declaring that she would uncover every detail of his life and take everything from him. She would take everything he loved, his family and his friends, and destroy every life he cared about. Ronan did not like that at all. He had been so close to getting a lead, and he could not let the elf escape. If things went as before, everything would go wrong again. He just wanted that elf to stop, and he shouted with all his strength. At that moment, Nabaros suddenly appeared and ordered Cirilla to stop, displaying overwhelming power. Nabaros revealed that she also had many questions, but first she needed to confirm something. Using the serpent's affliction, Nabaros demanded to know who that half-elf was and how she dared to touch her disciple. Professor Nabaros told Ronan that she had heard the details, declaring that he had done a good job. Ronan thought his teacher had arrived at exactly the right time. He also thought it was very good to see her in a place like that. Nabaros did not pay much attention to what he said, feeling that he was merely flattering her. In the end, however, she needed to deal with that half-elf first. Cirilla could see that Nabaros had an aura that took the form of a snake and paralyzed her opponent's entire body. Even so, she felt that she had to escape. Then Nabaros grabbed Cirilla by the face and warned her that she had done things she should never have done. What angered Nabaros the most, however, was the fact that Cirilla had injured her disciple. She told the half-elf to eagerly await the future she would witness with her own eyes. The Serpent of Affliction attacked the half-elf, but in the end, Cirilla only apologized to her stars before collapsing to the ground. Nabaros once again told Ronan that he had done a good job. She also informed the student that after treating his injuries, he should report to the director. Ronan then asked about the future the instructor had mentioned. He wanted to know if she was referring to imprisonment in Laudalan. Nabaros confirmed it, though she did not understand why he was asking. Ronan realized it was exactly as he had imagined. The Fortress of Screams, known as Laudalan, was a prison in the middle of the ocean. It was well known for interrogating criminals who opposed the Empire, using any kind of method to extract confessions. Ronan then asked his teacher whether he could observe the interrogation. Nabaros wanted to understand what he was talking about, explaining that it was not a place he should go. Ronan, however, grabbed her arm and explained that he wanted to go just once, and that it was truly important to him. Nabaros was slightly surprised by his request. Then the scene shifts to the blacksmiths who had been injured there, as they received medical treatment. Maria was relieved to see that everyone was all right, while Asel, as always, was deeply worried. He only hoped that Ronan would return soon. He did not want to imagine that something might have happened to his friend. Suddenly, Ronan appeared, asking whether one of his two friends had called him. Maria and Asel stood there with their mouths open after his sudden appearance, while he smiled and said that he had heard a summary on his way there and knew that the two of them had done done a good job. While Maria brought in more reinforcements, Asel and Sita had saved more than half of the blacksmiths there. Ronan then asked whether his two friends were injured. Maria thought that she should be the one asking that question and wanted to know why Ronan was in such a state. Asel noticed that he was badly wounded and quickly called Sita to treat his injuries, but Ronan said it was all right and that he had already received basic treatment. At that moment, he looked at Iduan and Cyrilla and told his two friends that there was still something he needed to do. The scene then shifts to a few hours later, on the secret route to Laudolan, specifically at the cliff of the Grengno forest, where several people had gathered. Nabaros was also there with Ronan. Soon the schools of Laudolan appeared atop their giant birds. A man stepped down from a carriage and greeted Nabaros, informing her that they had been summoned by the Empire to escort the criminal. Nabaros explained that the man possessed an incredible regenerative ability and that they should keep that in mind during the interrogation. The escort agent replied that the interrogator would be very pleased to hear that. It had been a long time since something as entertaining as what they were receiving that day had appeared. The escort agent then said they were departing and that they would make contact once the interrogation was over. He also asked Nabarose to continue doing her best for the peace of the Empire. Soon they took flight. Nabarose believed that a week should be enough for the two prisoners to start talking in Laudolan. She told Ronan that she would inform him as soon as she received contact and that he should be ready to leave at any moment. She asked whether that was enough, and Ronan agreed, thanking her for the opportunity. After all of that, time passed quickly, and the restoration of Karpadoki progressed rapidly thanks to the Empire's assistance. Ronan returned to the Empire and spent his time receiving supplementary lessons from his teacher. Then the scene shifts again to a few days later at the Fortress of Screams, Laudolan, where screams and groans could be heard everywhere. While a prisoner was undergoing dental treatment, the escort agent began to lament, saying that he had been so entertained that he had almost forgotten. It was nearly time for their guest to arrive. The scene then shifts to one of the prison's staff members welcoming Nabaros and Ronan. The man revealed that he was the interrogator in charge of the new criminal, and also the one responsible for showing the place to Ronan and his teacher. His name was Karaka. He asked whether the two of them wanted to see the criminal first. Nabaros confirmed, as they wanted to hear the details of the interrogation. Karaka then asked them to follow him, but Ronan felt that something strange was going on. The idea that such an old man was an interrogator at Laudolan was unexpected to him, and he truly did not trust it. Nabaros found it amusing, as everyone said the same thing when they first saw Karaka. She asked her student not to judge a book by its cover, because he would soon find out for himself. That old man was known there as the worst nightmare. They then walked down the corridor, and Karaka informed them that the cell was not very far, and that he would give them a brief summary. He explained that the first thing that needed to be said was that those two were part of an organization called Nebula Clausier. Nabarose was hearing about that organization for the first time, and asked whether it was a criminal organization like Caliboro. Karaka confirmed it, adding that the difference was that they were even more dangerous. From the great fire that destroyed Nalan's barn to the explosion at the Magical Engineering Research Facility in Iedamen, it had been confirmed that they were behind all those previously unexplained incidents. Ronan truly had not expected it to be such an obvious organization, and he had never heard of it in his past life. Karaka told them that more details would be provided through the reports. Then Ronan asked the old man whether that organization used the term Starlight, or perhaps Advent of the Star. Karaka immediately replied that he had never heard of that before. Ronan grew thoughtful and explained that he had heard certain things when he captured those people, and that he believed they were connected to their objective. He wanted to know whether the two prisoners had said anything about it. However, Karaka simply put on his mask, and Ronan felt that the atmosphere had completely changed. Karaka soon realized that he had exposed his flaws during their first meeting, and now he felt ashamed of it. To Karaka, it seemed that he had not shown his full sincerity, and he had no choice but to push himself even further. Ronan then saw the two of them inside the cell and could not believe they were the same people he had seen before. Edwin and Cyrilla were in a completely deplorable state. Karaka informed them that Edwin was impressive. He used a specialized dark magic to regenerate his own body. Karaka explained that it was very easy to deal with Edwin. All one had to do was keep burning him until he could no longer regenerate. After that, it was simply a matter of cutting off his limbs and putting all one's effort into it while continuing to burn him. Karaka told the teacher and her student that they would become Edwin's best friends after doing that. To make matters worse, he even pointed the heated spear at them. However, Karaka felt that Edwin was hiding something, and this left him deeply disappointed. He grabbed Edwin by the hair and asked whether they had not agreed to be sincere with one another. Edwin fell into despair, insisting that he had told everything he knew. Karaka could no longer believe him, because he had just heard something about the advent of the star. Eduan did not know what to say, and Karaka made it clear that he was willing to finish Eduan off because of his disappointment. In contrast, Cirilla did not possess regenerative abilities like Eduan, so Karaka was not as concerned about her. In the end, she could die if he continued to oppress her, and the half-elf began to tremble just from hearing her own name. At that moment, Eduan only wanted Karaka to kill him. Ronan was deeply shocked, as he had never seen anything on that level, not even when he had been a soldier. Still, he could not understand how Eduan managed to hide things even in a situation like that. In any case, their identities had already been exposed, and Ronan assumed that instead of Eduan refusing to say it, perhaps he was unable to say it. Karaka's eyes widened at that realization. Nabaros did not quite understand at first. Ronan knew that Nabaros was aware of the methods used on soldiers to hide secrets and prevent information leaks, namely a forbidden curse. Ronan thought that this might be the case with those two as well. Karaka was greatly shocked, because that day had been deeply humiliating for him, and he felt utterly betrayed. He had never imagined that he could have overlooked something so obvious. Soon, Karaka asked the two guests to wait for a moment, as there was something he needed to fetch. A few minutes later, the scene shifts, and Ronan saw that Karaka had returned with something terrifying. He wanted to know what the hell it was. Karaka explained that it was a cursed eye, essentially a monster that devours curses. For criminals who are unable to speak during interrogation because of curses, the cursed eye was extremely useful. Karaka then approached Eduan and placed the cursed eye directly on his forehead. Eduan was terrified and wanted to know what the hell that thing was. Karaka told the cursed eye that it could eat as much as it wanted, because he would release it soon. Eduan began to feel intense pain as the cursed eye started to glow. Then Karaka said it was finished and that he would ask once again. He asked what the advent of the star was. Eduan explained that the star was an eternal entity, the only grace that would save the lesser creatures of that world, like small lights waiting for the advent of the star to begin in the heavens. Cirilla was utterly shocked by what she heard. Eduan clarified that they worked to ensure that nothing could interfere with their long-standing desire, and the half-elf demanded that he shut his mouth immediately. Karaka thought that Eduan had spoken far too much for an old man's patience, and said it would be better to simplify things. He wanted to know whether something was going to fall from the sky soon, and what exactly it was. Eduan replied that it was the child of the stars, and Ronan's eyes widened, because he knew that Eduan was talking about Ahayut. At that moment, Ronan stepped forward and asked the old man Karaka to wait a moment. Then, in a very ominous manner, he asked Eduan whether the child of the star he was referring to was Spore Ahayute. If Edwin still had legs, he would have jumped at that question. Edwin went into complete collapse, wanting to know how the swordsman knew about that, and soon he began to swell as if he were a meatball, becoming ugly like Deadpool. The old man quickly asked Ronan to stop because things were literally getting ugly. Without hesitation, Karaka used magic to protect the integrity of his guest, while Eduan was opening up like a flower. Suddenly, Eduan exploded as if he were a Taliban, and blood flew everywhere. The old man admitted to the swordsman that he had not expected that. Even though the cursed eye had absorbed the curse, Karaka did not expect things to end that way. Ronan wanted to know if that happened often, but Karaka declared that it was something rare. He then began to believe that the curse had been cast in two parts. The first was not to reveal anything about the advent of the star to anyone outside the organization, and Cirilla, with her eyes blindfolded, was already starting to tremble. The second part was that words mentioning the secret would cause the individual to explode as if they were a Taliban. The old man's curiosity was greater, so he asked the swordsman what Ahayude was, but he asked it in that gentle way of his that was hard to forget. Ronan immediately felt squeezed to the point that not even a needle could pass through, while Karaka guessed that Ahayute might be some kind of secret organization, and wanted to understand how Ronan knew something confidential. His hand began to radiate energy, making it clear to Ronan that, as the investigator of the case, he needed to know this. Though in truth, he was just a nosy gossip. Ronan wanted to satisfy the old man's curiosity and lied, saying it was nothing important and that he had only learned about it by coincidence. The old man did not understand that. Ronan explained that he was the first to find the two of them in Carpadoki, so it was something he ended up hearing while he was hidden. He pretended to think it was not that important, but when he arrived there, he changed his mind and thought it really was something important. He apologized, saying he had gotten excited and ended up interfering, and then asked if the old man was satisfied. Karaka began thinking about the fact that the boy had obtained the information by coincidence. Even so, he believed Ronan was lying, but he did not think Ronan was a danger to the Empire because of the expression in his eyes. He felt a great force of will in the swordsman's gaze, until he began to question whether that was actually deadly hatred toward those people. Quickly sensing that the old man was getting extremely strange, Nabaros, who was a rough woman, already grabbed her sword, because in the northeast, things are settled with a blade. She wanted the old man to immediately stop his terrible agony. She wanted to know if he was really going to interrogate her disciple right in front of her. The old man grew a bit tense and explained to Nabaros that it was not quite like that and that he was only checking. He became a little embarrassed and said he liked to be careful. He then quieted down and apologized to Ronin. The swordsman, relieved, was happy that the old man had not misunderstood him. Obviously, he was saved by the fierce woman. He knew that had been dangerous and that the old man had almost interrogated him. Karaka thought it was a shame that he had lost the cursed eye, since a cursed eye is hard to destroy. Ronin was surprised to learn that such a creature was so strong. Karaka affirmed how powerful cursed eyes were, and the strange old man thought those hellish creatures were ugly cute. He then suggested that Ronin touch the cursed eye, until Ronin looked at it and was shocked. The cursed eye had simply changed, and he realized that it had absorbed a curse. However, the old man did not know whose curse it was, since he had not even gone near Cirilla. Then he remembered that when he used the shield to protect his guest from Iduan's terrible mess, he had touched Ronin's shoulder, but only for a moment. He then picked up the cursed eye and once again apologized to Ronin for being rude, placing the cursed eye in the swordsman's hand. Ronin was frightened, not understanding why the old man had done that out of nowhere. The cursed eye began to swell like a pufferfish and quickly exploded. Ronin, splattered with a questionable liquid, wanted to understand what the hell had just happened. Karaka thought the cursed eye simply could not endure it and did not understand how that had happened. He then warned Ronin that he believed the swordsman was cursed. Ronin did not understand and wanted to know the reason for that strange conversation, and Karaka, a born gossip, wanted to know whether Ronin felt any restriction in his daily movements, as if he could not run or hold steel objects. Ronin was a little surprised, and the old man was already affirming it to himself. Ronin looked at his teacher, and Karaka, seeing that there were no answers, thought he should stop asking questions, since not even he could resolve it. However, he wanted Ronin to be aware that, by the power of the curse, he had no idea who had cast it on the swordsman, and it seemed to carry an enormous malicious intent. Later that same night, the bird arrived, and Karaka said he would provide information about Cirilla as soon as he removed the curse and interrogated her properly, with that gentle manner that only that old man knew how to use. Nabaros was waiting for information, and Ronin became distracted. The old man thought that many things were running through the young man's mind, and Ronin explained that he truly was thoughtful after that discovery. The old man understood, but did not want Ronin to worry. Since he was a student of Philion, Ronin had no idea what Karaka meant by that. Karaka explained that there was a mage there who was the only one on the continent who knew about curses, known as Professor Maya Sekret. Then the scene shifts to the strange bird with the carriage behind it flying through the sky. Ronin was worried and wanted to know what was wrong with him. Nabaros thought he got tense over very little. She also noticed that his eye was itching a lot, and he confirmed it. He thought it had been like that since the cursed eye touched him, and he wanted to know if everything was really okay. Nabaros thought that was one of the most common symptoms when a curse is weakening. She wanted to know if the swordsman truly did not know who had cast the curse on him. Ronin could not think of anyone and believed he had lived the life of a saint for someone to harbor malicious intent toward him. He had no idea and thanked his teacher for what she had done in Lodolon, revealing that he found that old man's eyes frightening and that if it were not for her, he believed he would have ended up making something up that he never did, just to confess. Nabaros thought he did not need to thank her, since she had only done what a teacher should do. Ronin saw that she was a good person, in addition to being skilled with the sword. He thought that the more he got to know her, the better she seemed, and that was starting to feel strange to him. He could not understand why he had never heard of Nabarosi in his past life, so he began to wonder whether the Clasier Nebula had done something. The scene then shifts to another day, in the training area for magic students in the Sherry Forest. There, the Pillars Park was located, and Adishan welcomed the swordsman. She had not seen Ronin since that day and was happy because, thanks to the instructor, they were seeing each other again. She wanted to know how he had been. She seemed radiant, and her glow even made Ronin feel shy. It was there that he noticed the problem with his great commander, and he wanted to know what he could do. He had not thought about what the hell to do, so he decided it was better to just smile and agree with her. Then he asked how she was doing. She explained that after everything that had happened before, everyone who used to fear Cardan was now friendly. She was worried because Cardan was always afraid whenever he met her. In the end, she did not think it was so bad, and Ronin did not understand, since she seemed bipolar. She also commented that she had heard he was cursed. The big-mouthed teacher had told her, and he confirmed it. He also learned that he needed to meet Professor Skrit, and that was why he had gone to that place. Still, he found the place quite strange, imagining that Professor Skrit must be very exotic, and Adishan agreed with him. Adishan also told him that Professor Sekret's office was very unique, and students who were not mages did not even think about going there. She had asked a young magic student to guide Ronan, but she looked around and saw that the student had not arrived yet. At that moment, the silhouette of a person appeared right in front of them, and then the small girl hugged Adishan, revealing that she had missed her a lot. Adishan called the girl Eli. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing, because he was sure that Eli was the girl who had been talking about wolves and sheep, Akalusia. Adishan apologized for calling Eli to that place so suddenly, but Eli said it was fine, and that she would always come when called. However, Eli did not understand why it was necessary to see Professor Sekret, until she looked at Ronan, who seemed very worn down. Eli became quite frightened, and it was then that the swordsman revealed to her that it was he who had asked for this. He thought it had been a long time and called her Elizabeth, unsure whether he should call her Eli. The girl immediately began to shout, wanting to know why he was there. The scene then shifts to them walking. Ronan could not believe that that was the professor's office. He found everything very suspicious. To him, women were the devil's art, and Elizabeth wanted to burn him alive. The problem was that he called her Eli, and the girl became sour about it, making it very clear that he should not call her that way, and also clarifying that she was not going to burn him. She just wanted him to keep walking, and Ronan was surprised at how ill-tempered she was. Even so, he was unexpectedly shocked, because he had not imagined that she would be friends with his great commander. Ronan thought she was the original Akalusia, so he began imagining how the two of them had met. Then Eli opened the door, and the two of them went inside. There, the professor was sitting, and Ronan could not believe that she was the professor, because she was a very worn-out old woman. Elizabeth also told him not to be hasty, saying that there was one more thing. The two of them approached, and Elizabeth said that only to be sure. Using her magic, she warned Ronan that from that moment on, he should stay still and do nothing, and she hoped he had understood very well. Ronan was confused, and Elizabeth uttered a few words, casting her spell. Ronan watched it all without understanding, because nothing had changed so far. Suddenly, the old woman's mouth began to open. Her teeth were far too perfect for someone her age, and her mouth simply grew enormous, large enough to fit many things inside. Ronan wanted to understand what the hell was happening. Elizabeth told him not to be afraid, and revealed that this was the professor's true office. Suddenly, everything had changed. It was then that the swordsman understood that this was the entrance, not the old woman. He wanted to know what kind of disease that was, and the professor was behind him. Seeing that he was the student sent by Nabarose, she came very close to him, stretching Ronan's eye. Just as Professor Nabarose had said, Maya Secrete felt something very determined within him. She was the greatest curse artist on the continent. She thought Ronan was a very interesting boy. In the end, she was already 83 years old, but it seemed as though she were still in childhood. Ronan could not believe that that little brat was Professor Maya. Maya already knew, and made it very clear that he did not need to be so surprised, explaining that there were some personal circumstances, but she was already over 80 years old. Ronan thought she still looked like she was 8, and he wanted to know whether there was a limit to how young she could appear. Maya wanted to leave that topic for later, since there were more important things to be resolved there. She snapped her fingers, and a strong magical aura began to surround Ronan, who became quite frightened. Maya said that she would free him from that curse. Ronan looked around, trying to understand what was happening. Maya Secret had never imagined that there would be so many intertwined curses within a single body. In the end, Ronan was full of spiritual attachments, and Maya identified that the origin of that magic was ancient, which was very dangerous. Even with great skill, no one would be able to touch it. Ronan quickly became anxious, wanting to know whether she would not be able to remove the curse. The professor told him not to worry. Even though the number and type of curses were beyond her expectations, she was very well prepared. She told the swordsman to listen carefully, because at that moment, she would materialize the curse within his body into his mental realm. He only needed to do one thing: find the origin of the curse that was restraining him and cut it in half. Ronan did not understand and asked the professor how he would know what he had to cut. She told him that when he saw it, he would know by instinct alone. Then she wished him a good journey and touched his forehead. At that moment, it felt as if he were falling into a black hole. He could not understand how things were happening so suddenly. Suddenly, he was in a forest and began to doubt whether he was truly in the mental realm of his own body. He was standing on solid ground, and soon he saw his own house there. He began to question whether the origin, whatever it was, might be inside his own home. Then he felt something pass by him and wanted to understand what it was, until he heard a voice announcing to his mother that someone had arrived. He was completely shocked. It was his sister Errol, but much younger. The scene then shifts inside the house. Errol was looking at Ronan in his cradle, wondering why her brother was always sleeping. She asked if he was sick, and their mother explained that babies grow while they sleep. She said Errol had been the same when she was younger, and told her that if her brother ever got sick in the the future, she should take care of him. Earl promised her mother that she would protect him forever. Ronan was stunned because it was exactly how his house used to be, and he had been fine when he was born. The baby in the cradle really was him, and the swordsman thought that was impossible. He could not understand how there could have been a time when he was like that. He thought he had been a fool since birth. He looked around, realizing that this was his past, yet he could not understand how he remembered none of it. Then the door opened, and a person with a completely different energy entered his room as if charged with something. Even though Ronan was in the mental realm, he could feel that the man carried a dark presence. Ronan began to tremble. He wanted to know who the hell that man was. Ronan's mother thought that the unidentified man had arrived earlier than expected. The man spoke words that Ronan himself could not understand, but his mother replied that Renan was in the cradle. Suddenly, the man said something ominous, which Ronan's mother did not understand. At that moment, he used his magic and simply put her to sleep. Earl became confused upon seeing her mother like that. Ronan was utterly shocked, and the man quickly put Earl to sleep as well. That was when Ronan collapsed internally. He began cursing the man, even though the man could not hear him, since Ronan was merely a spectator. Then he saw something that made his eyes widen. The man was creating the very curse Ronan had seen leave his body earlier. It was a completely different kind of energy, and Ronan believed that this man was the one he was supposed to cut down. He finally saw the origin of the curse. At the same time, Maya was astonished. Despite all her preparations, she trembled. She had not imagined that it would consume all her mana. It was truly an unbelievable curse. Elizabeth asked her teacher whether it was really that intense and how many curses were present. Maya did not know exactly, but if she were to speak only in numbers, there were about 10. Elizabeth was visibly shocked. She began to believe that even with her teacher handling it, it would be impossible to remove all the curses. Maya immediately denied that, revealing that it was not very difficult, which was precisely why she was surprised. The curse Professor Maya Sekret was dealing with at that moment was only one. Meanwhile, Ronan watched the man radiating magic in all directions. He spoke a few words, turned his back, and left, closing the door behind him. Ronan wondered if the confinement had been lifted and called out to Earl and his mother only to realize that both were merely sleeping. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. However, he tried to calm himself. There was only one thing he needed to do in the mental realm. He needed to kill that man. Psychopathic thoughts filled his mind. The man was already leaving, so Ronan suddenly sliced the entire house in half and charged straight toward the mysterious figure. But Ronan was completely taken by surprise. The sorcerer had been waiting for him. Ronan believed the sorcerer wanted something from him, yet the mysterious individual said nothing at all. Ronan demanded to know how that man dared to touch his family right in front of him. He made it clear that he would never forgive that sorcerer and rushed at him with all his fury. The sorcerer simply raised his hand casually, and a sword instantly appeared in it. The two began to fight. Ronan could not understand what was happening. He never expected a mere curse to wield a sword. In the end, he was the one being pressured. The curse managed to slash his face. That mysterious individual was clearly not playing around and struck Ronan with full force. After that blow, Ronan fell to his knees. He began to despair, thinking it was impossible because his sword could not harm the curse. Suddenly, the mysterious individual turned his back on him. Ronan found it strange that the curse was leaving without finishing him off. He felt that things could not end that way and tried to gather his strength, feeling like a crying baby in that moment. He still had a question to ask. He stood up and told the curse that this was not over. He wanted to understand why that individual was doing this. Ronan was keenly aware that expressions, tone, and actions mattered, and his mother and sister did not treat just anyone that way. He had felt the same affection Iril showed when she looked at him. He believed he already knew who that person was, but he needed to understand why the individual had done it. He received no answers from the curse, but he knew that this person had made his mother and sister suffer and had placed a curse on him. He could not accept that the curse would neither apologize nor explain itself. He leapt forward furious, unable to believe that the man could still call himself a father. At that moment, Ronan made his father lose his head. He no longer cared whether his father said anything at all. He would find out for himself. He only wanted his father out of his body, cursing even his own grandmother. Soon the scene returns to Professor Maya's office, and Ronan wakes up. However, he wakes up completely disoriented, and Maya notices that he has finally awakened. She wants to know how the swordsman is feeling, and in the end, Ronan wants to know who she is, because she looks completely different. And he cannot believe that she is actually Professor Maya Sekret. She sees that he truly recognized her, and thinks that he has keen senses, but he explains that it is not what she is thinking, and asks whether age has finally caught up with her, and whether it was because of him. Maya tells him not to worry and makes it clear that it has nothing to do with him. She also wants to know whether he feels anything different. Ronan immediately confirms it, and being completely honest, he says that he never imagined she was normal when he first met her, but at that moment, he could say that his initial thoughts had been confirmed. The professor believes that this means everything went according to plan, and then they sit at a table and have some tea to talk, which she finds all surprising after hearing his story. The curse inside him used memories that even he himself does not remember in order to create the scenario. He also explains to her that he believes the one who placed the curse on him was his own father. At least so far, the probability is high. Professor Maya wants to understand why he thinks that, since she believes he does not recognize the person. Ronan explains that he was able to hear the words spoken by his mother and his sister to that man, and when that individual interfered with his family, he felt that something was wrong, because it was something very distant to the swordsman, something that was supposed to be his. It was a distant feeling of sadness, and perhaps that was why Ronan had become even more irritated. However, while talking with the professor, Ronan realizes that perhaps that feeling actually belonged to that man he believed to be his father. Maya then asks whether he has any memories of his father, and Ronan confirms that he does not, also explaining that neither he nor his sister ever doubted anything. It was as if the memories in his mind had been cut away, and thus Maya begins to believe that it was not only his mana sensitivity that had been severed, but his entire existence. In the end, the professor believes that his father, together with that curse, altered Ronan's memories, and that during the process part of his father's memories were transferred to him. Memory magic usually has side effects, and the mental realm may have made use of those memories. Therefore, the reason Ronan was able to use mana before destroying the curse may be because he recovered his lost senses, allowing him to use it temporarily. The swordsman then asks whether the glowing threads in his hands are mana. Professor Maya confirms it, saying that perhaps for now he will only be able to see it, but one day he will be able to use it just like the other students, if she manages to remove 2 of the remaining 9 curses within him. She then explains that it will take time, because the curses are powerful and their origin is unknown. She tells him that she will contact him when the preparations are ready, and that he is free to go for now, since the sun is already rising. Ronan is very surprised, because Maya Sekret has simply become young again, and he asks whether the professor changes her form according to the time of day. Maya merely explains that her body is somewhat complicated. Ronan can imagine that, and Maya tells him that he may have to face a harsh reality, but she wants him to remain firm because the days will become increasingly complicated if he remains trapped in the past. In this way, Ronan counts on her in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the scene shows the basement of the Great Carpadoki. There, beside the giant, a man looks at it and realizes it is much larger than he had imagined. He also cannot believe that instead of Professor Nabaros, it was a student who dealt with all of that alone. Then a young man arrives. His name is Dolan, and the man asks how the recovery is going. Dolan reports that it is progressing, and that everything should return to normal within a week. Dolan also reports that he checked what they were doing according to the orders he received, but he did not obtain any additional information so far. However, thanks to Philion Academy, he was able to confirm the identity of the student who was there. Dolan then asks the man whether he wants to meet that student personally. That man with his small beard is the Grand Duke Joseph Sinovan of Grancia, the head of the ducal Grancia family. Suddenly, the statue is activated, and its eyes emit a red light. Dolan immediately apologizes to Duke Joseph and asks him to leave the area, because at that moment, the immense creature is already beginning to move. Dolan tells the Duke, in the name of the Order of Knights, that he will take care of it, but Joseph explains that it will not be necessary. The creature then tries to attack them, and Joseph draws his sword, remarking that he is in no hurry. He delivers a blow so powerful that it tears off the arm of the enormous stone creature. He then slices that stone thing as if it were flesh, causing many fragments to fall to the ground. He calls Dolan to leave with him as the creature completely collapses. He is eager to meet the young hero of Philion, whom he is referring to as Ronan. The scene then shifts to the next day, in the Nabardozer dormitory, where someone is knocking on Ronan's door, irritating him as he assumes it is some lunatic early in the morning. Dolan is there, and Ronan asks who he is, even having the audacity to call Dolan a beggar, as if he wanted to end up printed on a shirt. Dolan comments that Ronan is quite a rude boy, and asks whether Ronan is sure he wants to continue treating him that way. Ronan then notices that Dolan actually seems to be a noble. On top of that, Ronan feels mana coming from Dolan, a dark mana that seems strange with something mixed into it. Ronan is no longer sure whether it is truly mana at all, but either way, it feels strangely familiar. Joseph then asks Dolan to wait a moment, as they are not in a position to act in such a manner. Dolan remains reluctant, believing that Ronan has disrespected his highness. Ronan is surprised to see Joseph, and immediately suspects that he is in fact the Duke of the Empire. Joseph Joseph apologizes to Ronin and asks whether he could spare a little of his time. Ronin then realizes that this truly is Duke Joseph Grancia, and the two of them enter his room together. Joseph showed Ronin a box containing La Mancha's scabbard, which had been completed the day before. However, Ronin did not understand why the Duke had brought it to him. Joseph quickly explained that the master blacksmiths of Great Carpadoki had insisted, especially Master Daron, who had been particularly persistent. Ronin was truly left speechless, and Joseph also revealed that he wished to express his personal gratitude, as the Grancia family and Great Carpadoki shared an excellent relationship. Joseph's sword, called Pale Path, had also been crafted by Master Daron. Duke Joseph Grancia wanted to demonstrate his gratitude to the hero who saved Carpadoki, and he brought something else for Ronin in return. Ronin was surprised to see that it was a Grancia medallion bearing the patriarchal seal. He asked Joseph whether he was truly sure about giving him something so precious, since with that medallion, Ronin could buy 3 villages. The Duke believed that his gift was only fair for the savior of Carpadoki and that it was also for the sake of the Grancia family's honor. There were also 2 other students who had helped Ronin. Joseph informed him that they too had received gifts from the master blacksmiths in addition to the medallion. The Duke hoped that Ronin had truly liked everything. Ronin thought that his friends would treat those gifts as family heirlooms. In the end, Duke Joseph felt relieved and changed the subject, wanting to know whether Ronin could tell him what lay behind that incident. He was genuinely interested in those nefarious sinners. However, as he asked the question, his power began to show itself. Seeing that glare right in his face, Ronin became startled, as the Duke looked like a walking lantern. He felt awkward and began to laugh nervously, now witnessing the true power of the leader of the Grancia family. Ronin explained to Duke Joseph that he was not sure how much he could say, but he could assure him that those rats were far more terrifying than they could imagine. Ronin also revealed that they were extremely fast and that he had spent a long time chasing them. As he was about to say more about what had been uncovered, a flash passed right in front of him, drawing his attention. Ronin wanted to understand what it was, and he noticed that Dolan had not reacted at all up to that moment. Suddenly, Dolan began responding to his mission, and Ronin realized that the feeling was similar to what he had felt while fighting Cyrilla and Edwin. Ronin then began to believe that Dolan was one of Cyrilla and Edwin's accomplices. Joseph asked what had happened, wondering why Ronin had suddenly stopped speaking. Ronin did not understand that reaction and asked whether Joseph could not feel what his subordinate was emitting. The Duke grew concerned and asked whether Ronin was feeling uncomfortable. Ronin was aware that Duke Joseph Grancia was the most powerful person on the continent, and he could not understand why the Duke was unable to perceive it. Ronin was incredulous that he was the only one there who could see it. He then asked the Duke whether he had ever heard of the advent of the star. Dolan's expression changed completely, and Ronin was unsure whether he should continue provoking him. Ronin explained that it had something to do with an organization called Nebula Classier, which consisted of Children of the Stars. Joseph expressed surprise, saying he had no idea such an organization existed on the continent. He then asked whether Ronin had obtained that information on his own. Ronin confirmed it, explaining that everything had happened before his professor even arrived. He had cut off their arms and legs to make them talk. He then laughed loudly, calling the two of them a bunch of idiots, saying that watching them beg for mercy had been amusing. However, he soon realized that he was speaking far too casually in front of one of the most powerful men on the continent, and he clarified that he was simply being detailed. Joseph, however, held the hero in such high regard that he did not mind Ronin's manner of speaking. He said he would confirm the rest with Laudelan's interrogator, but added that if he heard any more of that story, he would no longer be able to eat. Ronin quickly avoided saying more to the Duke, believing that there was no need to explain further. He felt that Dolan was already losing control. Joseph quickly stood up, informing Ronin that he would be leaving immediately, as he had not imagined there would be infiltrators across the continent and needed to take urgent measures. Ronin told Duke Joseph Grancia that there was one thing he needed to know about them. Joseph became quite curious. Ronin then revealed that there were many things to discuss, and that it would not be proper to talk about them with someone as busy as the Duke. He said he would write a report that night and send it by mail, telling Joseph that it would be very interesting to read, and making it clear that he would also include information about a Hayut. At that exact moment, Dolan's eyes widened, as he could no longer hide himself. That same night, Ronin was lying in his bed, snoring so loudly that he was drooling, showing how deeply he was sleeping. Suddenly, Dolan slashed through Ronin's bed as if wishing him goodnight and calling him a princess. However, this was not what Dolan had expected, because Ronin had simply vanished. The swordsman made it clear to Dolan that he had already expected him to appear that very day, saying it was a pleasure to meet rat number 3. Dolan wanted to know how Ronin had known, but Ronin told him to calm down, explaining that he had brought a guest for him. He pointed in that person's direction, catching Dolan by surprise. Standing there was his young master, Schlieffen. Schlieffen was a serious man, and he was clearly outraged, demanding explanations about Dolan, as he truly did not know how to interpret the situation. The scene then shifts to a few hours before that terrible confrontation. Ronan had gone to the upper floor hall of Naberdozer and explained the entire situation to Schlieffen. Although confused, Schlieffen wanted to know whether Ronan had proof, since Dolan, in both skill and loyalty, was among the finest knights of the Grancia family and had been chosen as his father's guardian 4 years after becoming a knight. Schlieffen saw no reason for Dolan to attack Ronan without cause. Ronan, however, thought the Grancia family was somewhat trash for choosing a man with only 4 years of experience. He turned his back on Schlieffen, who was left confused. Ronan did not care, and made it clear that if Schlieffen wished, he could see it with his own eyes. In any case, Ronan was not afraid of Dolan. He also warned that if he was right, Schlieffen would be ridding his family of a rat infiltrated within it. At that moment, Schlieffen demanded that Dolan explain himself and pointed his sword at him, as Dolan had gone temporarily mute. Ronan thought Schlieffen was far too naive, since a traitor would not speak willingly just because he was being questioned. Then Dolan suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and an immense surge of mana erupted. Ronan was deeply shocked, as his body suddenly felt heavy and Dolan's mana began to wrap around his limbs. In the next instant, he was attacked with full force, but he managed to block it at the very last moment. Schlieffen demanded to know what the hell Dolan was doing, yet Dolan continued attacking Ronan. Dolan realized it was fortunate that Schlieffen had not yet mastered area control of his mana. Given Schlieffen's personality, Dolan believed he would not use a violent ability that could injure others. Schlieffen was enraged by those words, and Dolan immediately attacked him as well. Schlieffen defended himself, and Dolan remarked that it was a shame. He had not wanted their relationship to end like this. Ronan had truly ruined everything. Schlieffen found the situation extremely strange, because Dolan's abilities were different from what he knew. At that moment, he believed Dolan might have been hiding his true power. He asked since when Dolan had been betraying his family, but Dolan told him bluntly that he had never been on their side to begin with. Hearing that, Schlieffen immediately understood everything and told Ronan that he could do as he pleased. Ronan then went all out against Dolan, who was caught off guard and began to tremble, unable to understand how Ronan possessed such strength. Ronan thought Schlieffen was irritatingly stubborn. Schlieffen explained that he only needed confirmation and told Ronan that, for a while, Grancia would be bathed in blood. With that, he launched an attack that completely shattered Dolan's defenses. The traitor could not comprehend it. Schlieffen had withstood his mana at full power and still managed to hold back his mana blade like that, all of that using only his own mana. Dolan then realized that Schlieffen had been hiding his abilities, yet there had been no reason for Schlieffen to do so, and Dolan concluded that Schlieffen must have grown stronger in a very short time. He thought it was impossible. Even if Schlieffen were a genius, he could not understand what kind of genius could grow that fast. Just then, Ronan appeared in front of Dolan, sounding bored. Dolan had the audacity to let his guard down, and Ronan attacked. Dolan barely managed to block. He began to lament, realizing that Ronan was just as strong as Schlieffen. Ronan unleashed a massive slash that destroyed the entire floor. Ronan could not believe Dolan had managed to dodge it, and he ended up taking a kick straight to the face. Dolan grew worried. They had made far too much noise, and if it continued like this, the professors would arrive. He needed to retreat immediately. He ran toward the window, never expecting things to go so wrong just from trying to kill a kid. He had been mistaken in thinking he could defeat both of them at once. He needed to hide and wait for another opportunity to return and finish his task. However, Schlieffen appeared and told Dolan that he acknowledged he was still not as skilled as his father. He could not yet properly wield the Tempest sword, but Schlieffen said Dolan had been foolish to run in that direction, knowing that there was no one there who could be harmed if he used the Tempest sword, except for the traitor of his family, whom he truly wanted to kill. That was the secret technique of the Grancia family, known as the Tempest sword. Dolan realized things had turned sour for him and tried desperately to cut through the technique, but it was useless. He was completely swallowed by Schlieffen's ability. At that moment, Schlieffen believed that from that day onward, no one in the family would remember Dolan. In any case, it did not matter. Dolan had never truly been a Grancia. Ronan saw that Schlieffen had handled everything in a very flashy manner. He thought Schlieffen must have been furious. However, since Dolan was completely ruined, there was no way to take him to Laudelin. Schlieffen said they should not worry. He had only severed Dolan's tendons, so he would not die quickly. At least that was Schlieffen's theory, and hearing that only made Ronan even more concerned. Schlieffen did not panic because Ronan was there and everything would be fine. He also needed to inform his family about what had happened as soon as possible. With barely contained rage, he said they had to find all the traitors who were infiltrated among them. Then he took off running like a bounding gazelle, making it clear that he would leave the rest to Ronan. Ronan could not believe how his comrade had just left like that, dumping all the trouble on him. In any case, the one who had destroyed everything there was Schlieffen himself. Suddenly, Director Krava appeared with his sword sword in hand, asking what had happened and whether Ronin had been ambushed. Ronin did not expect the director to be there, along with Nabaros. Nabaros was wearing pajamas, which scrambled the mind of the poor teenager who spent his nights fighting battles within himself. Still, he tried to keep his composure and declared that he loved her pajamas. Nabaros, however, was blunt and only wanted him to answer her question. The director made it very clear that this was not the time to be thinking about his teacher in pajamas. They had more important matters to deal with. He also said it was a relief that Ronin was not injured, but he truly wanted to know what had happened. Ronin said he would explain, but there was something he wanted to tell the director first. Krava did not understand, and Ronin immediately spoke about Ahayute, doing so with great anger. The director did not quite understand what he meant. The scene then shifts to the director's office, where Ronin explains that there are spies within the Grancia family. The director realizes that the problem is worse than he initially thought. Krava makes it clear to Ronin that he did an excellent job and that thanks to him the worst was avoided. Ronin feels embarrassed by the director's praise and thinks it is best to keep secret the fact that he was able to see that special mana for a moment. He is not completely certain about it. And besides, if that information were to leak, not only he but everyone around him would be in danger. The director tells Ronin that the incident will soon be investigated thoroughly, with Grancia at the center of it, and that Ronin should not worry. In the end, Director Krava Kratir acknowledges that the Empire is indebted to Ronin ever since the situation with the blacksmiths, so he personally wants to reward him. He asks whether Ronin has anything he wishes for. Ronin immediately becomes very excited upon hearing this, and reveals that there is something he wants to do at the school, asking whether the director could approve it. The director becomes thoughtful, as it is something that requires his authorization. The scene then shifts to the next day in the Great Hall of Philion. Ronin stands in front of the notice board and asks everyone present to listen. He asks whether they are not tired of the activities that keep them at school all day long. He places his hand on a stack of papers and reveals that he has created something for everyone, what he calls the Special Adventure Club. One of the students asks what that is, and Ronin immediately shuts him up, declaring that it is a great question. He explains that it is a purely constructive club with external activities focused on real battles. He points a finger right in the classmate's face, leaving him looking like a very well-known anatomical orifice, while Ronin explains that all of this is meant to help everyone's talents flourish. With the director's approval, it is the only club allowed to go outside, leaving everyone surprised by the announcement. Ronin reveals that anyone who wants to join must appear at the first arena of Galelion during the scheduled times. He thanks everyone who shows interest, and among the crowd there is a hooded girl. She can hardly believe what she is seeing. Looking at Ronin, she wants to be sure he is the person she thinks he is. The scene then shifts to a few days later in Galelion. Ronin understands the reason for everything now. He made that whole spectacle in the hall to recruit new talent. Still, he cannot understand why, after all that, only two people showed up. Literally, only Maria and Asel appeared, his two comrades. Maria tells Ronin that he should reflect on the previous interviews. In the end, his interviews consisted of him claiming it was a skill check and then simply beating everyone up. For those who managed to endure it, Ronin asked very suspicious questions, like whether they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for the club. Asel reports that rumors have been spreading around the school that to join the club, one needs to have at least 10 lives. Ronin thinks that real fights are like that anyway, and in the end, he does not care that much. What he truly needs are promising people. Soon Brahm appears, and Ronin asks whether Brahm is feeling better now. Ronin says he does not need to see his skills, but Brahm still wants to fight. And obviously Brahm passes. He is very happy with the result. Ronin warns Brahm that their club can be exhausting, and asks whether everything will really be fine. Brahm, very cheerful, shows that this is exactly what he wants, as long as he becomes stronger. In the end, Ronin thinks that Maria and Asel should rest so they can start properly later. But the two ask about Ronin himself. Ronin says he will stay there for a while longer, in case a talented individual appears. The scene then shifts to nighttime, and Ronin cannot believe that no one else came. In the end, Adishin is by his side, and he tells her that they can leave now, thanking her, since, as the instructor's assistant, she is very busy, yet still managed to find time to help him. Adishan thinks he should not worry, but also feels it is a shame, and says that if it were not for her duties, she would try to join herself. Ronin cannot bring himself to tell his great commander that even if she tried, he would not accept her. She needs to slowly decide whether or not she will give up her dream of becoming a great commander. In any case, it is an important matter, and she needs to think about it seriously. Suddenly, the hooded girl appears, surprised to find the two of them still there. Ronin is confused, as he did not see when she arrived. He becomes excited and asks whether she came for the interview to try to join his club. The girl is confused and asks whether, if she does that, she would really be allowed to join. Ronin does not quite understand, as the mysterious girl spoke too softly. She then asks whether, if she joins, she would be allowed to touch him. Ronan becomes flustered, trying to understand where she is going so quickly since she has not even invited him to dinner yet. The girl makes it clear that she does not want to touch him, but the creature on his shoulder instead. Ronan then realizes she's talking about Sita and understands that he took everything the wrong way. He tells the short-haired girl that Sita has always been with him, so if she is interested in joining the club just to touch the little creature, she would have permission to do so. In the end, Ronan thought that the girl was a bit strange since she wanted to touch his little creature. Still, he found it even stranger that he had not sensed her presence at all, especially given how close she was. He was now certain that she was not an ordinary student. He could practically prove it. That girl was very strong. She asked what she needed to do for the interview, and Ronan told her that first she would have to demonstrate her techniques on the magic-engineered training dummy, pointing it out to her. He also asked her to state her level and her name. The girl revealed that she was a high-level novice mage, and that her name was Ophelia de Knight. She immediately began preparing her magic and said she would start. Adeshan and Ronan were surprised, as Ophelia was clearly using dark attribute magic. She caused her spell to disperse in all directions. Adeshan found it truly impressive, since controlling black mana so perfectly was extremely difficult. Ronan, however, felt that there was something even more surprising. It was not entirely clear, but he could see it, the red blood energy radiating from the center of Ophelia's mana. He was certain that it was the grasp of shadows. Ophelia quickly directed that ability toward the dummy, obliterating it and causing massive destruction in the area. Ronan had not expected a crazy girl like this. He was so shaken by what she showed that he decided it was better not to even have a duel and told Ophelia that she had passed. However, there was still one question. Before he could finish, she interrupted him, revealing that he had seen it, but she said it directly into his mind. Ronan's eyes widened as he realized she possessed telepathy magic. She asked him to keep it to himself for now, since it would be quite irritating for her if people found out. Ophelia also asked Ronan to go somewhere else with her, as there was something she needed to ask him. The scene then shifts to them walking through the academy. Ophelia is holding Sita in her hands, and she now understands that it is a dream bird, a creature born from the mana concentrated in the area, which she finds extremely interesting. Ronan casually flirts with her, saying that she is just as interesting as the creature Sita. Ronan then reveals that he knows all of them left the Empire a long time ago, and that he knows she is a vampire. Ophelia explains that not all of them left, although few remain. There are still some within the Empire. However, they dislike troublesome things, so they live in hiding. Ronan quickly understands that the reason she approached the club is because of Sita's mana. Ophelia confirms this, explaining that she sensed it the moment she saw the creature in the hall, the blood magic energy, which is the innate magic of her species. Ronan realizes that his little companion truly uses vampire-like abilities, since the first thing Sita did after being born was absorb blood. That makes complete sense to him. Ophelia, however, looks confused and asks if Ronan is serious. Ronan cannot understand her reaction. She then asks how long it has been since Sita was born, wondering whether it has been 3 or at least 5 years. She is visibly nervous, and that nervousness makes Ronan uneasy as well. He tells the vampire that Sita is actually only 2 months old. Ophelia cannot believe it. Such a small creature had already absorbed blood in such a short time and possessed such dense blood mana. Her cheeks flush because if that were true, she could already see certain possibilities. She then asks to make a request of the two of them, leaving Ronan very confused. Ophelia explains that she simply wants to observe Sita for a while, making it clear that if he does this for her, she will make it worth his while. She adds that she is conducting research. Ronan asks what kind of research she is doing. The scene then shifts to another day, specifically to the clubroom area of Philion, known as the Nest. The Special Adventure Club is located there. Dedicating an entire building to a single club showed remarkable generosity. Ronan is there with his comrades, and setting that aside, he feels that something about them has changed. He asks whether those are weapons from Great Carpadoki sent by the Grancia family. Maria and Asel confirm it. Maria has switched to a greatsword, explaining that it allows her to maximize her strength, which is why she made the change. Asel received a magical bracelet crafted near the magic city of Delpium. Because its magical control is far superior, Asel's power and speed have doubled. Ronan acknowledges that his comrades have received incredible equipment. However, Maria asks why Ronan told everyone to come armed. Ronan says he will explain once they are inside. He makes it clear that this is a very important conversation and opens the door to the place, believing that his companions must be curious about why he created such a club. Ronan explains that they have only one objective: to improve their individual skills as quickly as possible through real experiences. In the end, he wants all of them to prepare for the day he has been waiting for so long. He reveals their first destination, one of the mountain ranges that has yet to be discovered by the Empire, the Vaidian Mountains. This surprises his companions. Ronan knows that everyone there is aware that the place is unusual, but he believes the experience will be worthwhile. There are things he needs to deal with there, though they are not important at the moment. He also says says that there is an issue between Maria and Asil that needs to be resolved. Maria asks what it is, but Ronan says it does not matter for now, making it clear that they should leave immediately because they are going to fight. He starts walking, and his comrades follow. Asel, however, asks about the problem Ronan mentioned, since Ronan had told them to finish their modules early. Ronan is confused as to why they are so shocked. To him, it is obvious. If they leave, it will take at least a week, but they still have classes. It would be difficult to handle both club activities and classes at the same time, and obviously the director would never allow something like that. Asel and Maria agreed, but they wanted to know what the solution was. Ronan snapped his fingers, revealing that the two of them would need to finish their classes just like he had, and in that way they would become free. The scene then shifts to the club hall on the second floor, what they called the training room. Ronan believed that before they continued with individual training, they should demonstrate their abilities. So he called the two of them to face him, telling his friends to relax because he would only use the sheath, practically rubbing it in their faces that they were trash compared to him. He made it very clear to both of them that it wouldn't be fun if they held back, so he wanted them to go all out. Obviously, that made things very comfortable for the two of them. Maria told Asel that since it was going to be like that, she wanted to know if they could test what they had been developing. She called Asel cutie, and this really is endless fussiness, asking him to show Ronan just how much they had improved. Asel soon began to show his magic, while Maria drew her sword, and the two charged straight at Ronan. Maria launched a strike at him, and Ronan remained impeccable. Not even his hair moved. He told Maria that her strength was truly incredible, but he didn't understand why she had attacked the wrong spot. At first, he thought she had missed her aim, but then he realized that Asel was avoiding the fragments she had caused to erupt thanks to the force she applied with her sword. At that moment, Asel told Maria that they would start right then, and he hurled those stone fragments toward Ronan. The swordsman dodged every single one of them and hadn't imagined that Asel's telekinesis had improved so much. He admitted that it was truly impressive, though he ended up being caught off guard. Maria was already right on his heels despite wielding an enormous sword. Yikes. She didn't want Ronan to block the attack. He had to dodge. Ronan wasn't crazy, so he did exactly what she said. He evaded the blow, which completely shattered the ground. He realized that if he hadn't dodged, he would have ended up like a very tightly pressed Subway sandwich. Maria was eager to land a solid hit on Ronan since he had given her and Asel free rein, so she tried to strike him again, and Ronan simply managed to dodge. To make matters worse, he was finding the whole situation extremely entertaining. He leapt, and Maria immediately panicked. He tried to strike her, and she managed to block it, but it was extremely difficult and risky. Still, Ronan could see that his friends had truly exceeded his expectations in several ways. Then Asel prepared his magical attack once again and warned Ronan to get away, launching those fragments at the swordsman. Ronan grew more and more excited, as if the devil himself had taken over him. He drew his sword and sliced through all the fragments, which fell to the ground, and he declared to his two friends that they had improved a great deal. He could see that they definitely hadn't been slacking off while he was away. He gave credit to both of them, especially Asel, who until then had seemed like a completely different person to Ronan. Asel thanked him for the compliment and asked if that was the end of the test. Ronan replied that it was enough. He believed it wouldn't take long. Maybe a month or even 2 weeks would be enough. The two poor souls were already exhausted after a battle that had lasted only a very short time. Ronan then said that he wanted them to begin special training right at that moment, speaking as if he were the devil himself. The two were incredulous, since they had just finished a duel. Ronan, completely unhinged, started chasing his two friends, saying it didn't matter and that they had to move immediately. He tried to cut them down as they cried out for someone to help, because that wasn't right at all. From that day on, Asel and Maria began their special training in exchange for their sleep. The scene then shifts to 2 weeks later. The director looked over the report and found it surprising. Those were the early completion certificates that Ronan presented along with his comrades. Director Krava asked if they were really for all the members of his club. Ronan answered happily, while Asel and Maria were completely wrecked, and Brahm didn't understand what had happened. He had completed a large portion of his modules early, and didn't have to go through what those two had endured. Ronan explained to the director that it clearly wasn't for all subjects, but he wanted to know if it was enough for them to leave. The director saw that Ronan always managed to surprise him. He told Ronan that, as he had promised, they could leave the campus. He asked the four of them to travel safely and wished them good luck on their adventures. The scene then shifts to the next day at the destination of the first activity of the Special Adventure Club, the Vadian Mountains. Maria saw the mountain range and could feel the mana. Seeing that they were only at the entrance, she wanted to understand understand why the mana there was so pure. Brahm noted that just by feeling the mana, he could tell the training would work. Brahm then asked Ronan what they would be doing at that moment. Ronan explained that they were still far from the center, and when they arrived, he would tell everyone what they would do there. He also made the three of them aware that they would need to find something. The scene then shifts to an elf who overheard them from afar and didn't imagine there would be visitors in a place like that. He thought he should go and meet the guests for the first time in a long while. Next, the scene shifts to Ronan and his companions arriving at the spot he had been looking for, where there truly was a swarm of the creatures he sought. Ronan was searching for orcs, which he referred to as a bunch of bastards. Brahm found it incredible that the orcs had built a village. Ronan explained that it was common for them to do so in places without public order. At that moment, it was only a village, but the orcs' fertility was high, and soon they could spread across the entire mountain range, so the people nearby would suffer great losses. Before that could happen, they were there to wipe out those orcs. That would be the club's first battle, and Ronan wanted to know what his comrades thought. Asel immediately began to tremble, since he had imagined it would be something like this, but he thought there were too many orcs and wasn't entirely sure everything would be fine. In Ronan's view, however, the orcs were perfect opponents for Asel. Still, there was one variable, the dominant species of the mountain range. The ogres would indeed be difficult to kill, especially their leader, the two-headed ogre. He was so strong that even Ronan himself back then hadn't been able to kill him. In any case, the two-headed ogre would only appear later, so it wasn't something to worry about at the moment. Ronan told his comrades that they would do everything slowly. However, an elf suddenly appeared and revealed that Ronan's intentions were good, but he did not recommend that they do this. He explained to the young adventurers, as he called them, that the timing was not right to attempt something like that. Ronan was very surprised because he hadn't felt that individual arrive at all, so he wanted to know at what moment that being had shown up. He also wanted to know who that elf was. The elf then asked Ronan not to keep his guard up, since it really wasn't necessary, and explained that he was just a priest who lived in the mountains. The elf said that he served an ancient spirit, and that its divine name was Seniel. He then invited Ronan and his friends to go somewhere else, so they could talk more comfortably. Ronan, however, didn't feel very confident, and was already gripping his sword. The elf tried to explain that the place wasn't safe, but Ronan swiftly pointed his sword at him. Maria immediately wanted to understand what Ronan was doing. The swordsman quickly apologized for acting that way, explaining that many lunatics had been appearing recently. He then asked the elf to listen to what he was about to say and repeat it as well. The elf grew worried and wanted to know what he was supposed to repeat, becoming increasingly confused. Ronan then spoke the name Ahayute and cursed it. The elf couldn't understand where the swordsman was going with this. In the end, the scene shifts to some time after that confusion, with the elf explaining that, as someone who served a god, saying something like that was extremely shameful. Considering that it had been the most embarrassing moment of his life in the last 200 years, Ronan thought the elf should stop being so neurotic, and asked how old he actually was after hearing about those 200 years. The elf then revealed that he had stopped counting. He wasn't entirely sure, but he was probably close to 1,000 years old. That took the adventurers by surprise. Ronan quickly realized that the elf had been alive even before the founding of the empire, actually long before that. Ronan then asked the elf what he had meant earlier about the timing not being good. The elf explained that the monster's behavior had been strange recently. Orcs, which are not nocturnal, had been roaming the mountains all night, and ogres, which normally never leave their territories, had been seen near the entrance of the mountain range. Other strange things had been happening as well, and since the cause hadn't been found, it would be best for them to be cautious. The elf then suggested that they should relax for a while, and with the swift use of his ability, a structure suddenly appeared in front of the adventurers. The elf introduced the Temple of Seniel. Seeing a temple appear so suddenly, Brahm wondered if it was actually a magical barrier. Asel was impressed, since a magical barrier of that scale would surpass even the level of the instructors they had at the academy. He then asked Ronan if he had known there was a temple there. Ronan revealed that it was news to him as well. The elf then asked the adventurers to follow him. Ronan was certain that the elf was no ordinary individual. They entered the temple, and the elf showed them Seniel, the being he served, which was basically a strange stone, and surely must have many followers of that stone over in Crackland. The experienced elf explained that it was a stone with deep meaning, but that the story would be boring for the adventurers. He then asked them to unpack and rest for a bit, informing them that there were many empty rooms in the temple, and that they could let him know if they needed anything. Maria soon realized that it was a good moment, and reminded Ronan that he had been looking for something else, so they could ask the elf about it. Ronan asked about the habitat of the cursed eyes. The elf was surprised and wanted to understand why the swordsman was searching for such a monstrosity. The elf's energy completely changed, and he asked if Ronan was looking for it because of the curse he carried. Ronan was shocked and asked how the elf knew about that. The elf saw that he hadn't been mistaken and explained that he felt a strange vibration coming from Ronan, so he would like to talk with the swordsman for a while. The scene then shifts to the two of them sitting at a table, where the elf revealed that he had had a feeling since the first time he saw Ronan. He already knew that Ronan was not a normal student. Ronan was surprised by all of this and questioned whether he was being overly sensitive. He then asked whether that mysterious ancient elf truly had no ties to those people he referred to as rats, who were being hunted by the Empire. To make matters worse, Ronan couldn't see the elf's mana at all, and when the elf said "Ahayute," he showed no reaction whatsoever. At that moment, the elf believed Ronan was thinking about too many things, so he suggested he have some tea, saying it might help. Ronan, however, grew worried that the elf might have put something in the tea. Then he caught a scent coming from the tea, something he had never smelled before, and his eyes widened. He looked at the elf and saw an enormous flow of pure mana. The elf then asked what the swordsman thought of the tea's aroma and whether he liked it. He charged. Ronan told the elf that it felt as if his eyes had been replaced, and he wanted to understand how that could be happening. The elf soon revealed that it was a tea made from an herb that rarely grows in that mountain range. That tea pierced suppressed veins and revitalized the senses. The elf also made it very clear that it was not something Ronan was supposed to experience all at once, but perhaps because Ronan's energy was blocked by the curse, the results ended up being drastic. The elf then informed Ronan that he would prepare some ingredients for the swordsman, and that he should take them regularly so that his condition would improve. For that reason, the elf asked Ronan to stop using the cursed eyes to remove his curse. Ronan did not understand, and the elf clarified that even though those things get rid of curses, they also train the target's vital force. Using them once should not cause much harm, but using them excessively could put Ronan's life at risk. Ronan was immediately surprised to learn this, and the elf saw that the swordsman was not aware of it at all. Ronan confirmed to the elf that he did not know and that he simply wanted to solve the curse problem once and for all. The elf understood, but made it very clear that the more the swordsman rushed, the greater the need would be to take steps backward, and if something went wrong, an irreversible outcome could occur. Ronan became thoughtful. Professor Maya had said that the curse was difficult to cleanse and that many preparations would be necessary. Even knowing that there was someone to help him, he was completely rushed after encountering that entity in his mental realm. He felt an urgent need to hurry. If things went wrong, his life would have ended before he even managed to capture the cursed giant. But in the end, Ronan truly wanted to know who that elf was, because he did not think he had met that old elf in his past life. Yet somehow the swordsman felt a sense of familiarity coming from him. So he confessed to the elf that he felt the need to hurry because of the religious fanatics that were everywhere. The elf did not understand what he meant, and Ronan explained that they were those who awaited the advent of the stars. The swordsman explained to the elf that they were very dark and eccentric people. The elf began thinking about the fanatics who follow the stars, and he did not imagine that these fanatics had begun to move once again. Then the scene shifts to night, still within the temple. The elf stood before the Sennial stone and thought that if the religious fanatics Ronan had mentioned really were the people he was thinking of, he was a little worried that they might be planning something malicious, because soon they could end up taking innocent lives with a terrible calamity. The elf felt that once again he would be forced to watch everything happen. Otherwise, he believed that Ronan was the answer to what he should do. Suddenly, Ronan arrived, and it was then that he revealed the elf's name, Sarante. Sarante did not expect the swordsman to be awake and asked whether his bed was uncomfortable, but Ronan explained that it was nothing like that. He had only come to drink some water. Looking at the stone again, however, Ronan found it fascinating and wanted to know its hidden meaning, since a mere stone was representing a god. The elf explained that every 1,000 years their order moved 1,000 stones to the most remote area of the empire, the sanctuary of Kanja, a place where it always rains. Most of the stones do not last 100 years and disappear, carried away by the water. Even so, the stones that survive this 1,000-year period and transcend time to prove their worth, the soul within them, become the representation of Seniel. Sarante revealed that he could still vividly remember the day he moved the divine representation with his brothers. Ronan thought all of this was very profound, and hearing it that way, he believed that there must have been many priests. Because of that, he wanted to know how Sarante ended up alone. Sarante soon explained that everyone has their own circumstances, and that this task was harder than it seemed. After all, he had to devote his entire life to a god who never responds. Sarante admitted that on many occasions he had wavered. He wanted to turn his back on his belief and live freely, but a premonition always found him and made him stay in that place. The will of Seniel within that representation would one day become the first step towards saving the world. At least, that was what Sarante believed. It was basically his intuition, and that was faith to him. After hearing such words, the swordsman was immediately surprised as he remembered Adishan. The elf declared that he could not pass this on to anyone, and also informed Ronan that the moment was near. Then the scene shifts to the next day. Setting aside what Sarante had said, the swordsman and his comrades began to reorganize. Sarante's special tea also had incredible effects on the others, and with the energy of the mana veins, everyone's accessibility had improved. While they did this, Ronan helped collect roots as he traveled through the mountains with the elf. Ronan kept thinking about how Sarante could be so kind to them, considering it was the first time they had met. He also felt truth in all of Sarante's actions. The more Ronan observed the elf, the stranger he became to him. Thus, 2 peaceful days passed, filled with many concerns. But as always, tragedy hides in the cracks, ready to bring a pain that cannot be forgotten by anyone. And now it was too late to turn back. The scene then shifts to the day of the incursion into the orc village. Sarante admitted to the young adventurers that he was worried and wanted to know if everything would truly be all right, since they still had not found the cause of the monster's abnormal behavior. He believed the youths should prepare more, but Ronan tried to reassure the elf that everything would be fine, especially since the elf himself had said that only the monster's actions were strange and that the monsters had grown stronger. Ronan believed that the group with him was enough to deal with the monsters, so he asked the elf not to worry. However, Asel was always the fearful one and was not so sure. The swordsman also informed Sarante that the duration of the field trip was coming to an end and that they needed to return to the school. The elf saw that there was really nothing he could do, but he asked for permission to grant them a spell so they could return to the barrier, because with that, they would be able to visit the temple freely. If they were ever in danger, they should not hesitate to return immediately. The elf also asked them not to lower their guard, as the forest was deep and dark. At that point, the scene shifts to a pile of orc corpses, and a woman in white heels was walking through the forest. Her sword was stained with blood, and she believed this would be a bit more troublesome. She was searching for someone she had not expected to be so difficult to find. The woman was an elf, and in the end, she was searching for Sarante. The scene shifts to the orcs, and as Ronan watches them, he thinks that the clothes humans usually wear and the jewelry do not suit orcs at all. He comes to the conclusion that those orcs had looted a nearby village while they were away. Because of that, he wants to know if his companions are ready, since they are about to attack and kill all those creatures. The orcs, meanwhile, seem to be greatly enjoying the jewelry they had stolen, and one of them loved the fact that he had killed a little child and stolen her necklace. At that moment, Asel immediately used his telekinesis ability, while Brahm advanced together with Maria. The orcs were confused by their presence there. Quickly, Brahm and Maria swung their swords at the orcs, slicing them as if they were cuts of meat for a barbecue. The other orcs saw their kin being killed by those 2 humans, which left them completely enraged, and they began to charge toward Brahm and Maria, until one of them was struck right in the face by a stone, catching several of them by surprise. The orc who was hit fell to the ground, and suddenly many of them began to fall as well, struck by Asel's telekinetic attacks. Ronan thought his friend's precision was incredible. Asel had truly gotten the hang of it. He was levitating and carrying Ronan along with him. In a very demonic tone of voice, Ronan made it clear that this was the moment to finish off all those orcs. He said it with an absurd amount of pleasure, and Asel was obviously terrified, as always. Asel then hurled stones toward the orcs, and the orcs began to run. Asel literally caused massive impacts wherever he threw the stones. After they had completely wiped them out, Asel thought he would end up receiving divine punishment for everything they had done. The orcs were utterly destroyed on the ground. Ronan wanted his companion to relax and also said that if any punishment were to happen, Asel would not pay for it alone. They would all be in the same boat. Brahm even backed him up, telling Asel that he would not leave him alone in this. Even so, Asel still believed he would receive the harshest punishment. After all, he had managed to hit many orcs with his telekinesis. Asel was terrified. Maria quickly told Brahm that his comment had not helped at all, and Brahm did not understand why. Ronan thought it had been worth going to the mountains, because everyone had shown their abilities in a real fight. He believed he could increase the difficulty next time. Suddenly, Sita touched his face. Ronan wanted to know what had happened, and Sita showed that there was something there. Suddenly, they saw an elf tied to a tree, and were quite surprised. Asel ran over with the swordsman and believed that the orcs had left the elf there as emergency food. Ronan was determined to save her, and as he cut the rope, he asked Sita to use her healing magic. The elf quickly woke up. The swordsman wanted to know if she could speak, and she was extremely frightened until suddenly she began to bleed from her mouth. Ronan did not understand why Sita's healing magic was not working. The elf spoke about the mana surrounding Ronan, asking if he was of time. The swordsman wanted to know how she knew that. Suddenly, the elf stood up and asked Ronan to take her to Sarante, explaining that they were coming and that they could not waste much time because Sarante's life was in danger. Before she could finish speaking, however, she fainted. The scene then shifts to Sarante beside the Senial Stone. As Ronan arrived in desperation with the elf supported on his back, Sarante wanted to know why they had returned earlier than expected and whether any accident had happened. Ronan was relieved to see Sarante and asked him to take a look at the elf, explaining that she was a prisoner they had rescued from the orc village and that she had mentioned needing to find Sarante himself. The elf became quite frightened and recognized her. Her name was Brigia. He wanted to understand how something like that had happened to her. The scene then shifts to the young adventurers who were still in the forest. They were checking the entire area, just as Ronan had asked. Maria had not found anything there, and Brahm confirmed that where he had checked, there was also nothing. So the elf really was the only prisoner, and they should return to the temple. However, Asel was investigating something, and Maria wanted to know if he had found anything. Asel felt that there was something very strange about those orcs. There was something about them that they had not seen before. Asel believed that they had been hiding something very well until that moment. Now he wanted to know what those magic circles on the orcs' bodies meant. Then the scene shifts to a room. Sarante had laid Brigia on a bed, and Ronan stayed with him. Sarante had finished the first aid and believed that Brigia could relax for the moment. Ronan wanted to know if she was really all right. Not even healing magic had worked, and he believed she might have been affected by some kind of poison. Sarante soon informed the swordsman that he had given her an antidote earlier, so she would be fine. He said he owed Ronan one, because otherwise he would have lost his precious sister. Ronan did not understand, and Sarante explained that she was one of the few remaining believers of Seniel in that world. Brigia had once possessed a deep faith. To Sarante, she was a trustworthy sister. He then wanted to know how he could repay the debt to Ronan, who had saved someone so important to him. The swordsman did not want Sarante to speak that way, and in any case, he wanted to know who Brigia had been talking about when she trembled and warned that Sarante's life was in danger. They then went to the Seniel stone, and Sarante was frank with Ronan, saying that he himself was not sure. He explained that they were a religious order that worshipped an unknown being they claimed to be God, and that they had hidden their identities for so long that not even Sarante, who had lived for a very long time, knew who they truly were. All that Elf knew was that they had committed many evil acts. They called themselves a religious order, and Ronan's eyes widened at that moment. Sarante mentioned the name of the organization, Nebula Clausier. Ronan was visibly shocked to learn that the elf was being pursued by those individuals. Seeing this, the elf realized that the swordsman knew the organization and revealed that Nebula Clausier had already sent several people after him. Sarante thought they had given up, because things had been very quiet recently, but now they were back. Ronan was outraged by how calmly the elf was saying this, making it clear that Sarante should flee to the archipelago just like they had. The elf refused and revealed that he could not leave the place where the spirits of all his companions resided. If he went somewhere else, innocent people there would be harmed. And that was something Sarante truly did not want to happen. He also asked Ronan and the other adventurers to leave that place as soon as possible, revealing that he considered all of them his companions as well. He did not want to see anyone getting hurt unnecessarily, and he hoped the swordsman would understand that. Ronan then told Sarante that he would bring the strongest woman he knew, so he wanted the elf to hide until then and not do anything reckless. Sarante quickly promised that he would hide properly. He then placed something in Ronan's hand as payment for saving Brigia. It was a ring. Sarante explained that it used to serve as an entry pass to the magic tower. If Ronan went to the Tower of Dawn magic, he should show it to the librarian, and he would certainly help with the curse. He asked Ronan to be very careful on his journey, and also declared that spending his final days with them had been a wonderful gift. Ronan did not understand and made it clear that they would not stop seeing each other. He wanted to know why his new friend was saying such things, assuring him that he would return soon and that all the elf needed to do was take care of himself. After the swordsman left, Sarante went deeper into the temple. It had been a long time since he had seen that elf, whom he referred to as the assassin of the religious order, Brigia. She said that he should not speak to her that way, considering their relationship, and with a malevolent smile on her face, she asked how he had been. Sarante wondered if he really had to face her of all people as his assassin. He could see that her religious body was extremely violent, and Brigia thought that applied to him as well, since he had poisoned his patient. She found it very amusing that he had mentioned an antidote, and Sarante did not deny it, saying he was dealing with the shadow of Romaheim. He also did not understand why she had pretended to be captured by orcs. Brigia thought there was not much else she could do, since finding him was very difficult. Even though she had tried to draw his attention using the monsters in the area, it had not been very effective, and that was how she ended up encountering the young adventurers. She noticed that they were filled with Sarante's energy, and even thought about killing them and scattering their body parts to draw him out. It would have been effective, but her old belief restrained her. She then asked whether he had not been moved by that. Sarante made it clear that he would not let her get away with it. Brigia replied ironically that he was frightening, saying she was only joking, but she had grown tired of idle chatter. She then revealed her orders: to obtain his submission, and if he refused, she was to kill him. The two of them quickly began to fight. Meanwhile, Ronan was in the forest and felt something strange. Soon his companions found him, and he asked if they had found anything else. Maria said they had searched the entire area and found no more problems, but Acel had found something strange. Acel explained that he had found it on the corpses, a magic circle he had never seen before. Before they could continue talking, a massive explosion occurred behind Ronan. It came from the direction of the temple, leaving Ronan wide-eyed as he immediately thought of Sarante. Suddenly, a creature began running toward them, causing the ground to tremble. Ronan was startled, and in an instant, all the trees were destroyed as a massive two-headed creature appeared. It was a two-headed ogre, something the swordsman had not been worried about until then. The scene then shifts back to the temple, which was practically splitting apart. Brigia charged toward Sarante with full intent to kill him. Sarante used his magic to defend himself while she wielded a sword. She revealed that this was exactly what she wanted. Malignant energy quickly began to rise from Brigia's body, and her expression changed completely. At that moment, she launched one of her attacks at Sarante, and a clash of power occurred between them. In the end, the two magical forces dispersed against each other. Brigia then moved so fast that she caught Sarante by surprise. He truly had not expected that, but at least he managed to block the attack. The problem was that her strike was so powerful that the impact dragged him backward. Things were not simple for Sarante, and Brigia put so much force into her blows that she began to bleed. She told Sarante that he was quite agile for an old man, but also said she had expected this and that killing him would be a waste. She then ordered him to come with her. She was certain that he could obtain a good position, just as she had. Sarante did not want to accept that, declaring that he was too religious to be part of a cult like that. Feeling confident enough, Sarante told Brigia that she was rusty. He had not expected the shadow of Romaheim to be slow and asked whether she did not want to carry out her orders. Brigia explained to the old man that she had simply grown bored. She thought that he had been so busy buying time for the children to escape that he had not even paid attention to her. Sarante immediately became worried by what he heard. Brigia knew that Sarante had performed all those maneuvers so that the young ones would not be dragged into this, so that Ronan could leave with a peaceful mind. That made her very curious, because he did not care about the world. He was simply protecting Ronan at all costs. Sarante explained to Brigia that the others were guests he had met by coincidence, and that he did not want her to lay a finger on them, making it clear that if she crossed that line, it would be very difficult for him to let her leave in peace. Brigia immediately bristled, as she had now found something to provoke the old man. She even licked her lips at the thought, informing Sarante that she had already done something. Almost instantly, an explosion erupted in the forest, catching Sarante off guard, for he knew that was the direction where Ronan was. That was how Brigia managed to get the old man. She approached him at the moment he let his guard down. He had left an opening. Unfortunately, she ended up cutting off an important part of Sarante. No man is the same after losing that, and meanwhile, Ronan and his companions were forced to deal with the two-headed ogre. They were terrified by the sheer atrocity standing before them. Ronan asked everyone to keep their heads straight, telling them to stay behind him, as they had no conditions to defeat a monster like that. Quickly, the ogre charged toward Brahm, and he was unable to move his body because he was too frightened. Sadly, he was struck by a slap that sent him skidding for several meters. Acel's eyes went wide at what had just happened right in front of him. Brahm was completely defeated, slumped against a tree, and at that moment, Maria and Acel could only think about fleeing. However, when the two-headed ogre was about to strike them, Ronan suddenly appeared and blocked the creature's attack, leaving his two friends in shock. Not even the two-headed ogre could understand what had happened. With great seriousness, Ronan told Acel and Maria to take Sita and go take care of Brahm, making it clear that the monster was entirely his responsibility. With great determination, he broke through the ogre's defense and urged Maria and Acel to be quick. As the two ran off, Ronan looked at the two-headed ogre and was certain of one thing. The magic circle in its eyes was the same one that had controlled the giant before. It was Nebula Clazier. The ogre tried to strike him, but the swordsman quickly defended himself. He then unleashed a full-powered strike toward the two-headed ogre, trying to slice the creature multiple times, but the ogre's resistance was extremely high. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by a punch from the ogre. He managed to block it, but the impact was immense and sent him flying several meters. He drove his sword into the ground to slow himself down, his body beginning to tremble from the effort. The brutal strength he was witnessing in that two-headed ogre was still the same. The ogre prepared another attack, grabbing a dead orc and hurling it toward Ronan. At that moment, Ronan thought that normally he should be excited to continue a fight he had never finished, but this was completely different. The two-headed ogre had injured one of his companions right in front of him. He then declared that the ogre was already a dead creature, and in an instant he made his move, charging toward it with all his fury. Thus, he leapt powerfully toward the ogre. Ronan believed that the reason he had failed to defeat the two-headed ogre in his past life was because he had no way to pierce its skin and deal fatal damage. But now, everything was different. With that sword and the techniques he had learned from his teacher Nabaros, he was confident. He now understood the fourth form of the Nabaros style, and so he used the technique called the spinning splitting sword, certain that he could cut down the two-headed ogre that way. He unleashed the strike, and the ogre did not even understand what had happened. Ronin literally passed through it. The creature barely had time to look back before it was chopped to pieces. Ronin was certain that the creature was dead, yet at the same time the swordsman recognized that he still had a long road ahead of him. He felt slightly irritated, as it had taken him too long to defeat that piece of trash. He quickly turned his attention to his companions. Mariah was carrying Brahm, which was supposed to have been Asel's task. Ronin asked if Brahm was alright, and Maria told the swordsman not to worry. Sita had finished the emergency treatment, even though Brahm would still need a doctor. For the moment, their companion was fine. Ronin felt relieved and asked the three of them to move ahead. Asel did not understand what his comrade was planning. Ronin explained that he was going to Sarante. When he arrived at the temple, Ronin's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what had happened there. It had not been long since he had left that place, and when he looked behind him, he saw something that left him stunned. It was Sarante himself, missing an arm and completely injured. Even so, Sarante smiled because Ronin was safe. That was enough for the elf, even though it looked as if a tractor had run him over. He soon apologized to Ronin, saying that he thought he should have gone immediately, but confessed that his body was not in the best condition. Ronin grew distressed and ran to him, wanting to understand what had left his companion in that state. Sarante told him not to worry so much, saying he was fine and only wanted Ronin and his companions to leave as quickly as possible. They had managed to put an end to that threat that day, but he believed that Nebula Clessier could return at any moment. Suddenly, Sarante was struck violently from behind and began coughing up blood. Ronin's eyes widened as he saw his friend's blood spray through the air. Sarante fell to his knees before Ronin, who did not know what to do and began to tremble. The elf coughed up blood again, leaving the swordsman increasingly desperate, until suddenly a purple light descended from the night sky. It was Brigida, who looked relieved and admitted that she had almost died. Brigida asked whether Sarante thought what he had done to his former companion was right, referring to herself, since he had used a very dangerous ability after losing his arm. She really could have died, and she revealed that things only turned out well for her because she had the blessing of the stars. In the end, she truly had not expected to see Ronin there. Surviving against the two-headed ogre was quite impressive, and she called the swordsman a brat. Ronin immediately got angry, as she was far too insolent, and demanded to know who she really was. Brigida then realized that she had forgotten to introduce herself, and in any case, he had not seen her with that face before. She introduced herself again and revealed her other form, the one Ronin had encountered in the forest. She thanked him for saving her, calling Ronin an adventurer, which truly took him by surprise. He then remembered how she had been and could not understand it, since she had been kept in that orc village. Brigida was genuinely grateful to him, as she had been able to pass through the barrier thanks to him. So as a reward, she would guarantee Ronin a painless death. With that, she launched an attack at Ronin with all her fury, and he was astonished by such overwhelming strength. He quickly dodged, leaving Brigida slightly impressed. After all, not just anyone could evade that. She began to believe she was not dealing with just any kid. Ronin, however, was still very cautious about the elf, who was badly injured. He asked Sita to heal Sarante while he dealt with Brigida. Sita then began the healing process on the elf. Ronin was furious and called Brigida a rat, saying that her organization had not only destroyed someone's workshop, but had also spied on the Duchian and now dared to come all the way there. He then called her Nebula Clessier, which Brigida found interesting, realizing that he knew her babies. She had also heard rumors about some wretch going around killing believers who were simply carrying out their duties. Her eyes widened as she began to suspect that the swordsman standing before her was that very person. She appeared right beside him, while he still had his sword pointed forward. Ronin was caught off guard by that movement. Brigida, in turn, was amazed by his motions. He was very young, after all. She now understood why her babies had been killed. Ronin stepped back, and Brigida confessed that he had caught her attention. She was very curious and began attacking him, wanting to see what else he was hiding. Ronin blocked her attacks, but soon started to tremble as he realized just how strong she was. That elf was practically predicting all of his movements. He knew he needed to finish it in a single strike while her guard was down. Their fight was extremely intense, and the clash of their swords caused powerful shockwaves. The woman was insane, laughing as if she were at a comedy show. She took pleasure in the fight and made it clear that she liked Ronin. To her, killing him would be a waste, so she invited him to join their order, saying he would be well treated. Ronin thought she had completely lost her mind. Brigida then clarified that, in truth, he had no choice, and immediately attacked Sarante, who was already completely broken. Brigida warned Ronin that if he kept refusing, she would kill Sarante first, and in the most painful way possible. Ronin grew increasingly enraged, while Sarante told him he would be fine and only wanted Ronin to run. Brigida reminded Ronin that Sarante's life depended solely on his decision. Ronin made it clear that his only choice was to tear her apart, because he thought that woman was completely insane. They continued fighting, and Brigida saw that Ronin would keep keep acting that way. That only made her desire him even more. The battle intensified, and the elf watched everything while enduring immense pain. He was deeply worried about Ronan. Brigya, with a smile on her face, wondered how long it had been since she last faced someone as strong as Ronan. She grabbed his hand when he tried to deliver a final blow, saying again that it would be a waste to kill him. She wanted him to be a good boy and made it clear that if he moved a single muscle, she would end his life. Then she struck him brutally from behind. She raised her sword and pointed it at Ronan, declaring that when he opened his eyes, the light of the stars would greet him. As Ronan saw her sword approaching, he felt he needed to move, and suddenly, Sarante used his mana shield on Ronan. Brigya immediately became furious, because once again the elf was interfering. Sarante had already warned her before that he would never forgive her if she laid a finger on that boy or his companions. Ronan quickly warned the elf that it was dangerous for him to do anything in his current condition, promising that he would handle Brigya and that Sarante should conserve his strength. But the elf told the swordsman that he had already done enough. Ronan had bought him the time he needed to prepare, and now he would take care of the rest. Sarante's magic suddenly changed completely, and he told Ronan to stay away. In the end, he used telekinesis to push Ronan away from Brigya, but Brigya made it clear that she would not just stand by and watch. As she was about to grab her sword, she realized what was happening. She was standing over Sarante's magic circle. This confused her, since the old man was badly injured. Even so, Sarante declared that her life would end there, and that he was offering her to God, someone he referred to as an older sister. He then struck her with everything he had, and the magic grew denser and denser. Ronan could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Sarante felt he had to end it immediately, because the use of his mana was also draining his life force. Brigya mocked Sarante, calling him pathetic for daring to do such a thing. She declared the old man a fool who believed in ghosts. Then she unleashed an immense magic of her own, practically dispersing Sarante's magical power with a single shout. She reminded him that she was a disciple chosen by the star. As long as the blessing of the stars was with her, no one could stop her. In other words, she was no longer willing to change Sarante's way of thinking. She wanted him to die immediately. At that moment, Sita stayed by the old man's side, and Sarante thought that was the end for him, until a voice called out to him. The voice explained that Brigya could nullify attacks with an ability called the Blessing of the Stars. Ronan heard it too, unsure if it was the same voice from his past life. The voice informed them that Brigya's movements were currently limited due to a severe wound, and warned Sarante that he should flee and prepare for the day she would come after him again. What had happened there was the fault of that voice. In the end, Ronan did not understand why the voice was saying goodbye. He tried to strike Brigya, who despite being injured was still sharp. She blocked the attack and became furious at Ronan. Sarante worried about his comrade, but Ronan made it clear that the elf should not think about giving up. The fight was not over yet. He also said there was something the old man did not know. Ronan explained that for a long time, even now, he had never run away from a fight. He asked the elf to believe in him just this once. Brigya thought Ronan was a stubborn brat who needed to learn his place. She quickly launched another attack at him, and Sarante immediately used his lightning rain. Brigya found the old man incredibly irritating, but she believed it would not work since she had the blessing of the stars. She swore that Ronan would never be able to touch her until he suddenly left her without an arm. He severed the very arm that held her sword, declaring that this was exactly what he wanted her to think. Sarante felt relieved at what he saw. Brigya, utterly shocked, demanded to know how that boy had managed to pierce the blessing of the stars. Ronan had no idea himself and asked if she was curious. She practically collapsed, because to her that was impossible. Suddenly, she was completely sliced apart by Ronan. Until then, she had believed herself to be fully protected by the blessing of the stars. Ronan thought it would be better for her to ask her stupid little star how he had managed to strike her. Brigya soon collapsed to the ground, unable to believe that this was how she was going to die. She only needed a little more time to uncover the truth, something she had been waiting an eternity to hear. She wondered whether Sarante had managed to reach that truth. Ronan leaned his sword against the ground, just to remain standing, as he was truly exhausted. He believed that if she had not lowered her guard because of her faith in that blessing, he would have been the one to fall instead. In his past life, anyone other than him would not even have been able to touch giants, nor bypass their ability to nullify others' attacks. It seemed that the higher-ranking subordinates of Nebula Classier possessed that same power under the name of a blessing. Then Sarante, his voice trembling from the immense strain he had endured, called out to Ronan. Ronan realized that his companion was still there, badly injured. He immediately began to lament, asking why Sita was not using healing magic on the elf. But Sita was already feeling weak. Ronan asked the old elf to endure just a little longer. The ordeal was over. Sarante took Ronan's hand and made it clear that everything was fine. Despite being utterly broken, he still wore a smile on his face. He apologized to Ronan and asked the swordsman for one final favor. Ronan laid Sarante down beside a stone. The old elf coughed violently like Arthur Morgan at the end of his days and apologized for being in such a state in front of Ronan. The swordsman felt deep sorrow for what had happened to his companion and believed it was entirely his fault. But Sarante did not want Ronan to feel guilty. He believed that it was no one's fault. He also revealed that Ronan would face a long and difficult struggle, that he would lose many things and be badly hurt along the way. Sarante even felt guilty for asking Ronan to never give up. He smiled at his companion, certain that Ronan would succeed. Ronan felt awful, and suddenly a magical explosion erupted in front of him, leaving him terrified. Sarante's body began to petrify. Sarante thanked Ronan for everything, saying that Ronan had become the answer he needed. He declared that he would be watching from Seniel's side, promising to stay with Ronan forever. And so, he ultimately turned into a great sphere. After everything that had happened, Ronan wished for Sarante to rest in peace. After that, they left the mountains and returned to the school. Thus, their first adventure came to an end, and in the end, they had learned many things from Sarante. Director Krava Kratir read Ronan's report and thought that, for a first adventure, it had been quite complicated. Ronan felt a bit awkward and did not even know how to respond. He placed all the blame on that woman, who was completely insane, and he was not wrong. Ronan had not expected it to be that bad, and next time he only hoped the director would not forbid his club's activities. The director made it clear that he was not talking about Ronan's injuries. In truth, he was concerned about the fact that Ronan had lost a companion and wanted to know if the swordsman was all right. Ronan admitted to the director that if he said he was fine, he would be lying. However, he believed that what would make him even sadder would be to simply sit in mourning. He asked the director not to worry about him and expressed his gratitude. In the end, old Krava understood the student and declared that he would let it slide this time. After all, invading the orc's habitat and eliminating a criminal was not something he could reasonably punish his students for. They had accomplished something great. He only asked Ronan to promise that he would not do anything reckless if he encountered the Nebula Clissier organization again. As the school's director, he could not simply watch his students get hurt. Ronan assured him that he could rest easy and showed an almost excessive cheerfulness. He then said he was heading out, making it clear that he would speak with the old man again before his next adventure with his comrades. He apologized to the director for everything. Krava Kratir did not understand at first, then realized that Ronan had not been attending classes lately, so he likely did not know about what was going to begin soon. The scene then shifted to a little later, specifically to the special building of the Adventure Club. Ronan was confused, as he had come to check on the training, but he wanted to know when Schlieffen had returned. Schlieffen simply hoped that Ronan was free, because they needed to talk about the Nebula Clausier organization. Ronan sat down at a table with Schlieffen, clearly curious, and asked whether Schlieffen had properly dealt with the rats in his house before returning. Schlieffen stated that about 15 days earlier, they had conducted a large-scale investigation and had tracked down 19 traitors so far. Of those, Schlieffen had personally dealt with 5. The others would soon be transferred to Laudelon, where they would be interrogated more appropriately. However, there was still a problem. Schlieffen informed Ronan that the prohibition no longer worked on those rats. Ronan did not understand what his comrade was getting at and grew uneasy. Schlieffen explained that when they began the investigation, the prohibition stopped working on all of them. Ronan believed it was possible that they had already dealt with the prohibition. Schlieffen thought that was the best way to conclude the matter. Ronan grew irritated, believing that there was no other method at the moment besides investigating their mana and separating them. Schlieffen then stood up, revealing that that was all the information he had for now. He said he would share more when he had it, making it clear that he would be waiting. Ronan did not fully understand what he meant by that. Schlieffen clarified that the next time he would see Ronan's face would be during the intermediate exams. Ronan was startled, trying to understand what on earth Schlieffen was talking about, since he had not heard anything about any exam. The scene then shifted to 2 days later, the Nabaros intermediate exam. The high-level sword technique battle royale was held on an island owned by Philion, an island called Philand. The scene then shifted to many students gathered together, and Nabaros soon began explaining the terms of the intermediate exam. Nabaros believed her students already knew this, but she reinforced that her classes were focused on real combat. If she could, she would go to an actual battlefield somewhere, but according to the school's rules, that was impossible. Ronan thought that would certainly be fun if it were different. Nabaros then informed her students that instead they would be dispersed across the island and would begin a no-limits duel. Ronan did not quite understand what she meant by no limits. Nabaros also also explained that they did not need to worry about dying, because equipment had been prepared for everyone's safety. As soon as the wearer of a bracelet became incapable of fighting, they would be transported back to Philion, and most injuries could be healed with a simple wave of the hand by the best healers, who would be waiting for all the students to return. This meant they could fight for real, using any means and techniques they wished. Then, in a rather psychopathic tone, Nabaros told everyone that, just for that day, they should try to kill each other as much as they wanted. Ronan thought the professor was truly excited. She then asked those whose names were called to step forward. Once they put on the bracelet, they would be moved to a fixed coordinate. The first to be called was Adishan. Ronan saw that his great commander was participating, and some students were confused, since until then Adishan had been an assistant. Everyone found it shameful, saying she had come with preferential treatment as a paid student and was now being evaluated. Even so, some thought it was a good thing, because at least it would help them avoid finishing last. Most students considered Adishan a foolish girl. Ronan grew furious hearing them call his great commander a paid idiot. But he knew this was the most objective evaluation of her at that moment. Going into the battlefield with those skills, Ronan believed it would only lead her to death. He pondered what the best decision would be for his great commander. Adishan then put on the bracelet and was immediately teleported away. Soon after, it was Ronan's turn to be teleported. He looked around, wondering if he was the only one isolated. He wanted to believe it was luck, but there was no way that could be true. He then asked the senior to stop hiding, catching the young man by surprise. Ronan still smiled, as if to show friendliness. The kid was shameless, and he noticed the senior looked somewhat uncomfortable. The student from the year above him grew furious at having landed right where Ronan was, considering Ronan a monster. He quickly tried to attack Ronan with an axe, but obviously failed, as Ronan easily dodged. Ronan then pointed his sword at his academy colleague's neck, declaring that it had been a good move, but that he could not believe a senior would do such a thing to a fragile junior. He admitted that, as a junior, he felt quite irritated. In the end, there were 2 more students there, and Ronan knew it. Unable to believe they had all appeared in the same place, they formed some kind of temporary alliance. Ronan believed they all had decent ways to handle situations, since there was even an archer aiming an arrow at him. The archer fired at Ronan, who quickly threw the stone he had in his hand at the archer, making it clear to all the students opposing him that although they had good skills, their strategies were not the best. The archer was quickly sent back to Philion. One of them then realized that the ambush had failed and that everyone should be ready. Even though Ronan was a monster to them, he was still alone, and in terms of numbers, they had an overwhelming advantage. They decided to attack all at once. The scene shifted to some time later. Ronan thought that since they were still second-year students, it had taken a bit of time, but he wondered whether everything would really be. The scene then shifted to a student who was somewhat surprised. He had never thought Adation would last this long. He was accompanied by other guys and declared that this was the end for her, that she should be eliminated. Adishan was badly injured and exhausted. She admitted to herself that she had overdone it, but in doing so, the 2 other idiots had lowered their guard. They were with Ion, the strongest student of the 3rd year, and naturally believed they could never lose because of that. Because of this, she found an opening, and she had only one chance. She needed to end it quickly. She rushed toward them, and they had no idea what was happening. In an instant, she cut down the 2 students at once, sending their blood spraying everywhere. She knew she could not stop there. She had to use that momentum to finish Ayun. She charged toward him, intending to destroy him once and for all, but her eyes went wide when he struck her head on, making her cough up a large amount of blood. In the end, she fell to the ground like a ripe fruit. Woon wondered what she was trying to do, but he had not imagined her movements would be so pathetic. He believed she had already realized that no matter how much she tried, she would never be able to defeat him. On the other hand, he found her attempts somewhat entertaining. He also believed it all ended there. Ronan, sitting in a tree and watching, thought this was exactly how things were supposed to end. For his great commander, that plan had been her best attempt. After disorienting the enemies using the terrain, she had been excellent at seizing the opportunity and advancing like a solid formation, but that was all. There was simply too great a gap that she could not overcome at that moment. Ronan was certain that once the test ended, she would change her mind until something happened that caught his attention. Adishan suddenly made another move toward Ayun, who tried to understand what on earth she was doing. He thought she wanted to end everything in the worst possible way. Adishan made it clear that the test was not over yet, and that she was still standing, so she would not give up under any circumstances. She quickly attacked him again, managing to break through his defense, but only leaving a shallow cut on his face. She hated the fact that it had been too shallow, and Un grew extremely irritated by what she had just done. He struck Ronan's Grand Commander with everything he had, forcing her down to her knees. At that moment, Aeon felt that his reputation had truly taken a blow. Being hit by a mere student like her was something he could not accept. taking advantage of the situation. Un wanted to know what motivated her. He had always been curious, not only about her training or abilities, because he thought she was trash and could not understand why she continued to struggle forward. Anyone could tell she was hopeless at that moment just by looking at her face, and Un was aware that she knew this better than anyone. Once again, he demanded to know why she kept going so far. Adishan then explained that she had to become a great commander and recalled her past. Upon hearing her answer, Un was shocked, as he thought it was the height of stupidity. Adishan, however, spoke with great seriousness and made it clear that this was not a matter of giving up or not. Ronan was surprised as he listened to everything, and Adishan explained that it was because she believed her dream could not be replaced by anyone else, but only fulfilled by her own destiny. Because of that, Ian thought she was far too stubborn to understand that she was a failure and should simply back down and keep dreaming while knowing her place. He prepared an attack and declared that he could no longer listen to so much nonsense coming out of her mouth. But before he could finish her off, Ronan arrived and ordered Ayun to stop, positioning himself directly in front of her. He had shattered Ayun's weapon and apologized for interfering, saying that Adishan should stop there and that she had given it her all. Ayun was completely confused, and in the next instant, Ronan cut him down, sending him back to Filion. Adishan was bewildered to see Ronan there. Ronan asked if she was all right, and she thanked him for saving her, but she truly wanted to understand what he was doing there. Ronan did not want to get into that subject at the moment. Instead, he asked her to spare him a little of her time, as there was something he wanted to hear from her. He offered his support so she could stand up, and she asked if he wanted to hear about her reason for wanting to become a commander. She wanted to understand why he was bringing that up, but Ronan explained that it was an important matter to him and that he wanted her to talk about it. Adishan then asked if he had ever heard of the Canine Night, an event 10 years ago marked by an invasion of beastmen. It was the first battle between the Empire, which sought to expand its territory to the north, and the beastmen who stood in its way. That night, Adishan lost her family, and she remembered it vividly. It was dinner time, and her mother was already preparing things. Her mother said that something had happened and that they needed to leave. Adishan wanted to go with her parents, but her mother revealed that she could not, and so she had to stay behind with her father. That became the last conversation of Adishan's family. After that, she heard that on that day, the village knights were dispatched on an operation whose goal was to block an enormous beast at the castle wall. In truth, Adishan believed it was merely a way to send people to their deaths, caused by a failure to properly assess the strength of the Beastmen Union. It was nothing more than a tragedy. Adishan also reminded Ronan that negotiations between the Empire and the Beastmen Union were eventually concluded. In exchange for securing the Beastmen's territory, they were incorporated into the Empire's forces. As for the process that led to that outcome, and the sacrifices of their village, all they received were foolish stones in a cemetery memorial. There, Adishan saw a soldier lamenting. He had lost his arm and wanted to understand why he had killed all his comrades. In the end, Adishan believed it was considered a noble sacrifice, but she could not agree with it, because all of them could have lived. They could have pursued peaceful negotiations. Even if fighting had been necessary, there were many ways to take advantage of the terrain. In other words, those deaths were unnecessary sacrifices caused by the incompetence of their superiors. She could not tolerate that. That was why she explained to Ronan that she would become a commander, but a commander who would not cause meaningless sacrifices, because she believed no one needed a memorial to represent those who should still be alive. A silence echoed between the two. She soon became a little embarrassed, thinking she had spoken too much. Ronan did not deny that it was not a pleasant story to hear, but he understood her side. Seeing how difficult it truly was to make her give up, something he thought was actually impossible, he realized he could not turn his back on her death being in vain, because he did not want to experience those feelings again. At that moment, a tornado appeared, heading straight toward them. Sensing that mana, Adishan did not know what it was. Ronan felt that whatever was coming was extremely impatient, so he warned her that they had no time. He would explain quickly. He asked if she knew about mana shadows. She had no idea. Ronan explained that the conditions for awakening were difficult, but if someone managed to use them, they would become absurdly stronger. Someone he knew had made a name for themselves through it, and that person was exactly like Adishan. Because of that, he believed Adishan could do it as well. He asked her to stay calm. She did not understand what he meant, but he told her not to worry because he had decided to help her. He promised to do everything he could and called her commander. Adishan was surprised until he suddenly pushed her off the cliff. She was completely confused, and he made it clear that they could stop for the day, reminding her that third place in the rankings was not such a bad thing and that they would see each other again when he returned. At that point, he had understood understood things a little better, and there, only the two of them remained, Schlieffen and himself. Ronan saw that Schlieffen had defeated everyone and had even sent a signal. Schlieffen stated that they were the only two left on the island, but he felt there was no need to explain to Ronan what that meant. Ronan revealed that he knew better than anyone because Schlieffen truly wanted to prove who the greatest lunatic was. Soon, the two began to fight, and the clash between their swords was immense. Next, the scene shifts to Adishan lying on the ground. She opens her eyes in shock and looks around, seeing the place where Schlieffen and Ronan were fighting, with many people watching. Her body was healed, and she understood that she had been eliminated and sent back to the academy. She clearly remembered Ronan telling her that she had placed third. From that, she realized that those two were the ones who had made it to the very end of the test. Meanwhile, Ronan was fleeing from Schlieffen, who chased him as if hunting prey, once again unleashing his tornado and destroying countless trees in his path. Ronan could not believe what he was seeing. Schlieffen was insane enough to split his storm sword technique into two different trajectories. Ronan was certain it was extremely dangerous, but when the power was divided, he clearly remembered Schlieffen's movement. He cut using the Naburo style, and Ronan barely managed. If Schlieffen were to pour his full strength into his aura, Ronan acknowledged that he would lose instantly. He wanted to understand what the hell was happening, because everything was far beyond his expectations. Ever since he took that damn Dolan, Schlieffen had become far more proficient with the Storm Sword, so much so that even in speed, where he used to lose to Ronan, the two were now equal. Ronan could not make sense of it. Schlieffen was far stronger at that moment, stronger than he had ever been at that stage, even in his previous life. Schlieffen, in turn, realized that Ronan was truly a formidable opponent. He had not expected Ronan to compensate in such a way. Mana really could be cut. He also realized that Ronan had perfectly mastered their teacher's swordsmanship. In the end, he himself had taken a deep slash right across the center of his chest. He had believed he would be superior in skill, but now he felt that gap no longer existed. He was nearly at the limit of how much speed he could increase using mana, so he had to go all out at that moment. Ronan, on the other hand, believed that if Schlieffen adapted even further to his movements, he would no longer be able to win. He could no longer let the fight drag on. He had to end it in a single blow. With that, he charged towards Schlieffen, who was thinking in exactly the same way. Their clash was tremendous, but Ronan wanted to finish it quickly. He advanced as Schlieffen activated his skill. Ronan dodged, and Schlieffen noticed. Ronan had no choice. He evaded while landing several cuts on Schlieffen. Suddenly, Ronan appeared behind him. Schlieffen began to smile, wondering how long Ronan would keep surprising him. Ronan could not believe that his opponent was still smiling even after being slashed. It only further convinced him that Schlieffen was a lunatic. The two ended up cutting each other, yet neither of them gave up. Their swords clashed once again, and everyone watched the fierce battle. The academy students were deeply shaken, and many began to think the two should take separate exams, as they were literally destroying the entire terrain. Adishan grew worried about Ronan. Every Naburo student should have been watching that battle, but in any case, she knew that Schlieffen and Ronan had reached their limits, and the next strike would decide the victor. Bleeding, Schlieffen never imagined he would find a rival like Ronan. He admitted that coming to that academy had been the best choice he ever made, and he believed Ronan felt the same, that the fight needed to end soon. Ronan did not disagree, as if things continued like that, he feared their friendship might come to an end. The clash between their swords ceased for a moment. Schlieffen made it clear that he would leave no regrets behind, and suggested that Ronan do the same. Schlieffen wanted Ronan to show everything he had. Ronan saw that Schlieffen was completely crazy, just as he had imagined. Having Schlieffen by his side would be beneficial, but first, he needed to establish the hierarchy. He moved in an instant, his speed shocking Schlieffen. Ronan attacked, and Schlieffen managed to block, unable to believe that Ronan could still move so fast. After all, Ronan was badly injured. Schlieffen could no longer keep up with him, but he believed that moving at such speed would exact a price on Ronan's body beyond imagination. He thought Ronan was not considering the consequences. Schlieffen admitted that he was still learning from Ronan and urged him to go all out. He focused his sword and unleashed another move. Ronan was caught off guard but managed to block, realizing that the madman Schlieffen had assumed he would not be able to keep up with his speed. Instead, Schlieffen had scattered blades of mana in front of him. His injuries made mana control nearly impossible, causing him to harm himself even further. In the end, Ronan believed that his rival was practically desperate to win. Even so, Ronan had no intention of losing there either. Both were at their limits, and the fight could not be prolonged any longer. Ronan was prepared to end everything in one final exchange. He charged at his rival once once more, launching another attack, his last strike. Schlieffen already knew he would go all out. However, Ronin did not meet his expectations. He declared that he would pour all his effort and energy into that blow, a strike called the Aura Storm Sword. The chaos of the battle was beyond anything ordinary. Schlieffen's energy was dense and ravaged the entire area. The ground was left unrecognizable. Schlieffen was completely battered, and so was Ronin. Ronin thought that if Schlieffen wanted to die, he should do it alone instead of trying to drag him down as well. That technique had the power to consume Schlieffen's own body. Ronin knew his rival was mad when it came to swordsmanship. He could see him no other way. Reaching this point had been the best decision Ronin had ever made. He declared that on that day, one of them would die right there, and he leaped forward to strike his rival. All the academy students watched in shock. Adishan was especially worried about Ronin, while Professor Nabarose believed that, at last, the outcome had been decided. Soon, an explosion occurred between the two of them. After the dust settled, Schlieffen thought it couldn't have gone any better and soon collapsed to the ground. Ronin thought his rival had been far too arrogant, but in any case, that was something that suited Schlieffen. In the end, Ronin finally won and also fell to the ground. Everyone was left in shock as they watched the two lying there. Suddenly, loud cheering erupted, and everyone began to celebrate. The advanced intermediate evaluation of real combat fencing had been concluded. The scene then shifted to Ronin waking up in the infirmary, startled. He was accompanied by Adishan and Professor Nabarose. He quickly came to the conclusion that the exam was over, thanks to the presence of the two of them. The professor confirmed it, but explained that the consequences of the battle between him and Schlieffen had been difficult to deal with, since they had destroyed half of the field. She thought it had been a great fight, and that it was worth it. But seeing that Ronin was the first to wake up, Nabarose believed he had better endurance. Ronin immediately thought that he had taken Schlieffen down and felt happy, but his professor clarified that the result had been a draw. They were judged to have returned at exactly the same time, so it was considered a tie, with both being placed in first place. Ronin was surprised by the information. Nabarose was surprised that he was accepting it so calmly. She had thought he would throw a tantrum. Adishan also admitted she was surprised. Ronin made it clear that the fight had been complicated and that the result made sense. He considered Schlieffen stronger than himself, so he planned to train even harder because he wanted to defeat Schlieffen. The professor was surprised. She thought that it wasn't just Ronin's skills that had matured, his mindset had changed as well. She soon asked her student not to feel discouraged. It had been a good experience for both of them, and especially for Ronin, since he was finally able to use mana. This caught him off guard, and he asked his teacher whether he had really used it. Nabarose didn't understand his confusion, since he had used it in the final strike, infusing mana into his sword. Only then did he realize that he had indeed felt something different at that moment. He hadn't imagined it was mana. Nabarose explained that he had used a chi sword, compared to the complete chi he had been using until then to imitate mana. Mana itself was completely different. However, his reaction showed the professor that he still hadn't fully claimed that sensation as his own. She believed they needed to act quickly, because they didn't know when his body might begin imposing new restrictions. Nabarose then asked Adishan to take Ronin to a certain man, whom she referred to as a useless person. Adishan immediately realized that Nabarose was referring to Professor Jarradine's stone song. The scene then shifted to the next day. Adishan was with Ronin and revealed that it had been a while since she had last seen Professor Jarradine. Ronin imagined that the professor must be good if Nabarose wanted to introduce him. Adishan quickly explained that Jarradine was a specialist in the use of mana, which was why Nabarose wanted his help. Sometimes during mana classes, a student's mana would become tangled, and if the core hardened when that happened, they would call Professor Jarradine, since he could easily resolve the issue. However, Ronin noticed that Nabarose didn't seem to like Jarradine very much. Adishan wasn't exactly sure why, but she believed it was because their personalities were very different. She thought Ronin would understand once he met Professor Jarradine. In any case, the swordsman didn't mind much, since he was now able to use mana. And if the professor was truly amazing, he might also learn something about his commander's mana. Dark mana had been a very unfamiliar topic in Ronin's past life, and he didn't know much about it, so he thought he should learn more. Adishan learned that Ronin had paid a visit to Schlieffen. She wanted to know how it went, and whether Schlieffen had accepted the proposal Ronin had mentioned to her and the professor. Ronin confirmed that he had, and believed that the proposal was something Schlieffen couldn't refuse. The scene then shifted to Schlieffen together with Ronin. Schlieffen thought the two of them were in sync, revealing that he was not satisfied with a simple draw and wanted Ronin to go to a training room so they could finish things. He looked like a demon as he stared at Ronin. Ronin asked him to stop making that face, revealing that he also hadn't liked the result, but that he wanted to talk about another matter with Schlieffen. Schlieffen didn't understand at first, but Ronan was inviting him to join his club. Schlieffen couldn't understand the reason for the invitation. Ronan explained that Schlieffen would be able to leave the school and gain plenty of real battle experience, making it impossible to get bored. Schlieffen, however, saw Ronan as an enemy and saw no reason for them to join forces. He also declared that he didn't have any free time and turned his back on him. Ronan tried to entice Schlieffen by revealing that the club members were planning a very fun welcome party. He even tried to arrange for his sister Iril to participate, since she was moving to the islands, and that struck a nerve with Schlieffen. I'm not talking about which one. His hand immediately began to tremble. Exactly that. Schlieffen couldn't believe that Iril was moving to the islands. He quickly turned back and demanded more details, worried about whether the neighborhood was safe. He declared that Ronan should hire guards to keep his sister safe. At that point, Ronan was unwilling to say anything, since Schlieffen wasn't a member of his club. Schlieffen would only find out if he joined. Schlieffen then threw a pen toward Ronan, causing ink to splatter everywhere, just like he did in his room. He asked whether Ronan was satisfied now, since he had signed in 1 second. He then demanded to know everything Ronan knew immediately. Ronan then returned to the moment he had been with Adeshan, remembering just how terrifying Schlieffen was. Adeshan then informed Ronan that they had arrived. The place was known as Tower 41. Ronan found everything very strange and soon believed that Jaredin must be someone on a completely different level. Jaredin then appeared, asking what 2 students from the fencing academy were doing there. Professor Jaredin was carrying an enormous backpack, looking like a traveler. Adeshan explained to the professor that Ronan was having trouble manifesting his mana, and that the teacher had asked them to seek him out. Jaredin immediately thought it was something special, since Professor Nabaros wouldn't send just any student. When Ronan tried to greet him, Jaredin cut off the small talk right away, asking how much Ronan had prepared. Ronan was startled and confused. Jaredin explained that he didn't do volunteer work and that he charged a fee for working outside standard hours. Jaredin was certain that Ronan hadn't prepared anything and made it very clear that what he wanted. Ronan couldn't quite believe it. He was being charged by a professor. Jaredin didn't care at all and made it clear that he charged 10 gold coins per hour, a price per person. Adeshan was also surprised. Ronan thought the professor was joking, but Jaredin was completely serious. Before long, Ronan realized he was being extorted by a professor. He then told Jaredin that he didn't have the money at the moment and asked if there was any other way. Jaredin made it clear that the alternative was for Ronan to go back to the dormitory and stop bothering him, because poor people sleep. Jaredin was drowning in bills, making it clear that Ronan had to pay 10 gold coins because of Nabaros, whom he referred to as a damned woman. At least Jaredin wasn't blindly devoted to her. Then Jaredin noticed something that surprised him, and he quickly came up with a solution. He asked Ronan to follow him, saying he could offer him a deal. In the end, it was the ring given by Sarante that was radiating power. Jaredin asked a few questions about the ring the elf had given him until they reached the location. Ronan saw that the place was not only clean, but completely sterile. It wasn't as if they were in a prison or anything like that. Moreover, Ronan couldn't hear anything from outside, so he wondered if the professor had cast a noise-canceling spell over the entire tower. He also noticed that the door locks were reinforced with magic. He didn't understand why there was so much security. Soon, Jaredin asked to see Ronan's item. He wanted to see the young man's ring. To make the already strange conversation worse, Ronan handed over his ring to the professor, asking Jaredin to be careful because it was a precious item. Jaredin only made things worse by clarifying that the item was precious to him as well. Jaredin examined the ring closely and clearly felt extremely pure mana stored inside it. He believed that a dragon would have needed nearly 2,000 years to reach that level, but then he dismissed that idea and concluded it must have been an elf who made it. Ronan was surprised that Jaredin even knew that much. Jaredin told Ronan that to be a professor in Philion, talent was required. He then explained that his conditions were simple. He wanted to extract a bit of the power from that ring. Ronan didn't quite understand, but Jaredin explained that he had been conducting an experiment for some time. He needed mana from a species that had manipulated mana for many years. He knew there were high-ranking elves in Philion, but nothing compared to that ring. Ronan's ring was unique, creating an ominous atmosphere. Jaredin thought Ronan was a novice with good connections, and Ronan didn't disagree. Jaredin then said that if Ronan allowed him to siphon a little power from the ring, he would give Ronan his full support. The swordsman didn't think it was a bad offer, but he would only accept it if Jaredin also helped with Adeshan's problem, which caught her off guard. Jaredin clarified that he only needed a small amount of magic, but Ronan was already trying to add another clause. As Jaredin started making excuses, Ronan stood up, thinking the professor could forget it because he was leaving. Jaredin then explained that he wasn't refusing, he would give a 50% discount. Even so, Ronan still wanted to leave, and in the end, Jaredin accepted the request, telling Ronan that he was good at bargaining. Ronan was pleased by the compliment. Jaredin said he wanted to take a look at Ronan's problem first, believing that if Nabarose had sent him, then it was something serious. He pointed to a magic circle and asked Ronan to stand on it. Ronan went over, and Jaredin noticed that Ronan's senses had recently opened. He also saw that Ronan had not used much mana throughout his life. Ronan explained that it was because of a curse. Jaredin revealed that this was not a normal case, because the small amount of mana that had opened was slowly trying to close again. He then sent his own mana to force it open, warning Ronan that it would hurt a little and asking if he could endure it. Suddenly, Ronan began to scream as the impact behind him was intense. Jaredin moved through Ronan's mana channels and saw that they were opening properly. If things continued like that, he believed everything would become easier. However, something began to approach, frightening the professor. He wondered what the hell that was, unable to understand how something like that could exist inside a young man's body. Then Jaredin felt something utterly absurd. The impact was brutal, and he began coughing up large amounts of blood, practically vomiting blood. Ronan grew worried about the professor. Jaredin began chanting several magical incantations, and Ronan immediately recognized the spell, remembering Adashan from his past life mentioning those words. Suddenly, it was as if a massive monster was devouring everything. The scene shifted to Maya Secrete, who didn't understand what was happening. She saw Jaredin open the door, and the three of them appeared in her location. Maya immediately moved to treat Jaredin, who was coughing heavily. Maya asked whether Jaredin had sent his mana into Ronan's body, and the swordsman confirmed it. Maya had already suspected Jaredin would be careless, and she believed that part of Ronan's curse had been transferred to Jaredin through the mana. It was an extremely fatal curse. Only Ronan could deal with it easily. If things continued that way, Jaredin would end up dying. Ronan refused to accept that the professor would die because of his curse. Maya explained that this would happen if they didn't treat Jaredin immediately. Fortunately, the curse had not yet taken root, so Maya began to act. Jaredin felt pain, and soon a creature emerged from inside him. Maya grabbed it and threw it toward Ronan so he could cut it down. Ronan quickly minced the many-eyed creature to pieces. Jaredin was left breathing heavily, but he thanked Maya for saving his life. Maya explained that all of this happened because Jaredin had been quick to recognize that he acted without thinking, reminding him that she had warned him about Ronan before. Jaredin had no idea it was Ronan. The swordsman then asked if the professor was all right. Jaredin confirmed that he was and said he had gained an incredible experience thanks to Ronan. He never imagined that such an absurd curse could exist, and he thought Ronan's life must be terribly twisted. Even so, he kept his promise. Ronan didn't understand what the professor meant by that, and Jaredin then asked Professor Maya to check Ronan's condition. Maya was left in shock. She couldn't understand how mana was flowing through Ronan's body. She touched the swordsman's arms, completely incredulous. His meridians were open, even if they were weak. She asked whether Ronan had done anything recently that might have undone the curse, like falling into a well full of cursed eyes, but he revealed that he hadn't done anything of the sort. Maya didn't know the reason, but the curse that blocked his mana meridians had weakened. At that moment, a strange power was eroding the curse, like rain and wind wearing down a rock. Maya could feel that the curse was constantly trying to close the meridians, but thanks to that unknown power, as well as the fact that Jaredin had expanded Ronan's meridians, it wouldn't be so easy to seal them again. Ronan was happy. At that moment, he believed he could use mana. Maya warned him that, in theory, yes, but it would take a long time before he could use it freely. Since the curse was constantly trying to close his meridians, even if Ronan trained every day, it would take about 20 years. It was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He didn't want to wait that long. Maya still considered it a miracle that he could achieve this through training alone, without using a treatment that could put his life in danger. Jaredin then revealed that there was a method to reduce the required time, depending on the swordsman's efforts. He explained that Ronan could use a mana practice method that Jaredin himself had invented, warning him that, for now, the amount of mana Ronan could handle was very small. Since Ronan's meridians had just been opened, they were narrower than those of the other students. However, if he learned Jaredin's practice method and continuously opened his meridians, he would be able to increase the amount of mana he could use. It would depend solely on the swordsman's skill. In about 5 years, he could have the same mana capacity as the other students, far less time than Maya had proposed. Jaredin then said he would channel his own mana so Ronan could see the path of his meridians. Even though it was risky, Jaredin believed this was the right moment. Since the curse was weakened, Ronan was grateful, and they began. Ronan felt pain. The professor's method was different, requiring precise adjustment of the mana's speed and direction. Ronan suffered a bit, but he set his mind on not rushing. He had to guide the mana very carefully. Soon, Jaredin said that the mana path was being drawn. Ronan had to move little by little, slowly, so that mana could become power. He asked whether the swordsman had understood everything. Ronan was panting, but he had understood perfectly. He decided to try, catching the professor by surprise. Jaredin had guided him through the paths only once, yet Ronan managed to memorize them. Moreover, Ronan's control was flawless. Jaredin realized that Nabaros, whom he considered a scoundrel, had recognized an extraordinary talent. He saw that it wouldn't be necessary to encounter that curse again and told Ronan to practice every day. Ronan could feel his own mana, and he also sensed that he was changing, constantly altering his past self. Back then, he couldn't even imagine having mana. Now he was far beyond that. He thanked the professor. Now Ronan understood why Jaredin had asked for such a high price. After all, handing over the ring was complicated. Suddenly, Jaredin collapsed, leaving Ronan wide-eyed. Jaredin said that he had resolved Ronan's problem for now, but he wanted the student to keep his promise. Ronan promised that he would, but asked Jaredin to take care of his own body first. Jaredin made it clear that his body wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was what he needed to save, even if lives had to be sacrificed. Then he asked Ronan to hand over the ring immediately, making the conversation strange once again. Ronan could see that the professor was completely lost. Maya thought Jaredin had pushed himself too hard and had entered a trance-like state. In the end, he truly needed the ring for his research. Maya was worried about Jaredin, as her friend was living a life trapped in the past. Ronan then carried his professor. Adishan said they shouldn't waste time. The nearest doctor was in Lexion Hall, and they could reach it in 5 minutes if they ran. The problem was a lock reinforced with magic. Even while injured, Jaredin spoke his incantations and unlocked the door, making it clear to Ronan that he would return. However, he opened another door instead, and Ronan immediately said it was the wrong one. Jaredin, though, had something else in mind, saying that he needed to go down before someone's rose withered. They began descending the stairs, and when they reached the place, Adishan was stunned. Ronan had no idea what had happened there, but he believed they were seeing something they shouldn't: a dead monster and a woman inside a capsule. Ronan wondered if Jaredin's terrible agony was because of the woman, suggesting that the professor was hopelessly devoted. He placed Jaredin leaning against the capsule where the woman lay. Ronan wanted to look around for something that might help. He saw many strange things and could also tell that Jaredin had conducted experiments on living monsters. It was far from normal, and Ronan hadn't expected that. The professor had crossed a line. Then Ronan found a diary. He wanted to understand what his professor had done. At that moment, Jaredin asked the woman named Sunya to hold on just a little longer, saying that he was almost finished. The scene then shifts to a long time ago, still within the imperial calendar. Jaredin had managed to preserve Sunya's body before decomposition began. The body is where the soul resides, so he cared for the body of his beloved sword, hoping to bring her back to life. He had heard that it was impossible to bring the dead back using magic, but he didn't care. He was willing to never give up. These were the memories of his struggle to save Sunya. Jaredin clearly remembered the 54th resurrection attempt. Even the ogre heart he had obtained on the black market had failed. He was reaching his limit trying to balance his schedule in the magic tower with the time spent on his experiments. By his 76th attempt, he was expelled from the tower due to his lack of attendance. Without money, he could no longer continue his attempts. He needed to find a way to earn gold. Soon after, he asked Director Kratier for help and was given the opportunity to become a professor. Jaredin transferred Sunya to the base of the magic tower of Philion. He had become a professor and hated teaching those he referred to as idiots, but he had no choice. All he wanted was money, so he could continue and bring her back. By the 134th attempt, he had made no progress at all. Reading the diary, Ronan finally understood why the professor was so desperate for money. He could see that the ingredients Jaredin needed were truly difficult to obtain and impossible to acquire through normal means. Everything was driven by love. Ronan had seen this before in his past life, humans risking everything for love. It reminded him of Schlieffen. The guy was obsessed with getting close to his sister. Ronan knew that people who acted like that ended up with damaged minds, especially when someone took advantage of that weakness to get close to those suffering from it. Then he noticed something about the rebellion written in the notebook. Ronan couldn't believe it. Just then, Jaredin stood up and demanded to know what the hell Ronan was doing, catching the swordsman off guard. Jaredin asked whether Ronan had been snooping through his things. Ronan placed the notebook on the table, improvising an excuse on the spot, saying he was looking for something that could help the professor recover. He claimed that since he didn't know how to use mana, he wouldn't be able to identify anything even if he saw it. However, something was glowing on his clothes. The scene then shifts to a cave where a hooded subordinate reported to his master that they had found Jaredin without any issues. Jaredin was hesitant, but it seemed to be only a matter of time before the deal was closed. Several people were tied up and trembling nearby. The hooded figure believed it would be easy, as Jaredin was desperate for the essence of blood, something only his master could provide. That master found it amusing that Jaredin had completely lost his mind over a woman. He was a vampire who believed believed humans were utterly foolish. The scene then shifts back to Geraldine returning the ring to Ronan, apologizing for the delay and saying the extraction had been successful. Ronan had his doubts, since the ring looked the same to him. The professor reminded the swordsman that he had said he would extract only a small amount, and that the ring itself contained a surreal amount of energy. Regardless, Geraldine was grateful. Thanks to Ronan, he could now resolve one of the issues needed for his next experiment. Ronan was also thankful. If not for the professor, he would have faced countless problems before ever finding someone capable of curing him. In the end, both of them benefited. Still, the professor knew Ronan had doubts about what he had seen in the laboratory. He asked both students to keep everything secret. Ronan replied that it was fine. He didn't want to get involved in other people's problems. Geraldine was grateful for that. He then told Adishan that he would schedule another day to deal with her issue, saying it wouldn't be as complicated as Ronan's, though he was certain there was also a strange energy coming from her, which frightened Adishan. Soon after, the two students parted ways outside. Ronan had taken something that could serve as evidence linking the rebel group to the church. He wondered whether Professor Geraldine was working with those bastards. There was only one thing he could do. When he opened it, he was confused. It was just a drop of blood. He wondered if it was some kind of encrypted magic. He already imagined the headache it would take to decipher it. Suddenly, the blood began to seep out of the paper, floating right in front of Ronan, leaving him utterly confused. Ophelia Denite appeared and told Ronan that it was a letter written using vampiric magic. She had only come because she sensed a trail of blood magic, but she hadn't expected it to be Ronan. Ophelia smiled at him, saying it had been a while since they last met. The scene shifts to the Special Adventure Club. Ronan was surprised. She had left with Sita, and he hadn't heard from her since. He had assumed she was busy. Ronan asked how her research was going. Ophelia revealed that everything was going very well thanks to him and Sita. She had taught Sita some blood magic as payment, and hadn't expected the creature to be so talented. She said Ronan could look forward to good results once the training was complete. However, she wanted to know why he had a blood letter. Ronan had no idea what it was. Ophelia explained that a blood letter was one of the basic principles of blood magic, allowing the user to compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood. Blood letters were usually used to conceal conspiracies. She then channeled some mana and deciphered the hidden message. It was a location where one could obtain fresh blood essence. Ronan realized it was one of the ingredients mentioned in the professor's notes, required for the next experiment. This led him to believe that the rebels were not connected to Nebula Classier, which was good news. Still, he wanted to know what the Crimson Hook was. Ophelia realized that the Crimson Hook must have sent the letter. When Ronan asked if she knew them, she explained that the Crimson Hook was an organization founded by younger vampires no more than 100 to 150 years old, who sought to revive the glory of vampires through cruel killings. To Ophelia, the group was nothing more than a bunch of immature children. Still, she was confused. They possessed fresh blood essence, an item that was extremely rare, even among vampires. She asked who the letter's owner was. Ronan hesitated to answer. Ophelia warned that it would be dangerous if that person accepted the offer without thinking, as they could lose something worse than their own life. Ronan then revealed that he had found it in Geraldine's laboratory, surprising her. She immediately said that Geraldine was the greatest mage of the Full Moon Tower. Ronan hadn't known that. Ophelia added that the professor's abilities were famous even among vampires. Geraldine was an elite mage. Ronan felt reassured that the professor would be fine. Ophelia believed that, based on the rumors about Geraldine, he could wipe out that group of young vampires with ease. The problem was his desire for fresh blood essence. That changed everything. Fresh blood essence was an inherent mana fusion formed by vampires who had used blood magic for a very long time, containing an incredible amount of blood magic. Depending on who used it, it could be extremely effective, but if the user did not personally activate its power through blood magic, the essence would become completely useless. So, if cooperation with the vampires of the Crimson Hook organization made it impossible to obtain the complete essence, then the professor had no choice but to accept the offer. Ophelia already imagined what the Crimson Hook's request would be. With that, the scene shifts to the Crimson Hook vampires outside, where they end up seeing that Geraldine had arrived. However, they began to doubt Geraldine's power, since they could not sense any magic within him. Even so, the vampires believed they could not let their guard down, because in the past, Geraldine had gone head-to-head with Nabarose. Geraldine soon did not understand why he was not seeing their master. One of the vampires informed him that the master was waiting for Geraldine inside, asking the professor to remove his hood so they could verify his identity. Geraldine could not believe that the Crimson Hook monarch was afraid of an old man like him. Even so, he removed his hood, and one of the vampires thanked him for his cooperation. However, he noticed that Jaredin was carrying a sword and became confused since Jaredin was a mage. Seeing that the vampire had realized it, Jaredin immediately grabbed the sword and sliced all of them down at once. He warned that those vampires should make the most of the path to the afterlife. In the end, it was actually Ronan in Jaredin's place. The scene then shifts to a few days earlier, when Ophelia showed Ronan a shape-shifting potion. With it, he could look exactly like Professor Jaredin for 30 minutes. Ronan thanked her for the help, but she was worried about whether he would really be fine alone, remembering that although those vampires were immature, they had lived for at least 100 years. She thought it would be better to go with Ronan, but the swordsman did not think it was right for her to fight her own kin. He asked her not to worry, but he also could not confirm anything to the vampires. With that, the scene shifts to after he had sliced all those vampires apart. One of them survived, unable to believe what was happening, but when he started to scream, Ronan simply covered his mouth and ordered the vampire to shut up, making it very clear that everything he said from that moment on would be answers to Ronan's questions. He clarified that if the vampire did not cooperate, he would turn into grilled kebab. Then the scene shifts to Ronan inside the cave. The vampire really had been telling the truth. There were no traps there. Ronan soon realized that he could have spared the doorkeeper's life. In the end, Ronan had felt something strange since early on. He did not know whether it was the nature of the place, but it was as if he had seen it before, like deja vu. He saw a door from which an intense stench of blood was leaking, and he wanted to know what the hell those vampires were doing, until his eyes widened. Some vampires were chewing on everything in front of them. However, their master was happy because he was seeing Professor Jaredon there. He introduced himself as the leader of the Crimson Hook. His name was Zwei von Arnstoffel. He apologized to Jaredin, who was actually Ronan in disguise, because he believed Jaredin was not seeing their refined side. He explained that they were merely having a meal, but invited Jaredin to their ceremony. Ronan realized it was already too late to save those people. He needed to focus on his main objective, so he refused Zwei's offer. Zwei knew that, above all, many like Jaredin had come only for an agreement, but he did not want his guests to feel uncomfortable. They had been feeding together ever since all the members of the Crimson Hook had gathered. In the end, Ronan, disguised as Jaredin, revealed that he did not mind. He only wanted to obtain the essence of fresh blood and wanted to know the terms of the deal. Zwei thought it was simple, explaining that Jaredin only needed to put his life up as collateral in a blood oath and become part of their family. Jaredin thought that was meaningless nonsense. He did not want to become a slave. Zwei explained that it was not an inferior position, but rather an opportunity to escape the body of an inferior human and gain an honor a human could never even dream of. They would bring a new wave to their kin, but first they needed to turn the old generation upside down, because they were too pacifist. Zwei made it clear that he was giving Jaredin an opportunity to be at the forefront of history. After all, this was the rebirth of vampire kin. He wanted to know what Jaredin thought of it. Ronan, disguised as Jaredin, thought they were lunatics. Two found that amusing, but declared that Jaredin thought that way because he was still human. Then he demonstrated blood magic, making it very clear to Jaredin that this was a unique opportunity to obtain the essence of fresh blood. If the deal failed, Zwei guaranteed that Jaredin would not obtain that essence anywhere else. Ronan felt that he would not return in one piece if he refused. Zwei thought Jaredin had good intuition and did not disagree. Soon the vampires began to move very quickly. Zwei wanted to know whether it had become easier for Jaredin to choose, making it clear that he should not even think about resisting, because the mana flow there was abnormal. The magical tools installed there were of high quality. Jaredin would have difficulty using his mana, and if he forced it, his core would be destroyed. So he wanted Jaredin to think very carefully, using his wife as the trigger, threatening to turn her into a blood bag for the vampires. Zwei's bad luck was that it was actually Ronan in disguise, so he was not cattle and remained calm. Even so, Zwei had his vampires restrain Jaredin to force him to take the oath. Ronan realized that the real professor would not have resisted, but would have felt relieved to be there instead of him. Soon his true appearance emerged, and Zwei was shocked, wanting to know who the swordsman was. But before they could get an answer, Ronan quickly sliced everyone apart. Ronan revealed that it made no difference whether he introduced himself or not. He found the silence that settled over the place very pleasant. He treated those vampires like mosquitoes and thought it was a fine day to eradicate pests. Zwei threw a tantrum, demanding to know who that swordsman was, putting on an air of superiority, since he saw Ronan as a mere human daring to step onto his property. Ronan did not waste time and rushed toward him, catching Zwei by surprise, as he could not even see the swordsman's movements. Zwei quickly tried to use his blood magic, but Ronan did not allow it, cutting off his arm. Then he severed the rest of Zwei's limbs, leaving him like that worried guy with the motorcycle. Zwei began to scream, having an existential crisis, because he was being beaten by a human. Even without arms and legs, he still threatened Ronin. That was when the swordsman realized that Zwei talked too much, so he quickly struck him with the hilt of his sword, telling that vampire to shut up, making it clear that he would deal with Zwei after finishing things there. Zwei's subordinates could not believe that their master had been attacked like that without even managing to defend himself. They realized the swordsman was not an ordinary human, and soon the members of the Crimson Hook began to prepare for battle. Ronin knew that vampires used blood as a form of attack, so he analyzed everyone who was there. The vampires began moving toward him, and soon one of them used a skill called Blood Swamp. Ronin saw that the vampire tried to bind his leg. At that moment, all the vampires attacked at once, but Ronin began striking them one by one, slicing them all apart like the good butcher he was. The vampires were fast, but the problem was that their regeneration was extremely annoying. To make matters worse, there was a vampire who fired blood projectiles. Ronin, who was momentarily restrained, had to pull a Neo from the Matrix move. He barely dodged a spell that rivaled an intermediate class magic. From that, he identified the Crimson Hook's combat power, just like Vegeta and Nappa did with Kakarot. He continued slicing through all the vampires, which so far had been easy for him. One of the vampires was completely shocked, because even with his movements restricted, Ronin had managed to do all of that. That vampire began to suspect that Ronin was not human. Ronin did not understand why the vampire was just standing there, and called him out to fight. He was the only one still on his feet. Ronin made it clear that the vampire was not the last cookie in the package, so his life would not be spared. The vampire began to tremble. He felt the urge to run and flee the place, but he was split in half like a nice French loaf. Ronin thought it was cowardly to simply try to run away. Now only Zwei remained for him to talk to. At that moment, Zwei was in great pain and could barely remember what had happened. Ronin drove his sword into Zwei's leg with a psychopathic smile, ironically pretending to show concern, as if Zwei had really died. Zwei could not understand anything. Out of nowhere, a swordsman had appeared and killed all the members of his organization in such a short time. Ronin saw that Zwei was realizing the condition he was in and explained that he only finished off the members because they kept regenerating. So if Zwei did not want to meet the same fate as his subordinates, he only had to hand over the essence of fresh blood. Ronin asked politely. Zwei was completely shocked and soon began to lament, wanting to know where a certain someone had been before everything happened, saying that everyone could have been saved. Ronin did not understand and thought Zwei had completely lost his mind. He wanted to know who the Crimson Hook's leader was talking to, but there was someone behind them. Ronin was caught by surprise as a man, in a very ominous tone, ordered him to step aside. The swordsman quickly moved away. He was surprised because if that man had tried to kill him, he would have ended up dead. Ronin had not sensed his presence at all. The mysterious man found that disappointing. Zwei had promised to bring Jaredin, but in the end, he was being utterly humiliated by a mere human. He called Zwei a spawn of the Arnstoffel family, making it clear that Zwei had not even come close to fulfilling his agreement. Then he began preparing his blood magic, revealing that he would take the essence of fresh blood once again. Ronin was confused. Suddenly, Zwei was completely bald, begging for just one more chance. The essence of fresh blood went into that individual's hands. Ronin did not like that man interfering and trying to leave. He made it clear that he wanted the essence of fresh blood, threatening the man if he did not hand it over. The man found Ronin quite interesting after hearing all that and decided to refuse, just to see what would happen. Ronin chose to settle it with the sword and attack the man with everything he had. The individual blocked with his hand, but the cut was small. He was surprised that Ronin was so sharp, since his body was reinforced with blood magic, making it difficult to deal damage. Now he was curious about Ronin's other talents. That small talk was strange. He asked Ronin to show his best and moved toward him, making Ronin somewhat uneasy. The man used a skill called Bloodthirsty Slash. Ronin quickly cut through the man's technique, clearly irritated. The individual then used his Bloodshot ability. Ronin realized it was the same ability as before and dodged the attack. The man had never seen anyone like Ronin. The swordsman was cutting through his mana. He had not had high expectations, but at that moment he found Ronin extremely interesting. Ronin soon believed that this man was the leader of the organization and charged toward him, demanding the essence. The man, who was enjoying the battle, promised to show Ronin more, since he was having fun, until someone appeared and broke up the fight, demanding that they stop. It was Ophelia de Knight herself. She revealed the man's name, Balzark. She said it was good to see him. Ronin did not understand why she was there and wanted to know if she knew that man. Ophelia confirmed it, revealing that his full name was Balzark von Barshaba, a relative of the Duke of Shadows who ruled the vampire world, and also the second strongest commander who supported the Duke. Balzark did not expect to see Ophelia there, but he revealed that he had missed her and wanted to know if she had been well all this time. since 83 years had passed. Balzac also wanted to understand why Ophelia was interfering in the affairs involving that boy, as he could not see why such trivial matters would matter. In any case, he was not worried, since they were together again. However, Ophelia quickly apologized and asked him not to come any closer, explaining that she still had not forgotten the incidents of that day. It was a nightmare for her. She would never forget the moment when she was desperate, holding someone in her arms, while Balzac arrived and simply watched. He wanted to know how long it would take for her to forgive him. Ophelia knew it was something inevitable, because he had not had the choice to stop her younger sister, the one who was in her arms at that time. Ophelia's younger sister had been about to harm the Duke. In any case, her sister was not in her right mind back then. It was as if something had taken over her mind. Still, Balzac should have known that that day could not be undone. Balzac understood her feelings. Ronan had no idea what was going on. Ophelia never imagined that Balzac would one day work with immature vampires, let alone hand over his essence of fresh blood. She wanted to know whether he also had dealings with Jaredin. Balzac believed that Ophelia knew him very well, so she should know there was only one reason. He had an unfinished fight with Jaredin. They had met by coincidence, and he had faced Jaredin with pride. Balzac had fought many strong and skilled people in his life, but few of them were truly good. If the rising sun had not interrupted them, Balzac was certain it would have been one of the best fights he had ever had. After that, he even searched for Jaredin, but the professor had vanished, disappeared without leaving a trace. Years passed while Balzac tried to quench his insatiable thirst. Eventually, the Crimson Hook came to his castle with an offer, saying they would find Jaredin's whereabouts. In exchange for one of his essences of fresh blood, they would bring Jaredin right before him, even making Jaredin become part of the organization, so Balzac could have endless battles with him. Even so, Balzac did not believe in it that much. After all, it was the effort of a few vampires who were nothing more than brats. In the end, it was all for nothing, thanks, by the grace of God, to the human who was with them. Balzac realized that even with his power restricted, Ronan had kept up with him. Because of that, he believed that within the next 5 years, Ronan would be a threat capable of putting a sword to his neck. He also sensed a strange energy within Ronan, something he had never felt before. It was wonderful to him, but Balzac knew he could not do that again because it would hurt Ophelia just as it had before. So he handed the essence over to Ronan. The swordsman was confused, since it was something extremely precious to vampires. Balzac did not disagree. It was indeed something almost impossible to obtain, but he had his eyes on a different prey. For that reason, he needed to give a worthy gift to a friend he had not seen in 80 years. Then he fired all his directional bloodshots and declared that it would not hurt for the two of them to take a look, revealing that he had also felt the same strange energy. It had been coming from beyond those walls for some time already. Soon, Balzac turned his back, hoping that Ronan would be stronger at their next meeting, because he wanted to enjoy it even more. Ronan thought that man was fired up to the very end. Then the strange energy caught his attention. After that, the scene shifts to Jaredin, completely shocked, trying to understand how the swordsman had obtained the essence of fresh blood. Even worse, the sword Ronan had was being offered to him, but Ronan revealed that he had worked hard for it. Jaredin immediately grabbed the swordsman's hands, knelt down and thanked him. Jaredin began to cry. Ronan did not like that kind of thing very much. He even wanted to show off a bit for having obtained it, but the professor gave him no opening. Outside, Balzac watched everything. He thought there was no duller fight than one involving someone who had lost their fighting spirit. He was there out of curiosity about his old rival, but he wanted Ophelia not to worry, because he would not do anything against them. Ophelia did not expect him to do anything dishonorable, but she wanted to thank him for helping her friend. Balzac was surprised at that moment, a smile forming on his face, because it was progress after 83 years. He believed Ronan had caused that. Balzac wished he could remain in that moment forever. But all that remained was regret, because he had to return. He also informed them that there was a malignant group causing serious trouble, and that this group had provoked the Crimson Hook. He asked Ophelia to contact him if she ever needed anything, revealing that he was always eager for her calls, calling Ophelia his eternal rose, openly acting like a love-struck fool. After all that, Professor Jaredin carried out his 144th attempt, using Cervantes' mana and the essence of fresh blood. Considering the circumstances of the experiment, it would take some time before results appeared, but that wait itself gave the professor hope to continue living. Then Jaredin told Ronan that he had changed a lot since the last time they had seen each other. That mysterious energy that had been eroding the curse in his body had grown even stronger. Jaredin wanted to know if something had happened while Ronan was fighting the Crimson Hook. Ronan believed he had simply been lucky. He had found within the organization's territory, the monument of Seniel. He immediately suspected why that energy felt so familiar. He had not expected to find something like that there, and he also believed the vampires did not know of the stone's existence. Basically, it was an abandoned sanctuary. Suddenly, however, he felt a powerful impact as the monument's energy entered his body. Jaredin had no idea what had happened, and simply thought the swordsman had incredible luck. Thanks to that energy growing stronger, Ronin's mana channels had widened, allowing him to wield mana over a considerable range. The news caught Ronin by surprise. Jaredin believed the swordsman was feeling it firsthand. Ronin really could feel it better than before. Now he could properly use the chi sword. It was no longer just an imitation. Then the scene shifts to 4 days later, in the Romera Mountains, in the frontier city of Marbas. Ronin saw people busy fleeing, and even Imperial soldiers were heavily armed there. Schlieffen had been right. A wyvern had definitely appeared. The reason they had gone to Ronin's birthplace, the Romera Mountains, was that 4 days earlier, when his sister was about to move, he had received unexpected news from Schlieffen. He said that monsters were surrounding the Romera Mountains, and that they were in a state of frenzy for unknown reasons. Some knights from the Grancia family had been sent there, but that was not enough to put them at ease. That very morning, they had even seen a wyvern flying, which shocked Ronin. Wyverns were capable of flight, and their poison was extremely lethal, located in their fangs and claws. Even the most famous mercenaries were afraid to fight such creatures. As a result, Schlieffen could no longer guarantee that Iril was 100% safe. That was why they were there, to anticipate his sister's move. Schlieffen was even more determined, because he did not want monsters to ruin Iril's long-prepared plans to move. He was willing to destroy every monster in those mountains. Ronin thought his aspiring brother-in-law should stay calm. They just needed to stick to the plan. He thought it would be better for them to split up. Schlieffen would go one way, while Ronin would go the other with Asel, since Ronin wanted to take a look around the area. Something was making him uneasy. He made it very clear that Schlieffen should not flirt with his sister while he was not around, otherwise he would lose his temper. Schlieffen immediately became completely flustered by his brother-in-law's warning. Schlieffen was already following the philosophy of the philosopher Python. He truly wanted to go see his beloved, so he urged his horse forward at full speed. Asel asked what was bothering Ronin, and Ronin explained to his comrade that the monsters had been calmer before, and then suddenly became aggressive. More dangerous monsters had started to appear, and he felt that pattern was familiar. In the Great Carpadoki in the Vadian Mountains, the exact same thing had happened. Because of the actions of those damned people, Asel began to realize what was going on. Ronin believed that Nebula Clesier was also behind that incident, so they would investigate it themselves. In the end, the prohibition was no longer working, and the only one who could find those people was Ronin himself. The scene then shifts to several monsters gathered together. There was a red-haired man who believed he had killed all the monsters in that region, but it was a shame because if it weren't for Varen's orders, he would have severely punished the atheists of that territory. However, he could do nothing, as they were his lord's orders. Suddenly, the monsters around him began to change. The young man thought they looked afraid, even though they should not be able to feel fear, since they were in a brainwashed state. Then a creature appeared, leaving the young man terrified. He saw that enormous sword. The tiger wanted to know if that was where the man was hiding. The tiger soon appeared right in front of him, revealing that he was part of Nebula Clesier. His brutality was so overwhelming that it made the man lose his sanity almost instantly. The other creatures accompanying him were completely annihilated. The tiger had just begun his hunt. His name was Jaipa Turgung, and he was a sword saint. The scene then shifts to Ronin and Asel. The area they were heading toward had already increased its security, and Ronin also did not like the idea of it being a unit of beastmen. One of the guards ordered some people to stop there, saying that only those with permission could pass through the gate. The order had been given by the commander of the Imperial Guard, known as Jaipa Turgung. Ronin was surprised to hear that name. He knew that Jaipa was the commander of the strongest elite unit in the Empire. He had even defeated Professor Nabarose. Asel thought things were truly serious, but Ronin did not think it was possible for Jaipa to be there. Still, Ronin believed his prediction was correct. This situation was connected to Nebula Clesier. He told his comrade that they would follow Nebula's traces through the nearby forests. The scene then shifts to the wyverns. They were being controlled by a girl who had lost contact with the ground unit. She began to believe that something had gone wrong. In any case, the annihilation of the wyverns, the objective of that mission, would be problematic if she acted unnecessarily, and the plans could not be delayed, because Varan would not forgive her. She had to maintain the wyverns' brainwashing. She could not introduce any more variables. At that moment, Ronin saw the creatures flying, and immediately told Asel to act. One of the wyverns was struck by a stone, and the girl was confused. Then Asel caused one of the stones to explode. The woman was shocked that someone could control a stone of that size, as only the head of a magic tower should be capable of that. Suddenly, she was caught off guard by Ronin, who, using Asel's ability, floated up to her. He wanted to test his chi sword against that opponent. He quickly made the wyvern lose its head. He was far stronger than before, back when he had no mana. Varen's subordinate was left in shock. unable to understand how that had happened. Ronan made it very clear that she should not have poked the jaguar with a short stick. She became furious, declaring that he would not interfere with her plans. But before she could use her magic, he made her lose her arm, taking away her ability to play music at a show. He even joked about being clumsy. He meant to cut her wrist, but ended up tearing off her entire arm. She began to scream in despair and soon started crying. Seeing how worried she was, Ronan believed she was merely a pawn at the bottom of the hierarchy. He wanted to know if there were more of them nearby, but the girl was only concerned about her arm. Ronan told her to shut up. Many villages had been destroyed because of her, so in his view, she had no right to complain about losing an arm. He demanded to know what they were planning. The woman, known as the Torch, refused to let the mission be ruined and began using her magic. Ronan found her annoying because she kept insisting. At that moment, a wyvern appeared behind them, and Ronan did not understand what was happening. Then he realized that the creature had been hiding high above to the point that he had not noticed its presence. Varen's subordinate believed it was already too late, because that wyvern was different from the others. The creature tried to bite, but suddenly it was sliced in half, as if it were a subway loaf ready to be filled. Ronan did not expect that. Jaipa was there, displaying all his grandeur, and the woman could not believe his presence. Ronan thought things would become more complicated with the sword saint there. Jaipa believed he merely had 2 ants to crush. He rushed toward the wyvern the two were standing on and sliced it completely apart, as if preparing it for sushi. Ronan was impressed by the movements. The little tiger was not just for show. The beast was overwhelmingly strong. Jaipa then grabbed the 2 of them and carried them to solid ground as if they were puppies. Things were even worse for Ronan, who was being held by the neck. He then demanded that Ronan answer carefully, wanting to know Ronan's identity since he could not sense the malignant energy of the nebula. Ronan immediately grew irritated that the little tiger was associating him with those damned people, and in his madness, he wondered whether Jaipa was actually seeking death. With that, he tried to break free using his sword. Jaipa quickly released Ronan, never having imagined that the difference in strength between them would be so great. Even though Jaipa let him go, he took the attack head-on. Just by looking at the little tiger, Ronan knew he would not be able to defeat him, but he could not simply wait for death to arrive, so he waited for an opening. Jaipa, in turn, thought the boy was a true warrior and told Ronan to raise his sword, warning him that he would strike with a vertical cut straight down the center, from top to bottom, and that Ronan would have to block it. Ronan managed to do so, but the impact was immense. Jaipa was impressed, though he still considered him a weak boy. Even though that defense showed no obvious flaws, Jaipa noticed familiarity in Ronan's final movements and began to believe that Ronan was a disciple of Nabaros. Ronan promptly introduced himself, stating that there was no way the little tiger could also be a disciple, because someone who recklessly attacked Filian's students would never stand beside her. Jaipa saw that Ronan was bold, but he apologized for his exaggerated greeting. Sometimes, an exchange of blows spoke louder than 100 words to him. Since that was how things were, Ronan decided to dash toward Jaipa to return the greeting. Suddenly, 2 other creatures rushed at him, humanoid warriors. They quickly restrained Ronan, demanding to know who he was and addressing Jaipa as their commander. There was a hyena humanoid, part of Jaipa's force, and a bear humanoid from the same unit. They assumed Ronan was an associate of Nebula Classier and were ready to kill him. However, Ronan surprised the bear as well, suddenly appearing behind him. At that moment, a humanoid warrior woman appeared between them, stopping the fight. Ronan had not even seen her approach. Her name was Nemia, and she believed they needed disciplinary action to regain composure, since they were fighting without the commander's permission. She was the captain, and also a member of Jaipa's force. Jaipa quickly explained that the boy was not an enemy, leaving the bear humanoid shocked, since Ronan had managed to defend himself against several blows. Jaipa then explained that the boy managed that because he was a disciple of Nabarose. Just hearing her name sent chills down the bear's spine. Nabaros had destroyed their force single-handedly, which was why her name was remembered with such fear. The bear quickly apologized to Ronan, staying alert so as not to become a memory, and asked that Ronan keep this secret. Ronan did not care to know how much the bear had suffered at his teacher's hands. Nemea was there because the situation had been resolved, and she reported to her commander that they had eliminated the monsters in the area as well as individuals suspected of being religious fanatics. Suddenly, several warriors appeared around them. Jaipa then formally introduced himself again to Ronan, stating that he was the commander of the Imperial Elite Humanoid Force. He had received strict Imperial orders to eradicate Nebula Classier within the Empire, at which point he revealed his name. Ronan was surprised to see the Order's search force right in front of him. The scene then shifts to part of the Ramira Mountains in Nimbutan, where an army was present and the people were frightened. Iril did not understand what was happening and demanded an explanation from Schlieffen, whom she referred to as Ronan's friend. Schlieffen quickly apologized, explaining that he had prepared some knights to give her answers. He asked her to excuse his unannounced arrival, introducing himself as a knight known as Schlieffen. He swore on the honor of Grancia that he would help her with the relocation, asking whether he could already start packing unpacking things with her, clearly showing how excited he was. The scene then shifts back to Ronan, shaken by the fact that he was now dealing with the Imperial Elite Humanoid Force. That unit had not even existed the previous year. He wondered whether the Imperial Palace had acted because he had captured some Nebula members, and he had never imagined that the Sword Saint Jaipa would be placed as their leader. He wanted to know how they had found the Nebula members, since they had been hiding extremely well, and he explained that seals no longer worked on them. Jaipa realized that Ronan's information was extensive, and asked whether it had come from his teacher. At that moment, Asel arrived in a panic, being escorted by one of the humanoids. He was crying and begging for help. The humanoid explained that Asel had been walking suspiciously and had therefore been captured, asking the commander whether he should dispose of him. Asel went into complete shock, insisting that he had already explained he was looking for his friend. Jaipa wanted to confirm the information, and Ronan, somewhat embarrassed, revealed that Asel had indeed been with him. The scene then shifts to nightfall, still within that forest. Namiya reported that Nebula members were brainwashing the monsters in the region, but that this was only a facade. Their true objective was likely at the center of the mountain. Jaipa believed that Nebula Classier's real target was the Romera Mountains. The Romera Mountain Road is one of the Empire's main transport routes. Nearly a third of everything transported into the Empire passes through it. Destroying that route would mean the fanatics were trying to bring down one of the Empire's economic pillars. That was why they were using monsters to do most of the work. However, Ronan wanted to know what methods they intended to use. He drew his sword, and the woman known as the Torch became visibly worried. Ronan made it clear that the mountain road was extremely important and not something that could be destroyed easily, especially since they had only brought a few monsters. He pointed his sword at her neck, demanding to know what the hell they were planning. She replied that they did not fear death, calling Ronan an atheist, as a light began to emanate from her. The swordsman had no idea what was happening. The cultists were gathering their mana, aware that they had failed to answer their calling. They were gathering every last fragment of their souls, determined to annihilate Ronan and the Imperial warrior unit. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the forest. There were still some members of Nebula Clasier there, and they soon realized that some of their brothers had made a noble choice. They mourned their brother's sacrifice, especially their lord, Frieren. One of the subordinates thought it would be better to wait for another day, but Frieren believed they could not give the Empire time to reorganize. It would only make things worse. They no longer wanted to delay their plan. They were not at the center of the mountain yet, so Frieren announced that they would begin in the valleys of the Romira Mountains. He wanted to defeat all atheists. With that, a massive magic circle appeared after he placed a strange item on the ground. It was a detonator crafted by an artisan known as Lord Alabrige. The detonator had 30 layers of magic. After absorbing mana from the ley lines, an amplification spell would activate all 30 layers and destroy everything in its path. Frieren warned his subordinates that they needed to protect it, so it could absorb enough mana. Frieren was accompanied by Evan, the former commander of the CERN Knight Order, and Blois, the former leader of the Green Magic Tower. Evan revealed that he had heard that after this mission, Frieren would take the place of the late Brigia. He believed that meant Frieren had received the blessing. Frieren confirmed it. This was the usual pattern after succession. However, the mission required greater power to protect against the explosions, so the leader had granted him the honor first. He did not wish to compare himself to Brigia, but he also did not want others to hesitate when decisive action was required in a crisis. Suddenly, the little tiger stepped onto the scene. Frieren was alert and immediately activated his magical barrier. The attack passed straight through the barrier. Frieren found it incredible that Jaipa had discovered their exact location through the mana of the ley lines, but he also found it strange, since the detonator had only just begun absorbing mana. He could not understand how that was possible. Jaipa made it clear that they could not escape his sight. The moment he set foot in Romira, he immediately discovered everyone's location. He said he merely wanted to know their final objective, adding that Nebula Clasier was blinded by illusion and arrogance. They should resist as long as they could. The scene then shifts to 10 minutes before the fanatics' encounter with Jaipa. The little tiger realized that those criminals were using mana to turn themselves into a bomb, but before he could act, Ronan leapt forward and rushed at the criminals, slicing them all apart. The woman lost her composure, unable to believe it. Ronan saw no reason for them to remain alive. What had just happened was shocking even for Jaipa. Ronan had completely nullified them, severing the criminals' mana. Ronan informed Jaipa that those filthy people were planning something. They would never let things end like that. He believed there were individuals of a much higher level nearby. In any case, he trusted that Jaipa knew how to hunt them down, so he proposed cooperation, making it clear that the little tiger would earn a favor from the Emperor. The scene then shifts to the little tiger facing facing Frieren, who could not believe what he was seeing, since he had not sensed Jaipa's mana. He assumed the attack had been purely physical strength. Frieren had already heard of the Sword Saint, and knew Jaipa was extremely powerful. He realized he was receiving a very unwelcome guest, so he ordered his subordinates to restrain the little tiger. Evan and Blois were more than willing to do so. Their mana began to pour out as they prepared for battle. Jaipa saw that it was a combination of a high-ranking knight and a mage. The two charged at him. Evan was especially excited. He wanted to shatter the honor of a warrior of the Empire. He demanded that the little tiger show his technique. If Evan could defeat that technique, he would earn the honor of comparison. But at that moment, Jaipa split Evan's sword in half. Evan's mistake was staking his honor on the fight. Jaipa took it seriously because Evan was a criminal, and in his fury, he took Evan's head. Blois realized things had gone terribly wrong and immediately raised his mana shield, but it was useless. Jaipa sliced him in half as if he were an ox headed for a barbecue. Then he tried to step on Frieren like an ant, but Frieren attempted to defend himself with his barrier. Jaipa realized he knew Frieren. He seemed familiar, but he never imagined he would be hiding among fanatics. Frieren was a criminal wanted for the deaths of hundreds of people. He had even used the villagers of Athen for black magic experiments a decade earlier, earning the title of the greatest criminal ever to walk the land of Athen. Frieren considered it an honor that the Sword Saint remembered his name, but he claimed he had abandoned his past. Soon his shield began to crack, with the little tiger making it clear that he did not care. Frieren was caught off guard. Jaipa believed that regardless of anything else, history had already been written and many innocents had died. As he was about to seize the old man, Frieren quickly used the blessing of the star. Frieren understood Jaipa's title. The cult's most promising candidates had been nothing to the little tiger. But he insisted that Jaipa could not break the blessing of the star. He asked what the little tiger thought of that, claiming he was witnessing the greatness of the star. Jaipa thought it was all a joke. Frieren was trapped in illusions. He made it clear that he would end Varen's life. Frieren was the prey, not the predator. Jaipa prepared to strike the old man, while Frieren found it incredible to see the Empire's greatest swordsman up close. His power was monstrous, the impact absurdly immense, and yet the blessing of the star managed to withstand the blow. The most bizarre part for the old man was that Jaipa had used only the chi of his sword, and even so, it was an overwhelming attack. In the end, Frieren believed it was a pity. He was certain the little tiger would not be able to win that fight. He then began to provoke Jaipa, stating that while they fought, the magic bomb was absorbing mana from the area. He suggested that Jaipa leave while there was still time, so he could escape the explosion. In the end, everything there would be reduced to ash along the mountain. Jaipa saw that Frieren was neutralizing the attacks themselves, making him extremely irritating to deal with. But Ronin had already warned the little tiger about this. Even so, Jaipa felt fully prepared. The old man would not pose a threat in the future, where he wanted the old man to pay attention so he could watch him destroy the blessing of the star. Frieren was immediately startled. He felt an overwhelming pressure, completely different from before. Jaipa's aura had changed. Frieren then showed respect toward Jaipa, urging the little tiger to give everything he had in that battle. Ronin, watching the fight, thought the little tiger had gone crazy. He should have reduced his strength, or he would end up destroying the mountain before the bomb even exploded. Frieren was caught off guard. Jaipa noticed that Ronin had arrived and thought the kid was very slow. Ronin had never heard anyone say that about him, so he believed the little tiger must be extremely fast. Either way, Ronin wanted to deal with the one who had the blessing of the star. He knew Jaipa was strong, but he didn't think the little tiger could handle Frieren at that moment. They also didn't have time. Jaipa simply understood the boy. The old man was shocked, thinking Ronin was speaking with enormous arrogance to the Sword Saint, and he wanted to know who that swordsman was. Ronin was grateful for Jaipa's understanding. Then he called the old man and stated that, thanks to Frien's shouting, he already understood everything that was happening and would put an end to all that mess. In the end, he thought Frieren didn't seem stronger than Brigia, whom he referred to as a complete lunatic. Frieren couldn't understand how Ronin knew her name and began to grow furious, unable to believe that a kid was the one who killed her. He thought Sarante had done it. He couldn't accept Ronin dishonoring Brigia and even insulting her, showing just how blindly devoted the old man was. Suddenly, he began to act completely strange. The old man had always been a bit weird, but out of nowhere, he started to undergo a transformation. He showered Brigia with praise, saying that in his opinion, she had risen to the position of leader through true strength. He couldn't believe that a kid with a pathetic amount of mana dared to injure a noble person like her. The old man simply started dropping several heads of a completely bizarre creature. Frieren believed that Ronin had actually witnessed her death, so he demanded to know the truth about what had happened that day. Seeing that the old man was curious, Ronin was willing to talk. He approached Frieren. The old man realized he wasn't bluffing, and even thought he could be a good assistant, but he still couldn't believe Brigia had lost to Ronin. Even if she she had lowered her guard. He shouldn't have been able to leave even a scratch on her. But at that moment, Ronan sliced the old man apart like the finest butcher in the region. The old man was finished. Ronan noticed that the Nebula Clasier executives seemed to have a habit of screaming, because the madwoman had screamed the same way. In the end, she died just like Varen. Ronan believed he had answered the old man's question. Bad weeds never die easily. Even without a body, the old man still couldn't believe what had happened. The boy had passed through the blessing of the star and cut him down. In Ronan, he saw a power that transcended rules, just like the cult leaders. He only wanted to know who that boy was. With that, Ronan split the old man's head, finishing the job. He even thought it would be harder. The clients had died in a pathetic way, so he believed an executive would be tougher. In the end, he thought they needed to be more careful, since the faithful were becoming increasingly radical. Jaipa agreed, but he wanted one more chance to fight the old man, to find a way to defeat him. Ronan didn't allow it. The little tiger was kind of unhinged and would probably send his hometown straight to hell. After all, the forest had been completely destroyed, all without using magic. Jaipa's aura alone was already something extremely dangerous. Jaipa was happy because, thanks to the kid, everything had ended peacefully. He then informed them that the Emperor had ordered him to reward those who helped in the mission, so he wanted Ronan to be free to choose whatever he wanted. Ronan got excited, since he already had something in mind. The most important person to him would soon arrive in the imperial capital. The scene then showed the knights on their horses. Schlieffen was also present, and Errol was inside a carriage. The soldiers found the calm strange, since they believed they would be fighting an army of monsters. They also knew nothing about Iril. After all the knights of Grancia were escorting her, so they assumed she was important to the young master. Schlieffen, completely smitten, was trembling like bamboo. He wanted to know if his precious one was feeling uncomfortable, since he could arrange something better. Iril made it clear that she was fine. The carriage was more comfortable than her own home. She also thought he must be tired from being on horseback all day, so she simply asked him to stay there with her, saying everything Schlieffen wanted to hear. But the lovesick fool was focused and chose to refuse, since he couldn't let his guard down. Obviously, Iril would distract him. Still, knowing she was comfortable made him happy, and she could ask for breaks whenever she wanted. Suddenly, tremors began to occur. Something was approaching them, carrying a surreal energy. All the knights prepared for battle, with Iril's safety as the top priority, so the fool wouldn't be ruined if something happened. The cuckold drew his sword. The threat felt like something at the wyvern level, as Schlieffen could sense its aura from that distance. Then his eyes widened at what he saw. Jaipa was there, startling him. Jaipa smiled and told Schlieffen that he had put up a fine defense, and that he believed the next sword saint would be either him or Ronan. Schlieffen grew angry, not understanding why the little tiger was pointing his blade at the Grancia banner. Jaipa explained it was just a greeting. There was no need to throw a tantrum. In swordsmanship, a clash speaks more than 1,000 words. Ronan, who was on his shoulder, lost his patience and warned the little tiger that this kind of thing only applied in his homeland. Schlieffen was surprised to see Ronan there. Ronan greeted his comrades, saying they were there to help, and that Schlieffen shouldn't worry because some incredible people were arriving. The humanoids soon appeared. Schlieffen was stunned, and Ronan, not being foolish, wanted to know if his comrade had taken good care of his sister. Then the scene shifted to the following day. In the imperial capital Vayal, Iril was completely shocked and wanted to know if it was true. She was going to live in a dazzling place. Ronan made it clear that this would be their home from now on. It was right in front of the school, so they could meet more often. The security was also very good. The craftsman from Schlieffen's family had renovated the entire place. No resources were spared. Iril approached Schlieffen, took his hand, and declared that she loved it. It felt like she was living in a fairy tale. She then thanked both of them and said she was willing to cook a good meal for them as a celebration. Schlieffen was surprised, as that news fit perfectly. Meanwhile, outside, Nabarose demanded a good explanation for why Jaipa was there. The auras of the two collided, and the situation soured abruptly.